Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories. Visit my Patreon page. In JJK With Naruto Powers. Chapter 1, Mangekyo Sharingan. Japan. In a room. Yuta. He actually controlled Gojo Satoru's body. How can you whip a corpse repeatedly like this? Can't a man rest in peace? Kazuma angrily pounded the table. Just now, he had fainted due to anger from watching the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. The content of the manga was outrageous to the extreme. Megumi, controlled by Sukuna, versus Gojo Satoru, controlled by Yuta. How did Gij come up with such a crazy plot? It seems that mecha should be added to the genres of Jujutsu Kaisen. Where is this place? After calming down, Kazuma found that something was wrong. Why was his room looking different? After looking around, Kazuma became even more confused. Where the hell am I? Hadn't he just fainted from reading manga? How come his house had changed after waking up? Kazuma was still in a daze when a noise sounded from the next room. Oh! Heart-wrenching screams were mixed with the sound of blood splattering. Is this sound coming from the next room? Although Kazuma had watched a lot of special videos, he was not a fool. Who makes such a loud noise during their activities? At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Loading completed. Congratulations to the host for activating the mission selection system. Ding! The first mission selection has begun. Mission Option 1, as a transmigrator, you should be fearless. Fight hand-to-hand with the third-grade artificial curse spirit that is about to break through the wall. Reward, 8 inner gates. Mission Option 2, use love to influence the upcoming cursed spirit. Reward, multiple shadow clone technique. Mission Option 3, look into the eyes of Gojo Satoru, who is about to arrive. Reward, Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. This information made Kazuma freeze in place for a moment. It seems that he has transmigrated to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Moreover, the noise next door was coming from an unfortunate person due to a cursed spirit. It would be his turn soon. Looking at the screen in front of him, Kazuma felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. System, are you kidding me? You want me to kill a cursed spirit with my bare hands? The second one is even more outrageous. Use love to persuade. Can cursed spirits be persuaded by love? The first two were quickly rejected by Kazuma. Fortunately, there was a third option. It was a bit off-putting, but it was undoubtedly the best choice. And the reward, the Mangekyo Sharingan, was undoubtedly very good. Boom. 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 It seemed like someone behind the wall was hitting it with a huge hammer. The whole room was shaking. Kazuma's heartbeat quickened, and he retreated to the door handle. He stared at the wall. He was taking a gamble. 3 seconds. He just needs to survive for 3 seconds. If Gojo Satoru doesn't show up in 3 seconds, he will close the door and run. Life is precious, who knows whether Gojo Satoru will arrive in time. Kazuma didn't think he could defeat the cursed spirit with his bare hands. Even if Mike Tyson was here, he would have no chance, right? Boom. Under a tremendous force, the wall shattered and a hideous and distorted monster broke through the wall. This monster had the face of a human and the body of a worm. It had blood-red eyes. It pushed aside the rubble and came over. Its huge mouth secreted disgusting pus that dripped onto the floor. The wooden floor was corroded and pits of various sizes were formed. The stench was overwhelming and disgusting. Don't go, come and play with me, don't leave. The strange voices of several children superimposed together sounded, making Kazuma's scalp numb. The room opposite was in a mess, and a dead body was lying in a pool of blood. That person had been eaten to the point that she was now unrecognizable. But her eyes were still open. They showed the fear that she was feeling in her last few moments. Everything in front of him impacted Kazuma's heart. I'm sorry. You're so ugly that even dogs would shake their heads when seeing you. Just when Kazuma wanted to lock the door and run away. Crash! The window exploded and a tall figure broke in through the window. The visitor had long white hair, a confident smile on his lips, and a tall figure. He was wearing a simple black uniform. He was also holding a box of mochi in his hands. "Sorry, I'm late." As he said that, Gojo Satoru instantly moved in front of the cursed spirit. He raised his hand and fired a shot, turning it into ashes in an instant. Kazuma was speechless. It seems like Gojo Satoru really loves sweets. After the danger was over, Kazuma returned to the room and glanced at Gojo Satoru. He was thinking about how to get Gojo Satoru to take off his blindfold. After all, how can he look at the six eyes or Gojo Satoru's eyes with the blindfold still on? Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, bent down, and looked at Kazuma. He said, "You're special. In addition to being born with cursed energy, you also have an aura that I can't see through." Even his six eyes couldn't see through Kazuma. It was as if Kazuma was surrounded by a thick fog. Kazuma knew that Gojo Satoru was probably referring to his system when he mentioned that unfathomable aura. Although Gojo Satoru is very strong, it is impossible for him to see through the system. Gojo Satoru asked, "Are you interested in becoming a sorcerer? The kind that beats up cursed spirits? You saw me do it just now." Faced with this sudden question, Kazuma's mouth curled up. It looks like has found an excuse to look at the six eyes. Kazuma asked, "Sorcerer? What is that? And what was that monster just now?" Kazuma tried hard to pretend that he knew nothing. Gojo Satoru held up a finger and said, "Let's start with cursed spirits. Negative emotions such as bitterness, regret, shame, fear, etc. give rise to their appearance." Although Kazuma knew this a long time ago, he still listened calmly. After explaining, Gojo Satoru turned around with a smile and said, "How about it? Are you interested? Although it's a little dangerous, food and accommodation are provided free of charge." Kazuma's mouth twitched. It's a little dangerous. If he remembers correctly, almost everyone had died in the later period. My grandma told me that a person can tell whether another person is telling the truth by looking into their eyes. Kazuma made something out of nothing, and said seriously. Gojo Satoru said, "Well, you can see my eyes but you have to follow me after that." Gojo Satoru himself knew that it was hard for others to not be suspicious of him with the blindfold. After some thought, Gojo Satoru took off the blindfold skillfully, revealing his pale blue pupils. "Is this the six eyes? It's deep and mysterious. It seems like those eyes can see through everything." Kazuma seized the opportunity and looked Gojo Satoru in the eye. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru's cell phone rang. Ring. Ring. At this moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Mangekyo Sharingan is being distributed. Chapter 2, Kamui. As the system's voice faded, Kazuma felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Kazuma covered his eyes and sat down on a chair. Sweat ran down his forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. It felt like someone was sticking a scorching hot needle into his eyeball. But when Kazuma thought about how the Uchiha clansmen awaken the Sharingan, this felt like a breeze. "Hey! What's wrong with you?" Gojo Satoru quickly put the blindfold back on. He thought that staring at his six eyes for too long had hurt Kazuma. Kazuma closed his eyes tightly. While feeling both pain and joy, he waved at Gojo Satoru to indicate that he was fine. 5 minutes later. Kazuma came to the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. His originally black eyes had turned scarlet, and 3 tomos were slowly turning and spreading out, forming a beautiful Mangekyo pattern in an instant. It looked mysterious and unpredictable. Wait a minute. Isn't this the same pattern as Obito's Mangekyo? Kazuma looked around. The remaining cursed energy in the air and the dust scattered on the ground were all presented in extreme detail before his eyes. He looked at the cup of water on the table not far away and glared slightly. The center of the cup suddenly began to twist, and the entire cup disappeared. Is this Kamui? It's so powerful. With a thought, Kazuma opened the ability panel. Kamui, the left eye is mainly used for attack. It can distort space at the point of sight. The right eye is mainly used for defense. Actively using it allows one to suck themselves or external objects into the Kamui dimension. When attacked, the user's body will automatically transfer to the Kamui dimension and become immune to all damage. Note, there will be no side effects after upgrading to Eternal Mangekyo. If he uses his left eye well, he can easily kill someone by just distorting the space where their head is located. The power of the right eye greatly improves his survival ability, and he can also perform many cool operations. For example, locking the enemy in the Kamui dimension and letting them starve to death. But he still has to work hard to advance to eternal Mangekyo. He didn't want to go blind due to overusing his Mangekyo. Maybe it's because of transmigrating or something else, but he seems to be able to substitute chakra with cursed energy. This way, he can use both curse techniques and ninjutsu. Wow! Is this your curse technique? It's amazing. Gojo Satoru flashed to Kazuma's side and looked at him curiously. It looks like this time, he had found a treasure. Kazuma deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and his pupils returned to normal. He said, "Well, thanks to you, I just awakened." Gojo Satoru deeply stared at him and waved his hand. He nonchalantly said, "It has nothing to do with me." His 6 eyes is indeed powerful, but helping others awaken their cursed technique is impossible. The only explanation is that Kazuma has a very high talent and is a natural-born sorcerer. Kazuma said, "Let's go, Gojo-sensei. Please take care of me in the future." Gojo Satoru said, "Oh, please take care of me as well, Kazuma." Seeing Kazuma agree, Gojo Satoru showed some joy. Nowadays, the number of cursed spirits has been rapidly increasing. In comparison, the number of sorcerers is extremely low. So, he was very happy to recruit a talented student. Looking at the hand on his shoulder, Kazuma thought, "Are we going to Tokyo Jujutsu High or?" In the introduction just now, Gojo Satoru had mentioned the general information of the world of Jujutsu. But he still didn't know what time period he was in right now. Has Yuji already eaten Sukuna's finger? Gojo Satoru said, "Your senpai called just now and said he was in trouble. Let's go over there." Gojo Satoru grabbed Kazuma's clothes. Then, he jumped up, and quickly shuttled through the city. Kazuma felt the scene in front of him change rapidly. The wind howled, blowing his hair back, but he did not panic. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his physique and ocular power had made a qualitative leap. Although Gojo Satoru was moving very fast, he could still clearly see every building he passed by. Seeing that Kazuma was not at all panicked, Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This boy is not only gifted, but also has a stable mind. He may be able to reach Yuta's level. Is Tokyo Jujutsu High about to welcome a new special grade sorcerer? Feeling a little hungry, Kazuma held out his hand and said, "Gojo-sensei, can you give me a piece of mochi?" Gojo Satoru felt a pain in his heart and said, "I'll only give you 1 piece." West High School. Crash. The sound of glass shattering was heard. "Senpai. Are you all right?" Yuji relied on his excellent physique to shatter the glass with a flying kick. He also repelled the huge cursed spirit. The student, who was on the verge of death, was still shaken. Megumi shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to come?" Seeing that Yuji had actually faced a cursed spirit, Megumi was dumbfounded. This reckless man. Megumi gritted his teeth and ran at full speed down the corridor while making a sign with his hands. "Divine dogs. Go save them." Following his command, 2 Shikigamis condensed by cursed energy emerged from the black shadows. The 2 dogs, one black and one white, rushed towards the ugly cursed spirit. After putting down the student in his arms, Yuji looked forward in surprise and said, "Is this the cursed spirit that Megumi mentioned? It's a little different from what I had imagined." Boom. Megumi attacked, smashing the cursed spirit into pieces. The 2 divine dogs' eyes shined, and they immediately rushed forward to share the food. Megumi put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "I wanted to ask you why you came. You did a good job, but aren't you afraid?" This should be the first time Yuji has seen a cursed spirit, so he should be scared. Yuji said, "I was quite scared at first, but my grandfather's death taught me one thing. At least, I want to let the people I know have a proper death." Yuji felt sad as he looked at the dark red dried finger sliding off the student's body. The cloth strip that had sealed it had been removed. "If I hadn't brought this finger back, this wouldn't have happened. Senpai wouldn't have been hurt. This happened because of me." Megumi said, "Okay, don't blame yourself too much, their lives are not in danger. This is a special grade cursed object, Ryaman Sukuna's finger. Hurry and give it to me." If it falls into the hands of a cursed spirit, the consequences will be disastrous. Megumi reached out for it. Although he didn't know what was so delicious about this finger, Yuji still handed it over. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and a huge hand stretched out. Its target was the finger in Yuji's palm. Megumi's pupils contracted, and the two divine dogs also noticed it and roared. "Run!" Boom. A huge cursed spirit fell. Its body was made up of countless cursed spirit corpses, resembling a giant lizard. The aura it exuded was much stronger than the previous cursed spirits. Yuji was blown away by the impact, and Megumi was slapped away and fell on the second-floor platform. The blow was so powerful that the building almost collapsed and the power was cut off. Megumi spat out a mouthful of blood and was unable to stand up for a while, let alone use his cursed technique. The cursed spirit rushed forward at a high speed, trying to devour him. At the critical moment, Yuji jumped up. He rode on the cursed spirit, raised his fist and smashed it hard. Megumi raised his head with difficulty and said, "Cursed spirits can only be eliminated with cursed energy, you can't defeat it. Go." But Yuji didn't care about Megumi's words. If he really leaves, Megumi will surely die. Itadori didn't want that to happen. But the gap in strength between Yuji and the cursed spirit was obvious. After a while, Yuji was tightly held by the giant hand. The cursed spirit opened its bloody mouth and the stench made Yuji dizzy. His internal organs were squeezed. Blood was oozing from the corners of Yuji's mouth, and he felt severe pain. He held Sukuna's finger to his lips, and Megumi's words resounded in his mind. "Will eating it give him cursed energy? Isn't this the way to save everyone?" Yuji shouted, "I just need to have cursed energy, right?" Megumi shouted, "No." Yuji ruthlessly swallowed the finger in one gulp. "It's over." Megumi fell to his knees in despair and put his hands on his head. Outside the school, Kazuma thought, is this the place where Yuji eats Sukuna's finger? It was pitch black, and nothing inside could be seen. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. A new mission choice has begun. Mission Option 1, with the power of Kamui in hand, the world is mine. Use the power of Kamui to make Sukuna's mentality shake. Reward, 8 inner gates. Mission Option 2, transform into a cheerleader and cheer for Gojo Satoru. Reward, Naruto's Talk no Jutsu. Mission Option 3, while Gojo Satoru fights Sukuna, eat up all of his machas. Reward, Tsunade's Black Stockings. Long-term mission, the higher-ups of the Jujutsu Society are corrupt. Refuse to work for them. Create the Akatsuki and invite sorcerers to join it. Progress, 0/3 people. Reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 3, Kazuma vs. Sukuna. This system is a bit. First, let's rule out the third option. He just ate one piece of mochi. It was too sweet. And Tsunade's black stockings are, certainly good. But who can resist the 8 inner gates? Kazuma had already made a choice in mind. There's actually a long-term mission. Akatsuki. He was familiar with this. The most popular villain organization in Naruto. Moreover, the reward is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that he will have to slowly poach people after joining Jujutsu High. Would Gojo Satoru be angry if he knew that he was poaching sorcerers? Wait a minute. Why not just find a way to poach Gojo Satoru? Kazuma shook his head. He had to complete the mission and obtain the 8 inner gates first. Let's go in, Gojo-sensei. Yuji had fainted, but Sukuna, the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, had woken up. Sukuna only used a little force to tear the cursed spirit's arm into pieces. Black lines appeared on Yuji's face and arms. That finger is mine, give it back to me. The huge body of the cursed spirit crawled over frantically, determined to devour the person in front of it. TSK, you noisy bastard. Sukuna turned one of his hands into a claw and swiped at the air, tearing the huge body of the cursed spirit into pieces. The cursed spirit's flesh and blood were cut into countless pieces, and purple blood fell like rain. With just one strike, Sukuna instantly killed a grade 1 cursed spirit that had put Megumi in a desperate situation. Ha 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 ha. The moonlight is best experienced in person. Sukuna tore his clothes and looked up to the sky. He laughed, letting the moonlight shine on his crazy face. He stretched out his arms and said, "Is this the world 1,000 years later? I smell countless fascinating scents." Thousands of years ago, during the golden era of Jujutsu, countless sorcerers had attacked him, but all of them had failed and become piles of bones under his feet. It's over now. Megumi looked at Sukuna with a complicated expression. Sukuna glanced at Megumi with the small eyes on his face and said, "Now, it's your turn." Just when Sukuna was about to take action. Bang. Yuji slapped himself in the face and said, "What the hell? This is my body." "Huh? You can actually. Damn it. I have only been outside for a while." Sukuna's voice echoed inside his body. 2 seconds later. The evil aura disappeared, and the eyes on Yuji's face retracted. Yuji asked, "Hey. Megumi, what are you doing?" Megumi half-crouched on the ground, forming some sign with his hands. He said, "Sorry, according to the rules, I must eliminate you." At this moment, Gojo Satoru said, "What's going on?" Kazuma and Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared beside him. Megumi was delighted and said, "Gojo-sensei, you are finally here." Who is this person next to you?" Gojo Satoru replied, "Kazuma, a new genius sorcerer, how is he? Is he as handsome as me?" Looking at the blood-covered Megumi in front of him, Kazuma smiled and greeted him. Megumi is just as he remembers, a serious and proud man with black spiky hair and a kind heart. Kazuma planned to leave a good impression on Megumi. After all, he is a prospective member of the Akatsuki. Gojo Satoru looked at Yuji, who was shirtless and looked confused. He asked, "Where's Sukuna's finger? Is it still here?" Yuji said, Sorry, I ate it." After Megumi's explanation, Gojo Satoru not only did not panic but instead showed excitement. "So Megumi, do you want him to die?" Gojo Satoru smiled and looked at Megumi. Megumi hesitated and shook his head. He said, "No, I don't want him to die." Gojo Satoru asked again, "What about you, Kazuma?" "No." Kazuma pretended to think and continued, "But, can you let me and Sukuna fight for a while? You can just treat it as a freshman exam, how about it?" Hearing Kazuma's words, everyone was stunned. Megumi immediately stopped him and said, "How could that be possible? Even if Sukuna has only eaten one finger, he is still a special grade curse. How can a newbie face such a risk? That's crazy." Gojo Satoru looked at Kazuma and said, "If you're not careful, you'll die." "Are you sure?" At this time, Kazuma had already started doing warm-up exercises. He said, "Aren't you here, Gojo-sensei?" "Ahahaha. Interesting." Gojo Satoru smiled and held up 10 fingers. He said, 10 moves. If you can survive 10 moves from Sukuna, you'll pass." Megumi exclaimed, "What? Gojo-sensei, how can a rookie last 10 moves against a special grade?" This new guy being crazy wasn't unexpected, but why was Gojo-sensei also having such crazy thoughts alongside him? Gojo Satoru waved his hands casually and said, Yeah. Don't worry. I'm here to watch over him, nothing will happen." For him, saving Kazuma from one-finger Sukuna was as easy as eating a pie. He also wanted to see what kind of cursed technique Kazuma had awakened that made him so confident. But no matter what, it is unlikely that Kazuma will survive 10 moves. So, he will have to watch carefully. He can't let a genius die just like that. Kazuma stepped forward and said, "Then Yuji, let Sukuna come out." Kazuma activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his black pupils turned scarlet. Kazuma has the passive ability of Kamui, so he was sure that he would not be in any danger. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack, Sukuna won't even be able to touch him. At this moment, Kazuma was a little excited. After all, this was his first battle and it was even against Sukuna. Yuji lowered his head and said nothing. After a moment, a violent aura emanated. Black lines condensed on his face, and small eyes reappeared. Sukuna said, "Haha, are all sorcerers from this age so arrogant?" Gojo Satoru said, "Oh, how scary, the king of curses is angry." Megumi looked at Kazuma with great worry. Sukuna twisted his neck and said, I'll kill all of you. Then he moved in front of Kazuma, and his sharp black claws reached out to dig out Kazuma's heart. Kazuma didn't move, allowing Sukuna to approach him. Damn it. An untrained sorcerer can't possibly dodge Sukuna's attack. Megumi clenched his fists and said, Gojo-sensei, why don't you rescue him? It will be too late if you delay any longer. Gojo Satoru frowned and thought, is it because of lack of training that he can't react in time? Just when he was about to help, Kazuma took the initiative to step forward, and Sukuna's attack actually went straight through his body. What? Sukuna looked in disbelief at the sharp claws that had pierced through Kazuma's body. His attack actually penetrated his body. It was as if this guy was an illusory projection. Megumi's eyes widened. Straight through. What kind of cursed technique is this? No. There is no fluctuation of cursed energy at all. Does that mean Kazuma didn't use any cursed technique at all? But how is that possible? Gojo Satoru pulled down half of his blindfold, and stared at Kazuma's scarlet pupils with one eye. If he is not mistaken, the distorted fluctuations in the air just now were caused by those eyes, right? What kind of cursed technique do these eyes have? Gojo Satoru felt as if he was trapped in a deep quagmire. It was as if countless bloody hands were trying to pull him into an endless abyss. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes felt threatened for the first time. He pulled up his blindfold, and the corners of his mouth curved up. He said, amazing. As expected of my student. Swish. Strong winds blew up. Gravel flew everywhere, and the solid ground was almost split in half. Sukuna launched an overwhelming attack towards Kazuma. What? Is that all you can do? Kazuma stood where he was, allowing Sukuna to attack him however he wanted. At the same time, he did not forget to mock him. After all, the system's mission was to shake Sukuna's mentality. Sukuna, who was a little tired of fighting, stepped back and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. As the king of curses, he was actually being mocked. Is this cursed technique related to space? I can't attack you, but why aren't you attacking me? You don't dare. Or, you have no means of attack at all. Ha ha ha. Sukuna roughly guessed Kazuma's ability. From the beginning to the end, the guy in front of him had not launched an attack. Even when he had just deliberately exposed a flaw, Kazuma remained indifferent. Kazuma raised his eyebrows slightly. Hearing what Sukuna had said, he remembered the space distortion of his left eye. The corners of his mouth slightly curved. No means of attack. The Mangekyo pattern in Kazuma's left eye rotated, and focused on Sukuna's head. Future plans. Kazuma ran his hands through his hair. The Mangekyo pattern in his left eye rotated, and focused on Sukuna's head. Kamui. A strange vortex appeared at the place where Sukuna's head was located. Sukuna felt strong sense of danger. His pupils shrank sharply, and he dodged at a high speed. Snap. Sukuna's arm was cut off. He covered his arm that was bleeding, and looked at Kazuma with a little fear. He felt a chill run down his spine. This guy twisted space to cut off his body. If he hadn't dodged in time, the head of this vessel would have been twisted off. What a terrifying curse technique. It seems to be more powerful than his own cleave and dismantle. Sukuna used the reverse curse technique to make his arm grow back. Megumi swallowed his saliva, with a look of horror in his eyes. Isn't this too outrageous? He actually destroyed his arm. Gojo-sensei, who exactly is Kazuma? Megumi looked at Gojo Satoru seriously. He didn't believe that Kazuma was just a novice sorcerer. Putting aside Kazuma's abilities, his calmness when facing Sukuna for the first time was intriguing. Gojo Satoru's heart was also very shaken, but it was not because of Kazuma's ability. It was because Yuji's head was almost. If Sukuna hadn't dodged in time, Yuji would have died. As for Kazuma's identity, he didn't care about Kazuma's background as he was sure that Kazuma had no malicious intent. Kazuma covered his left eye while pretending to be in pain. The cost of using the ability of his right eye was very small, but the side effect of using the left eye was quite serious. After only one use, his left eye had become a little dry. As for why he was acting like he was in so much pain. Of course, he was pretending for Sukuna. He knew from reading the manga that Sukuna was extremely good at planning. Wasn't the duel with Gojo Satoru the best proof of this? Seeing this, Sukuna smiled and said, I see. Performing such a weird attack causes a great backlash, right? If you launch another attack, will you become blind? It seems that if they continue to fight, he will win. Just now, his state of mind was actually shaken a little. If this guy could continue to use that move, it would be a great threat to him. Fortunately, he can't. Kazuma didn't speak, because... Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 8 inner gates is being distributed. Kazuma's lips curled. 8 inner gates is the unique skill of Might Guy in Naruto. After opening the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, Guy could cause space distortion just by physical attacks. As the system prompt sounded, all the information about 8 inner gates flooded into Kazuma's mind. A warm current flowed through his body. Feeling the power surging in his body, Kazuma felt that he could blow up the previous cursed spirit's head with just one punch. Opening gate, open. Gate of rest, open. Kazuma's body trembled, and he opened the 2nd gate. The air around him surged, making his clothes rustle. The air around his body was boiling as the gate of rest was opened. In this state, Kazuma's strength and speed had been greatly improved. With one step, Kazuma crushed the ground, and flashed behind Sukuna. He sent Sukuna flying into the air with an uppercut. So fast! While Sukuna was still confused in the air, a black shoe appeared before his eyes. Bang! Sukuna's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Kazuma can only open up to the 2nd gate at present. Going any higher will hurt his body. However, it is enough to deal with Sukuna at his current stage. Sukuna, who had climbed out of the deep pit, laughed. He said, interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect that the world 1,000 years later would be much more exciting than before. He pointed at Kazuma and said, I'll remember you and look forward to our next fight. After saying this, his body fell down helplessly. Yuji took control of his body again. However, Yuji fainted at this time. Megumi, who was watching the battle from a distance, didn't know what to say. Sukuna, who could easily kill a grade 1 cursed spirit in 1 second, was beaten up by a rookie sorcerer who wasn't even grade 4. Although that was only one finger Sukuna, he was still very strong. If it were him, would he be able to last 10 moves? Where did Gojo-sensei find such a ruthless person? Gojo Satoru put his hand on Kazuma's shoulder and said, Wow. Kazuma, you are so mean. You actually have such a hidden trick up your sleeve. If the spatial ability just now was Kazuma's innate curse technique, then what about this physical skill? It would be impossible to achieve this level without constant training. Maybe Kazuma didn't need him to save him before. From this perspective, Kazuma's identity is indeed worth exploring. Kazuma looked at the two helplessly. He knew that he couldn't clearly explain anything, so he just didn't bother to explain. Let them figure it out themselves. Megumi carried the unconscious Yuji, and prepared to take a bus back to Tokyo Jujutsu High. Before leaving, Kazuma used his Kamui to mark the coordinates of this place. Using Kamui, he can travel freely regardless of distance, but the prerequisite is to have coordinates. Kazuma did not forget that he still had a mission to create the Akatsuki. This place might be used as the base of the Akatsuki in the future. With the coordinates, he can teleport back and forth. On the bus, Kazuma leaned against the window, admiring the moonlight. The moon in this world is also round, and it seems even brighter. At this moment, he felt like he was dreaming. He had actually transmigrated. But there is nothing worth missing from his previous world. Being an orphan without a father or a mother, coupled with the 12-hour double shift work on the assembly line every day, his dream of being a hero had long been crushed. Now that he has been given this opportunity, he must make the most of this life. The tragedy in the manga will never happen in his presence. He will make sure of it. But the premise of all this is strength. He must become so strong that no one can threaten him. After all, this world is extremely dangerous. Even someone as strong as Gojo Satoru died. Therefore, he should not let down his guard just because he has Kamui. Perhaps even if the system had not issued the mission of creating the Akatsuki, he would have taken the initiative to form a force later. After all, those old and corrupt people in the upper echelons of Jujutsu society are not worthy of trust. Now, he has obtained the power of double Kamui and 8 inner gates. Judging from the battle just now, the left eye's ability is best used to catch the enemy by surprise. His left eye's ability has some shortcomings. If the distance is too far, it is impossible to focus accurately. This can be seen from the fact that Kakashi destroyed Deidara's arm in Naruto. Kakashi's original intention was to kill Deidara instantly by twisting his head with Kamui, but he made a misjudgment due to the long distance. Moreover, the attack is not instantaneous, which means there is a chance for the enemy to react. As for the 8 inner gates, due to his physical limitations, he can only open the second gate for now. In the anime, opening the gate of death basically means certain death. Thinking of this, Kazuma suddenly stood up and thought of something. If he can learn reverse curse technique, will he be able to open the 8 inner gates without any damage? Can the healing brought about by positive energy repair or even neutralize the damage caused by the gate of death? Right now, the most important thing was to go to Jujutsu High and poach some talents. He has to recruit at least 3 people to get the reward. If he remembered correctly, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has many powerful abilities, such as the perfect Susanoo. And through the emergence of the previous mission choices, he had come to a conclusion. Participating in events or interacting with sorcerers increases the probability of triggering mission choices. Chapter 5, Entrance Test. Suburbs of Tokyo. Toko Jujutsu High is located in a sparsely populated mountain area. Yuji had already handled his grandfather's funeral, and Gojo Satoru had personally saved Yuji. Yuji's punishment of death penalty was changed from immediate execution to a suspended sentence. Yuji looked around curiously and said, "Is this really a Jujutsu High school? Why does it look like a deep forest?" Gojo Satoru replied, "Just get used to it. After all, how can a place for Jujutsu be built in the center of a city?" Yuji then turned his attention to Kazuma and said, "Kazuma is really amazing. He was able to suppress Sukuna the entire time." Kazuma patted Yuji on the shoulder. Back then, Kazuma had almost forgotten that Sukuna was occupying Yuji's body. If Sukuna hadn't dodged, Yuji would have. Kazuma glanced at Yuji's previously missing arm. Luckily, Sukuna had used the reverse curse technique to help him recover. Yuji asked in confusion, "By the way, where is Megumi?" Gojo Satoru held his head in his hands and smiled. "He has internal injuries and is receiving treatment. He should be sleeping soundly now." Then, he looked at Kazuma and Yuji, giving them the rundown on the school. After a general talk, the group had arrived in front of a retro courtyard gate. There were large characters engraved on it, "Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College." Gojo Satoru said, "Anyway, you two must behave well later. If the principal is not satisfied, he may refuse your admission to the school." Hearing this, Yuji held his head and screamed, "I might be rejected. If so, I'll be executed immediately." Gojo Satoru said, "Don't be afraid. The principal is a very kind person." Soon, the 3 of them entered a large courtyard room. The light inside the house was dim, as oni candles were used on both sides for illumination. The entire house was filled with dolls with strange expressions. "Too slow, Satoru. You're 8 minutes late." A voice rang out. Yuji was taken aback. He saw a tough old man sitting cross-legged in front of him, his hands busy knitting a doll. A serious-looking uncle was actually making a cute doll. Aren't his actions and appearance too inconsistent? Kazuma looked around calmly. He knew that these dolls piled everywhere were not ordinary dolls. Instead, they were cursed corpses made by Yaga Masamichi himself. These dolls should not be underestimated. The next step is probably torturing Yuji. Yaga looked at Kazuma with some surprise, and then continued to speak to Gojo Satoru. "I won't reprimand you, but you have to change your habit of being late." Gojo Satoru placed his hand on Kazuma's shoulder, looking like he was enjoying a good show. He said, "Let me introduce him to you. This is our great principal Yaga Masamichi. His hobby is knitting some sexy dolls. If you have any needs in that area, you can contact him privately for customization." Gojo Satoru joked in a mean way. Yaga Masamichi gritted his teeth and said, "Stop it, I am the principal. Don't you have any dignity?" He then slowly stood up, and walked forward. He looked deeply at Kazuma, and then set his sights on Yuji. He said, "You are Sukuna's vessel. You're a hidden bomb. Yuji bowed quickly and said nervously, It's me. Sorry to bother you. Yaga Masamichi asked, what are you doing here? Yuji said, interview. Yaga Masamichi asked again, I asked you, what is your purpose in coming to Tokyo Jujutsu High? Yuji looked confused, then answered truthfully from his heart. Gojo Satoru shook his head helplessly. HR spread his hands toward Kazuma, and complained, Hey! It starts again. Kazuma was currently looking around for a doll. He finally locked his gaze onto a pink doll with twin ponytails. Kamui. The space twisted, and the doll was silently sucked into the Kamui dimension. Since he was bored now, he might as well find a doll to hug when he sleeps at night. Ahem. Gojo Satoru pointed somewhere and whispered in his ear, I want the one with a tuft of hair on the forehead. Looking at the direction of Gojo Satoru's finger, Kazuma was stunned. Why did this hairstyle look so similar to Geto Sugiru's? Kazuma sucked the doll into the Kamui dimension, fulfilling Gojo Satoru's request. Bang. Yuji was knocked away by the doll. Yaga tortured Yuji while preaching some great truths. These words might be long-winded to others, but they were absolutely meaningful to Yuji. It was at this moment that Yuji realized his inner self. His expression changed for a moment, then he said loudly with a firm look in his eyes, only I can swallow Sukuna's finger. Even if I can avoid the death penalty and escape this mission, when I go back to eat, take a shower, or something else, someone may die tragically because of Sukuna and cursed spirits at any time. How can I be at peace? I don't want that. Yaga Masamichi stopped and said, very good, you passed. Kazuma couldn't help but sigh. What a responsible and kind person. But he is not as noble as Yuji. He just wants to become stronger and protect the people he cares about. What does the life and death of others have to do with him? It's your turn, freshman. Gojo Satoru must have seen something special to bring you here, right? Let me see it for myself. Yaga Masamichi turned his gaze toward Kazuma. Wait. Gojo Satoru quickly ran up and said, I advise you not to fight him. You will regret it. Yaga Masamichi raised his eyebrows and said, do you think I can't even beat a freshman? Although he, Yaga Masamichi, is not a monster like Gojo Satoru, he is still the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Panda is his proudest achievement. With Panda, he could even barely squeeze into the ranks of top grade 1 sorcerers. Even without Panda, he could control hundreds of cursed corpses at the same time. He is a certified grade 1 sorcerer. Gojo Satoru was telling him that he couldn't handle a new sorcerer. Hey, I've already warned you. After trying in vain, Gojo Satoru flashed in front of Kazuma and pointed at his eyes. He whispered, don't be too harsh. Kazuma nodded. He certainly wouldn't use Kamui to attack Yaga Masamichi. Although this principal is a bit old-fashioned and strict, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him as a person, and he even deserves admiration. The only thing Kazuma wanted to complain about was that he was too righteous, and his death was a bit depressing. Yaga Masamichi seriously said, so, why did you come to Tokyo Jujutsu High? For what? Of course, it's to poach people. Not only the ones in Tokyo, but also those in Kyoto cannot be spared. But Kazuma can't really say that. So, he looked at Yaga Masamichi and asked, didn't Gojo-sensei say that food and lodging would be provided? As soon as these words came out, the nearby people were stunned at the same time. Gojo Satoru gave Kazuma a crazy look. Hey. Can you not be so blunt? I'm in a difficult situation. Yuji's mouth was so wide open that it seemed like an entire apple could fit in it. As expected of Kazuma. He actually dared to say that. If it were me, I would probably be severely beaten. But if it's Kazuma, any answer would be fine, right? After all, he is very strong and cannot be viewed from the perspective of a freshman. He wondered who was stronger, Kazuma or the principal. Tur 6, Kazuma vs. Yaga. Free food and accommodation. Did you come here just for free food and accommodation? Yaga Masamichi was completely furious. His face turned bright red with anger. The hundreds of dolls in the house instantly surrounded Kazuma. As a sorcerer, this Kidi so unaware. He must teach him a lesson. If, After the lesson, he still can't get a satisfactory answer, then he won't accept this guy's admission. Even if Kazuma has some talent, it doesn't matter. Jujutsu High is not a place to fool around. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, several figures quietly approached the door. They were the second-year students of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Panda, Inamaki, and Zenin Maki. The genius freshman that Megumi mentioned must be in there receiving a lecture from the principal. Panda muttered, pressing his round body close to the door. "Keep it down, or you'll get punished if he hears you," Maki warned. She crossed her arms. A slight frown appeared on her cold, beautiful face as she looked serious. Just earlier, when they had visited Megumi, they had learned that Gojo Satoru had brought in 2 new students. One was Yuji, who had swallowed Sukuna's finger, and the other was Kazuma, who was incredibly strong. Maki had come here specifically to see this new guy, Kazuma, because Megumi had said that Kazuma's physical skills were better than her own. Naturally, she wanted to see it for herself and maybe even compete with him. Inamaki waved from a distance and said, "Salmon." Panda casually responded, "It's fine, Inamaki. We won't get discovered by the principal." As soon as he said that, bang! The door suddenly exploded. The powerful impact caught the 3 off guard, sending them flying. The entire house shook violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Gojo Satoru and Yuji also stumbled back, looking at the 3 lying on the ground in surprise. Panda said, "What happened? Isn't the principal just interviewing the new students?" Maki and Inamaki also glanced at Gojo Satoru curiously. Gojo Satoru smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry, the principal is just sparring with him. Competing with a freshman. Is this massive commotion really just because of a competition? It's obvious that the principal is angry." Yuji, who was still a bit dazed, forced a smile and said, "My name's Itadori Yuji, nice to meet you, please take care of me, hee." The 3 of them were stunned. Since Itadori was there, the one inside must be Kazuma, right? Panda asked in shock, "Wait. Gojo-sensei, are you really not going to do something?" Although he didn't know how Kazuma had angered the principal, it was clear that Principal Yaga was serious. What if Kazuma gets seriously hurt? After all, Yaga Masamichi was the one who had created him. Calling them father and son wouldn't be an exaggeration. And Panda knew Yaga's temper all too well. If there isn't a satisfactory answer, he might. Gojo Satoru looked into the room, deep in thought. He said, "It's not certain who will beat whom." As soon as these words were out, everyone's eyes widened in shock. What? Did they hear that right? Although they had heard that Kazuma was very powerful, was he strong enough to compete with Principal Yaga? Isn't that an exaggeration? Even the genius Yuta had been beaten by the principal a lot, right? Obviously, Gojo Satoru's words didn't convince them. Boom. 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 The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated in the air. The windows shattered, the beams cracked, and the roof almost tore off. Dust filled the air. Maki and the others quietly thought to themselves. Judging by the sound, it was clearly a physical battle. Although Principal Yaga specialized in cursed corpse production, and his physical ability, surrounded by several cursed spirits, she was panting heavily and had been cornered by them. Damn it. These curses are obviously much stronger than the one on the second floor. Can she really handle them? However, if she doesn't defeat these curses, she and the child who had fainted beside her will surely die. There are at least 4 or 5 curses on the second floor. It is impossible for Kazuma and Yuji to finish them off so quickly. The iron gate was clearly in front of her, but she felt it was far away. The curse had already blocked her way out of the room. Does she have to fight alone? Soon, a curse squirmed and pounced on her. She swung her hammer with all her might, piercing the body of the curse. Then she gritted her teeth, squeezed out her remaining strength, and shot out 3 nails. But she was exhausted. The speed and accuracy of the nails had dropped significantly. So, the curses that were besieging her easily dodged them. It's over. Is she going to die at the hands of a curse? I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't even know what love feels like. Most importantly, I haven't met Saori yet. Nobara had a dazed look on her face, and many scenes appeared before her eyes. She saw the thing that had left the deepest impression on her mind. Saori's beautiful figure left her, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Just then. Whoosh! The air rippled, and Kazuma descended along with a vortex. Chapter 9, First Member of the Akatsuki. Kazuma's figure slowly emerged from the whirlpool. Kazuma said, "It looks like you've run into some serious trouble." Kazuma patted Nobara's cheek and calmly said, "Don't think about Saori. Deal with the cursed spirit in front of you first." It was obvious that Nobara was in an illusory world just now. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, every character has some sort of hallucination in their final moments. Luckily, Kazuma had arrived in time. Nobara wiped away the tears from her eyes and looked at Kazuma in disbelief. She asked, How did you get in?" The door in front was still locked and there was no sign of the window being opened. Could it be that he had appeared out of thin air? Looking at the figure standing in front of her, Nobara felt safe. Wait a moment. How did this annoying guy know that she was thinking about Saori? Could it be that he knows Saori? At this time, several cursed spirits pounced on Kazuma at the same time. The Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in Kazuma's left eye rotated, and emitted a dazzling red light. The space around a cursed spirit's head was twisted. Along with the space, the cursed spirit's entire head was torn apart by an irresistible force. Blood splattered all over the ground. Thump. A headless body fell down. Nobara's eyes widened in shock. What kind of cursed technique is this? Insta-kill. What happened just now? The cursed spirit's head was separated in the blink of an eye. Opening gate, open. To deal with these cursed spirits, there was no need for Kazuma to open the second gate. Kazuma snatched the hammer in Nobara's hand and charged into the cursed spirits with a sly grin. Nobara said, "Hey. My hammer. Be careful. There are 5 cursed spirits on the opposite side. Will Kazuma be okay if he just rushes in like this? He is even more impulsive than her." Nobara, who was a little worried at first, stopped her train of thoughts in the next second. She saw a layer of blood-red cursed energy cover the surface of the hammer. Kazuma's body moved swiftly. The wind whistled, and he easily killed the cursed spirits that had forced her into a desperate situation. Wow, so awesome. Nobara hadn't expected that her hammer could be used like this. Killing one cursed spirit with one hammer strike. No. Just now Kazuma seemed to have killed 2 with one hammer strike. Soon, as the last cursed spirit's head exploded, the room fell into deathly silence. Kazuma took out 2 tissues and considerately wiped the blood off the surface of the hammer. Kazuma said, "Here. This hammer is quite convenient." Nobara took her hammer in a daze. She said, "You are really just a freshman. Is this really the work of just a rookie?" With the ability Kazuma had just shown, even being a teacher would be acceptable, right? Could it be that Kazuma likes to hide his strength and act low-key? Inside the room, Nobara held her chin and circled around Kazuma, looking at him carefully. Kazuma was speechless and took out his student ID card from his pocket. Kazuma said, "Look carefully, I am a first-year student at the Tokyo Jujutsu High. I am a genuine 4th-grade sorcerer." Nobara leaned over and looked at Kazuma for a long time before becoming sure that Kazuma had not lied to her. But after confirming his identity, she became even more shocked. What a monster. He is only a 4th-grade sorcerer, but he easily killed so many 2nd-grade cursed spirits. Humph. She suddenly put her hands on her hips and frowned. She pushed Kazuma into a corner and looked at him closely. She asked, "Tell me. How do you know about Saori?" She has never mentioned Saori to anyone, and Saori doesn't have any male friends in her knowledge. Nobara and Kazuma's faces were only 20 centimeters apart. The breath of both parties hit each other's faces. Kazuma's brain was running at a high speed. Damn it. He had just come to this world a few days ago. He was already being pushed against the wall by Nobara. Fortunately, Kazuma could make up excuses without thinking. Kazuma slightly smiled and pointed to his eyes. He said, "I can see your past and future." Is this true? Nobara fixed her gaze on Kazuma's scarlet pupils. For a moment, she felt her heart pound, and feelings of fear, foreboding, and grief surged into her heart. She covered her chest and took several steps back. Nobara was sweating profusely and had difficulty breathing. Just looking at Kazuma's eyes for a second made her feel as if she was falling into an endless abyss. Such scary eyes. It seemed like a devil hiding inside those eyes. Nobara asked, "Are you telling the truth? Then, what about my future?" Nobara bit her red lips. From the moment she had decided to become a sorcerer, she had never thought of having a good ending. She just wondered if she could meet Saori. Kazuma knew that the opportunity to poach Nobara into the Akatsuki had come. Just now, he had actually used a little bit of genjutsu. During the past few days, he had gradually mastered the unique genjutsu of the Sharingan. Although it was not as good as Itachi's Tsukuyomi, it was already good enough. Moreover, Kazuma believed that his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan still had many functions waiting to be developed. He walked forward slowly and said, "Your future is not very good. You couldn't meet Saori. That's enough." Nobara covered her ears tightly, not wanting to listen any more. Kazuma knew about Saori. It seems that his eyes really have the ability to predict the future. But she didn't dare to listen anymore. In fact, Kazuma had not lied. The endings of the sorcerers in Jujutsu Kaisen were not very good, and Nobara was no exception. She was unable to meet Saori in the end. T/N, the MC died during the Yuta, Gojo, vs Sukuna, Megumi, part, so in his mind, Nobara had died. Looking at Nobara's changing expression, Kazuma said, "I can predict the future, so I can also change fate, but..." This time, it was Kazuma's turn to force her into a corner. Seeing Kazuma staring at her with ill intentions, Nobara blushed and asked, What do you want to do?" "I will not give in for an illusory future." Kazuma's mouth twitched. Is he that kind of person? Kazuma lifted her chin and said, "Join the Akatsuki and I will change your fate." Akatsuki. Nobara was puzzled. She had never heard of Akatsuki. Akatsuki also means dawn. It is a great and righteous organization that fights against cursed spirits, protects the people. It maintains world peace with selfless dedication. Kazuma put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said passionately. Chapter 10, Yuji's Misunderstanding. After a round of questioning, Nobara stared at Kazuma in surprise. Is he as righteous and selfless as he says? Kazuma said, "So, what's your decision? You know, the price of changing one's fate is very high. I might even go blind. And you don't have to do anything. The mission only stated having people join the Akatsuki, and there were no other requirements. But at the very least, the members must join willingly, otherwise it will definitely not count." This is also the reason why he did not use genjutsu to control Nobara's mind. Nobara fell into deep thought. Does this count as betraying Jujutsu High? Probably not, right? After all, Kazuma had said that she didn't need to leave the school. She just had to hold the orders of the Akatsuki in higher priority. This annoying guy, isn't he afraid that she will spill the beans to the school? But, when she thought about her unsatisfactory future, and not being able to meet Saori. Damn it. He actually got me. Kazuma smiled and held out his hand. He said, "Welcome to the Akatsuki. Your future will be bright." A few seconds later. Snap. Nobara held Kazuma's palm. Now, the Akatsuki has one more person. The mission to establish the Akatsuki has finally taken a big step forward. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to be waving to him. Nobara asked, "How many people are there in the Akatsuki?" Kazuma awkwardly held up 2 fingers and said, "For now, it's just you and me." Nobara said, "TSK. So you were a lone commander before this?" "I thought the Akatsuki was some grand organization when I had heard the name." Kazuma said, "There will be more members in the future, and you will be a veteran." Bang. At this time, Yuji kicked open the iron door. The atmosphere became silent, awkward. Yuji looked at Nobara and Kazuma, who were pretty close, and became flustered. He awkwardly said, "Sorry to bother you." He gasped and immediately slammed the door shut. At this moment, Nobara and Kazuma realized that their postures were somewhat ambiguous. Before Nobara could kick him, Kazuma gracefully moved away to avoid the attack. After a long while, Yuji came in with an awkward smile. He said, "He. As expected of Kazuma, he even impressed someone as tough as Nobara. Before Yuji could finish his words, he was kicked away by Nobara. Yuji touched his numb butt and stood up with difficulty. He said, "Let's go, the cursed spirits here should be cleared up." Nobara picked up the fainted child in her hands and prepared to leave. Kazuma said, "Leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." As soon as Kazuma finished speaking, the whole building began to shake violently. The turbulence was no less than a major earthquake. Through the Sharingan, Kazuma could see that the cursed energy in the air was getting thicker and thicker, and it was beginning to riot. "Haha, special grade." He looked at Yuji and Nobara and said, "A special grade is not something you can handle. Take the child and jump out of the window immediately." Yuji looked shocked and said, "But what will you do if we leave?" "Let's go, we'll just hold him back." Nobara glanced deeply at Kazuma, who had a calm expression. She said, "My future is in your hands, don't die here." Yuji became even more confused. Wait. Isn't this progress too fast? It's only been a short while since they have met each other, and Nobara is already entrusting her future to Kazuma. Crash. Following Nobara, Yuji climbed out the window. Yuji threw the cursed tool in his hand and said, "Take this. Be careful." Yuji looked at Kazuma deeply and jumped down. The whole building began to shake violently. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls, huge concrete boulders kept falling from overhead, and the entire room was falling apart. Kazuma looked down at his feet with a smile on his face, letting the gravel submerge him. At this moment, he was no longer in this dimension and was naturally not affected. At the same time. Downstairs. What's going on? Megumi hurriedly stood up and looked at the two people that had fallen out of the window. He asked, "Where is Kazuma?" Yuji looked up worriedly and said, "He said there's a special grade cursed spirit hiding inside, and told us to run first." Megumi exclaimed, "What? Special grade cursed spirit?" Megumi looked horrified. What on earth was going on? Didn't Gojo Satoru say before that the situation here was just right for them to handle? How could they deal with this special grade cursed spirit? Boom. The entire building collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins. The three retreated quickly. A gigantic worm opened its mouth and swallowed the entire building. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for the trio to breathe. The worm was nearly 100 meters long, with pale human faces growing on both sides of its head. Its back was covered with countless tentacles. "Kazuma!" The three shouted at the same time. Nobara tightly grasped the hammer in her hand. "Kazuma, don't die. I won't help you clean up the mess of the Akatsuki." Megumi said, "Yuji. Contact the school and ask for help." Divine dogs. Megumi summoned 2 divine dogs to his side. Kazuma was indeed very strong, but now that he and the entire building had been swallowed up, it would probably be difficult for him to escape. Kazuma's safety might be in jeopardy. This is bad. By the time the support arrives, Kazuma might not be alive anymore. Just when everyone felt powerless, a vortex appeared out of nowhere on a tilted billboard, and Kazuma stepped firmly on it. Looking at the 3 people standing there in a daze, he said, "You should stay away. After all, this is a special grade cursed spirit." As his voice fell, the 3 turned their heads suddenly and looked. Kazuma? When did he appear on the billboard? Stay away. Kazuma looked at the huge cursed spirit in front of him and sneered. Was this the one that had launched the sneak attack on the first floor before? Why would a guy this big launch a sneak attack? Right now, it must be angry after seeing all its subordinates being killed, right? If he kills it, the system's mission will be accomplished. Don't be impulsive, Kazuma. To be safe, let's wait for the support. They should be here soon. Judging from the previous confrontation with Sukuna, Kazuma's strength should be comparable to that of a first-grade sorcerer. Logically speaking, a first-grade sorcerer can contend with a special-grade cursed spirit. But Kazuma is a freshman and lacks experience. Without Gojo Satoru present, the risk is still too great. Waiting for the support to arrive and then attacking together would be the best course of action. Kazuma's eyes darkened slightly when he heard these words. As expected of the usually calm Megumi, he actually chose to call for help immediately. Chapter 11, Facing a Special Grade Curse. But waiting for support was not a good thing for him. To complete the mission, he has to deal with this cursed spirit alone. If it's a group fight, then he probably won't get the reward, right? So, he has to kill this special head cursed spirit before help arrives. A first-grade sorcerer can compete against a special-grade cursed spirit. So, this is a good opportunity to see what stage he is at. Nobara anxiously said, "Idiot. Stop trying to be a hero." The huge body of the cursed spirit blew away the fences and cars on the ground. Its target was Kazuma. As a special-grade cursed spirit, it could see that this human was the only threat to it. After killing him, it wouldn't have to worry. At the same time, its tail began to wriggle, and white silk instantly blocked the entire area. Larvae continued to emerge from the ground and rush towards Yuji and the other two. The whole area was blocked. Megumi made hand seals and shouted, "Max Elephant." A pink elephant fell from the sky. Bang. The ground shook violently, and this powerful blow killed many of the surrounding curse larvae. To deal with such a large number of cursed spirits, Max Elephant was undoubtedly the best choice. Nobara's eyes were sharp, and she hammered a steel needle, piercing the row of larvae in front of her. Resonance. Following her loud shout, the hammer engraved with a pink heart hit the straw doll in her left hand. The larvae that were hit by the nails instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Yuji, who had not yet learned Black Flash, could only fight the cursed larvae with hand-to-hand combat. Damn it. There's no way to kill all these larvae, let alone help Kazuma. Kazuma, don't get into any trouble. The three of them looked up at Kazuma, who was standing still, feeling extremely worried. They could only hope that help would come soon. Roar. The special-grade cursed spirit opened its mouth wide enough to swallow an entire building and rushed towards Kazuma, while countless tentacles from its back shot straight at Kazuma. Boom. The billboard was instantly crushed into powder by the overwhelming tentacles. The ground collapsed because it could not bear the huge body. Every attack of the special-grade cursed spirit had tremendous power. However, all the attacks went straight through Kazuma's body without causing any damage. Kazuma jumped up and came above the cursed spirit. He used the cursed tool in his hand to draw a shocking scar on its body. Sizzle. Green blood spurted dozens of meters. Opening gate, open. Red energy and blood surged throughout Kazuma's body. His long hair moved even into the absence of billowing wind, and the blood vessels on his forehead bulged. With his greatly increased strength and speed, he stepped on the back of the cursed spirit, swinging the knife-like cursed tool in his hand at a high speed. His terrifying hand speed that was honed through years of training was fully reflected at this moment. Kazuma cut off all the tentacles on the back of the cursed spirit like he was just cutting a normal fruit. Among special-grade cursed spirits, the larger ones are often easier to deal with compared to smaller ones. This cursed spirit must have devoured a lot of humans and has probably just entered special grade. Meanwhile, Nobara and the others became stunned when they saw Kazuma's actions. This is a lie, isn't it? Kazuma is so brave. He actually stepped on the back of a special-grade cursed spirit and slashed it. Also, isn't Kazuma's sword-swinging speed too fast? It's almost like an afterimage. Even with just his physical skills, Kazuma can probably squeeze into the ranks of first-grade sorcerers. Is this his true strength? The three were dumbfounded at this moment. They were all first-year students, so why was there such a big gap between them? No, it's not that they are weak. It's just that Kazuma is abnormally strong. Ah, unforgivable. The special-grade cursed spirit was completely enraged. Its tail stopped releasing larvae and after a while, it condensed into a head. The heads at both ends attacked Kazuma at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Attack from both sides. Kazuma, be careful. Behind you. Megumi shouted a warning. Bang. The two ends collided fiercely, and a huge shock wave blew the three people to the ground. Kazuma. Nobara's pupils were bloodshot as she screamed. From their viewpoint, Kazuma had not avoided the pincer attack. That was almost a full-strength attack from a special-grade cursed spirit. Even thick steel would be crushed, let alone Kazuma's physical body. The special-grade cursed spirit seemed to be unsatisfied and struck violently several times again. Squash. Squash into meat patties and feed it to the dogs, he he he. I'm sorry to disappoint you. A cold voice sounded in the cursed spirit, sent ears. Not dead yet. The human faces responsible for speaking on both sides of the cursed spirits had asked in confusion. In the sky, a pitch-black crow was hovering, and no one had noticed its presence. At the same time, near Kazuma's battle site, Ijichi was driving a black car at a fast speed. The car was going very fast, but the people in the car weren't terrified. What a pity, I'm afraid it's more dangerous than safe. A mature voice broke the stiff atmosphere. May May was wrapped in a black windbreaker, which could not hide her graceful curves. She crossed her legs lazily, and her pale blue hair covered half of her pretty face. Just now, she had seen the battle situation of Kazuma and the others clearly through the crow's shared vision. Nanami said, "You mean, all the students in the first grade have met with an accident?" Nanami wiped his glasses, his anger barely concealed in his calm tone. May May slowly closed her eyes and said, "The genius that Yaga mentioned has met with an accident, but we may be able to arrive in time to save the others." Whether it was through Yaga Mazumichi's oral narration or the vision shared by Crow just now, it was an eye-opener for her. The new guy named Kazuma is indeed incredibly talented. Ah. It's a pity. He's such a handsome little brother. Ijichi, who was driving in front, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This time, Yaga had specifically instructed that Kazuma and others must be rescued. It could be seen that Yaga cared about this freshman named Kazuma the most. If May May says that Kazuma has met with an accident, how furious will Yaga be? Chapter 12, Killing the Curse. How could two special-grade curse spirits appear at the same time out of nowhere? If Gojo Satoru hadn't been sent away, how could Kazuma and the others have been in danger? What's the difference between letting freshmen fight against special-grade curse spirits and sending them to their deaths? Ijichi-san, hurry up, so I can quickly get the principal's money after saving them. Yes. May May-san. Ijichi stepped on the accelerator, and the car turned into black lightning, running on the road. Just as Yuji and his companions were grieving, a figure appeared in front of them. Kazuma. With his appearance, Yuji, Nobara, and the special-grade cursed spirits all became stunned. Yuji rubbed his eyes and said, "Am I seeing things right? Kazuma is actually fine." After such a violent collision, Kazuma was completely unharmed. Moreover, he had a smile on his face, a playful expression. Even his clothes were not damaged at all. It was as if the attack just now had no effect on him at all. Nobara lowered her head and said nothing. Her hair was disheveled, and her expression was unrecognizable, but her trembling red lips revealed her uneasy mood at the moment. This damn bastard. Why does he always like to make people worry? Impossible. How come you're fine? The cursed spirit roared in disbelief. With Kazuma's Kamui, he certainly wouldn't receive any harm at all. Long before, with the observation ability of the Sharingan, he had anticipated the attack from behind. So, at that moment, he had stopped attacking. As long as he doesn't attack, everything will pass through his body. On the contrary, if he attacks, his body will become solid. Once he is in the Kamui dimension, even an attack from all sides can't do anything to him. However, there is a counter to his Kamui. It is an attack that lasts for 5 minutes. Although Kamui is powerful, it also has its limits. Under a continuous attack that exceeds 5 minutes, his Kamui will reach its limit. The cursed spirit, who didn't believe what it was seeing, once again attacked Kazuma. Let's stop playing house here. While he was in the Kamui dimension just now, Kazuma had already discovered the weakness of this special-grade cursed spirit. Facing the bloody mouth, Kazuma looked at the middle of its body with his left eye and focused. The space twisted and vortex ripples appeared within the cursed spirit's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bloody hole appeared. The huge body of the cursed spirit suddenly froze, and then it twitched wildly. Kazuma's figure flashed, and he instantly came to the bloody hole. He pulled out his hand and dug something out. A caterpillar with a human face that was the size of a fist was tightly held in his hand. Kazuma's large hands were like an iron clamp, making it impossible for the caterpillar to break free no matter how hard it struggled. "Ah, let me go, sly sorcerer." The human-faced caterpillar was terrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did he find out that I was hiding here? Even if he had made a guess, shouldn't he have gone for the head? Kazuma laughed while looking at the fist-sized cursed spirit in front of him. He hadn't expected such a small thing to be hiding under the huge appearance. It was like it was just driving a mecha. The driver was forcibly pulled out and the huge body of the cursed spirit stopped moving. Kazuma kept increasing the strength in his hands. The cursed spirit's pale face turned red. Its eyeballs bulged as if they were about to explode. The moment it was caught by Kazuma, it was doomed to die. No, let me go. I was once a human being, with old parents and children. I was forcibly transformed into this. I will never eat humans again. Please spare my life. The cursed spirit burst into tears and actually started begging for mercy. Kazuma was puzzled. Can all top-level cursed spirits speak so fluently? They can even play the emotional card. Kazuma said, "Haha, I was a little moved by what you just said, but how can I get the reward if I don't kill you?" Kazuma suddenly tightened his right hand. Crack! First, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and then the entire head was instantly crushed. Kazuma threw the headless corpse away, and the huge cursed spirit shell under his feet expanded rapidly like a balloon. He warned the two below, "Damn it. This thing is going to explode, stay away." Oh. Yuji and the others were dazed, and retreated sluggishly. They hadn't come to their senses yet, and Kazuma had already killed the special-grade cursed spirit. How did he know that the real body of the cursed spirit was hidden in the body? Suddenly, someone tapped Megumi on the shoulder. Megumi said, "Nanami-sensei, May May-sensei, you are here." Yuji and Nobara looked curiously at the man and woman behind them. Nanami said calmly, "Well, although I hate working overtime, if my students are in trouble, as a teacher, I have some sense of responsibility." May May held a giant axe in her hand and took enchanting steps, twisting her hips exaggeratedly while walking. With every step, the light blue braid in front of her face swung. Da-da-da. The high heels made an elegant and crisp sound when hitting the ground. "Nanami, why are you still standing there? Go get the principal's money after the fight." Nanami slapped his forehead with his hand. Was May May doing this to save the students or for the money? "You guys, stay here. If Kazuma's body is still intact, I will bring it back." After hearing this, Yuji and the other two all looked puzzled. Huh? Kazuma's body? Did the teachers misunderstand something? Yuji quickly explained that Kazuma seems to be fine, and you guys better not go over there for now, the cursed spirit is about to explode. Nobara and Megumi also nodded in unison and pointed at the cursed spirit that was growing larger and larger. May May and Nanami stopped at the same time and looked at the huge cursed spirit in front of them. "You mean?" May May quickly guessed a possibility, and she prepared to share the view of the crows in the sky again. However, the body of the cursed spirit had already expanded to an extreme size. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, and a torrential downpour of blood drowned everyone. Several people quickly formed a barrier. Chapter 13, Surprise. May May and Nanami gasped and stood there like statues. The special-grade cursed spirit was killed. Combined with what Yuji had just said, they looked at each other in shock. This means that Kazuma not only did not die, but also killed this special-grade cursed spirit. Although they had heard from Yaga that Kazuma was very strong, they had never expected him to be this amazing. Even as first-grade sorcerers, they were not completely sure they could kill a special-grade cursed spirit. May May's eyes flickered and said, "What an amazing baptism of blood and rain." Just now, her crow was unfortunately killed in the explosion, but at the last moment, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They could actually detect her crows. After the explosion, a vortex appeared behind Yuji, and Kazuma came behind him silently without a single stain of blood on his body. "I'll give this back to you." Kazuma's calm voice sounded behind him. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Yuji was even more frightened. "Wow. Kazuma, why do you appear and disappear so often?" Yuji took the cursed tool, touched his frightened little heart, and complained. In addition, the others looked at Kazuma, as if they wanted to thoroughly see him from the inside out. Kazuma felt uncomfortable with everyone's stares and waved. He said, "Hello, teachers." May May took back the huge axe on her shoulder, moved it in front of her, and looked at Kazuma. The corners of her mouth curved slightly as she looked at him with interest. This kid's pupils have turned black again. He actually gave her a warning just now, interesting. How many secrets does he hide? Kazuma leaned back. He had just noticed the crows in the sky and subconsciously glared at them. He didn't expect it was May May's. Looking at her blue braid that covered half of her face, Kazuma had the urge to lift it up. He wondered what May May would look like with twin ponytails. Nanami calmed down and said, "Okay, May May, be careful, he is still a student." After saying that, he looked at Kazuma deeply again. Kazuma's breath was steady, and his total amount of cursed energy was not comparable to Gojo Satoru or Yuta, but this was exactly what shocked him. In other words, Kazuma did not spend much effort in the battle with this special-grade cursed spirit. Moreover, he could clearly see that Kazuma had no wounds on his body, not even a drop of blood. If it were him, could he do the same as him? Nanami shook his head and immediately denied it. He didn't need to dwell on it. Everyone's curse techniques and fighting styles were different. There was no need to worry about whether his clothes were stained with blood or not. But when he thought that the other party was just a new student, he couldn't calm down. It is true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Before, Gojo Satoru had suddenly appeared, and now there is another freak like Kazuma who killed a special-grade cursed spirit just a few days after entering school. What a monster! Nanami patted Kazuma on the shoulder and said, "You did a good job. Not only did you protect your teammates, but you also eliminated the special-grade cursed spirit. If possible, ask May May to assess you next time. You are more than capable enough." May May tilted her head and blinked. She said, "If you pay the right amount, you can pass." Nanami was speechless. He said, "Hey. Pay attention to the situation. There are so many people watching." Kazuma nodded and said he would consider it. Sure enough, May May always talks about money. In that case, can he just use money to recruit her into Akatsuki? Kazuma immediately denied it, thinking it was not realistic and he didn't have Yuke money on him. Ijichi hurriedly came from a distance and waved to everyone. Excitement could be seen on his face. Great! Kazuma is not dead. This way, the principal won't be angry. He has to call the principal right away to tell him the good news. At the same time, in Tokyo Jujutsu High, the atmosphere in the principal's office was serious. Gojo Satoru, who had just returned and learned about the situation, leaned against the wall without saying a word. He had an unusually serious expression. Two special-grade cursed spirits had appeared almost at the same time. It seemed like this was someone's plan. He had a rough estimate of Kazuma's strength. Even if Kazuma lacked combat experience, he could still protect himself. What he was most worried about were Yuji and the other two. If the special-grade cursed spirit attacks them, it would be difficult for Kazuma to save the three while protecting himself. He was negligent. Kazuma is just a student. Even a first-grade sorcerer would not be able to take care of this situation. The worst-case scenario is that Sukuna emerges again, which would be a huge problem. In addition to Gojo Satoru, there were several instructors sitting around the table, namely Shoko and Yutahime. Yaga was out answering a phone call. Shoko had short brown hair, light smoky makeup, and a pure white medical gown that highlighted her slender and perfect figure. Huff. She blew out a puff of smoke and said softly, "Don't blame yourself." No one could have predicted that two special-grade cursed spirits would appear at the same time. Yutahime, who was wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, consoled him. The principal just went out to answer a phone call. Maybe it's good news. And May May and Nanami are also on their way to rescue. Bang. The door was suddenly pushed open. Yaga pushed the door open with a laugh. The gloom on his face had disappeared, replaced by joy. Good news, Nanami and the others have met Kazuma and his friends, they are all safe. When Yaga said this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gojo Satoru shrugged slightly, with a smile on his face. Besides, Nanami and the others didn't even get involved. Kazuma killed the special-grade cursed spirit all by himself. Yaga raised his chin proudly, as if he had done it himself. What? Shoko and Yudahime straightened their bodies, showing shock. That freshman Kazuma killed a special grade cursed spirit all by himself. The corners of Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up even more and he said, "Hee hee, as expected of my favorite student." "Principal, didn't you say Kazuma was the new student that Gojo Satoru just brought back?" "A 4th grade sorcerer exorcised a special grade cursed spirit." The two women looked at Yaga in disbelief. Chapter 14, Yaga's Decision. Yaga said, "You may not know this yet, but you can't treat Kazuma as a normal freshman." He pointed to the black marks on his body that had not yet completely disappeared and said, "See, this wound on my face was caused by Kazuma." Yaga raised his face proudly, his tone full of pride. This time, Shoko and Yudahime were even more shocked. Especially Shoko, the cigarette in the corner of her mouth almost fell off. Did they really hear it right? Kazuma beat up the principal. No wonder Yaga had black and swollen eyes these days. It turned out that he was beaten up by someone. But out of consideration for Hu's feelings, others didn't dare to ask. After all, they were not the fearless Gojo Satoru. But this freshman named Kazuma is really surprising. Yaga's strength was obvious to all. The cursed corpses he had created were very powerful. However, even under such circumstances, Kazuma still beat him up. It's only been a few days, and he has killed a special grade cursed spirit. Isn't he too fierce? They became more and more interested in this new student. Gojo Satoru suddenly spoke up, "Yaga, why don't you promote Kazuma to a teacher? He is more than capable enough to handle a special grade cursed spirits on his own." Shoko said, "I agree." Yudahime echoed, "Me too." In recent years, cursed spirits have appeared more and more frequently and are getting more difficult to deal with. The danger level in a mission has been getting higher and higher. Sometimes a 2nd grade sorcerer has to face special grade cursed spirits. The mortality rate is too high. But there is no other way. The gap between the number of sorcerers and cursed spirits is too big. As teachers, they not only have to exorcise cursed spirits, but also have to take time to teach students. If they weren't sorcerers, they would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Yaga glared at Gojo Satoru and thought in his heart. Kazuma was really beyond his expectations, and he was definitely strong enough to become a teacher. As for whether the students can be convinced. At worst, they can be convinced by being beaten up. A sorcerer doesn't need so many twists and turns. The biggest obstacle is the higher-ups. Kazuma's identity alone is a big problem. Yaga said in a deep voice, "Last time, I asked you to investigate Kazuma's identity but you still got no results." Shoko helplessly said, "Don't mention it, there is no information at all. It's as if this person appeared out of thin air." In the past few days, she and Yudahime had worked overtime and used all the means they could, but there was still no clue about Kazuma's identity. As a result, all she could think about when she went to sleep these days was Kazuma. Yaga pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I will promote him to a teacher in my personal name, and his salary will be the same as yours." Then, he paused and glanced at Gojo Satoru. He said, "But for absolute safety, how about letting May May use crows to spy on him?" This was something he had to do. As the principal, he had to make every possible consideration. First, Kazuma's identity is unknown, even his parents couldn't be found. Second, Kazuma's strength. A student who is no less powerful than May May and Nanami suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and his specific strength is still unknown. If there is a slight possibility that Kazuma has ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. So, let him be the villain. At worst, he can personally make amends to Kazuma. The two women pretended to be busy, as if they didn't hear what he had said, while Gojo Satoru's face gloomed. He was not a fool. When he had first met Kazuma, he had sensed the mystery of this person. But Six Eyes would never be wrong. Kazuma had no hostility towards them, and he could even sense some kindness from him. That's why he didn't worry about Kazuma's identity. However, he was the only one who knew about Kazuma's situation, so it was normal for Yaga to have some guesses, but this was too unfair to Kazuma. He wants Kazuma to become a teacher and help, but also wants to secretly monitor him from behind. No matter who it is, they would feel unhappy. Is status really that important? Why do they have to care about those old higher-ups? The atmosphere in the room became solemn again. I remain opposed to this matter, but it's up to you to do whatever you want. There is only one Kazuma, so you should be careful. After saying this, Gojo Satoru left. Shoko couldn't stand this atmosphere, so she dragged Yudaheim away and said, Principal, Yudaheim and I will continue our investigation. Bang. The door closed and the room fell into silence. Only Yaga was left in the darkness, standing still like a statue. He turned his phone to the dial page but did nothing. Ever since the Geto Suguru incident, the college and even the upper echelons have become extremely cautious. That incident was not only painful for Gojo Satoru but also for Yaga. He didn't plan to take any chances. Finally, he dialed a number. A mature female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, even though I didn't contribute much, you still have to pay me back. Yaga said, use your crow to quietly follow Kazuma. I will give you double the money afterwards. Pay attention. Meanwhile, in Roppongi. Night has fallen. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system store has been unlocked. Please check it out. Since the host just killed a special grade curse spirit and 5 second grade curse spirits, 11,000 have been rewarded. Points. Kazuma's eyes lit up. Could it be that he could get points by killing cursed spirits? How are the rewarded points measured? Kill cursed spirits and curse users to get points. The higher the level of the cursed spirits or curse users, the more points you get. Note, if the members of the Akatsuki kill a cursed spirit, the host can obtain half of the points reward. I see. There is an endless supply of cursed spirits in this world, so it is quite convenient to earn points. Moreover, members of the Akatsuki can also provide him with half of the points. It seems that he needs to search for cursed spirits. It would be best if he could set up an intelligence organization. May May, with her reconnaissance skill, is the best choice. The assistant supervisor in Jujutsu High can also provide the locations of many cursed spirits are. However, there is currently no good way to invite them to join, so he should just improve his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 15, System Store. If he was as strong as Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Kazuma followed behind the group, and Yuji kept bragging about his heroic deeds to the teachers. Kazuma opened the system store and saw that there were 6 items inside. Akatsuki robe. Price, 300 points. Made of special materials, can provide a certain degree of protection, and comes with an automatic cleaning function. Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll. Price, 100,000 points. Gunbai. Price, 10,000 points. Superior to special grade curse tools. Obito's mask. Price, 1,000 points. After wearing it, ocular power can be slowly restored. High precision sniper. Price, 50,000 points. Times have changed. Premium curse tool. Ichiraku ramen. Price, 10 points. Naruto's recommendation. Note, after each item is purchased, new items will be randomly added to the shelves. 1,000 points can be spent to refresh actively. Of these 6 items, the one that most attracted Kazuma was Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll. Madara is a top powerhouse in the world of Naruto. The ninjutsus that he treasures must be very powerful. Maybe, S-rank or even forbidden ninjutsu are recorded in that scroll. Although Kazuma possesses the Mangekyo and 8 inner gates, and already has considerable combat power, he doesn't even know a single ninjutsu yet. Looks like he has to work hard to get points. After thinking for a while, Kazuma bought the gunbai that was indestructible. He also purchased 3 sets of Akatsuki robes in preparation for future members. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Nanami-sensei is planning to take everyone out for dinner, are you coming? Nobara pushed his shoulder and asked. A big meal. Speaking of which, is Ichiraku ramen delicious? Anyway, how can he miss a free meal? Kazuma was about to agree. Suddenly, a faint light flashed from the surveillance camera beside the road, and Kazuma glanced over. He saw that there was a little bit of cursed energy on the surface of the surveillance camera, which showed that it had been carefully tampered with. His eyes darkened slightly. They are hiding the surveillance method by covering the surface with cursed energy. Kazuma looked around and saw several figures standing on the balcony of a tall building 200 meters ahead, looking in the direction of Kazuma and others. Through the Sharingan, he could see that they were faintly emitting weak fluctuations of cursed energy. It was dark, and even a sorcerer would have difficulty detecting it from such a distance. But all this did not escape Kazuma's eyes. He recalled the words of the cursed spirit before its death. "Don't kill me, I was forcibly transformed by others." Kazuma sneered. This matter is indeed not as simple as it seems. Is it a curse user? Kazuma looked at everyone and said, "You guys go ahead. I'm a little tired. I'll take the unconscious child home." Nobara complained, "What? You are rejecting such a good atmosphere. You really don't understand the mood." Nanami, who was considerate, said calmly, "Kazuma has just fought against a special grade cursed spirit alone. It's normal for him to be tired. Let the great hero have a good rest." Kazuma gave Nanami a look of gratitude. Yuji said carelessly, "Don't worry, I will pack delicious food for Kazuma. The price is that you have to teach me real kung fu." At this time, May May, who was answering the phone at the side, came over. She first glanced at Kazuma with a smile, and then said, "Sorry, I need to go home and have a good sleep." "I'm sorry, I can't keep you company." After saying that, she left alone. After bidding farewell to everyone, Kazuma pretended to take a taxi back. 10 minutes later. The place was empty. Whoosh! A vortex appeared on the spot, and the space vibrated slightly. On the rooftop, a man wearing a white mask, a fire cloud robe, and a round fan on his back appeared. From the holes of the mask, two eyes that reflected the soul glowed in the darkness. This person was Kazuma, who had just left in a taxi. He glanced at the old surveillance camera across the street. Its location was very hidden. Coupled with the fact that cursed energy was used to cover it, ordinary people and even sorcerers couldn't detect it unless they paid attention. A cool breeze blew by, and his robe fluttered in the wind. The Akatsuki robe purchased from the system store was of very good quality. It was not only comfortable to wear, but also weightless and had no impact on combat. The most important thing was that it had a self-cleaning function. There was no need to clean it. This was very convenient for a lazy guy like him. Looking at the crows flying across the sky, Kazuma seemed to be lost in thought. In an empty room at Kazuma's feet, May May was sitting with her legs crossed and eating melon seeds. Under the dim light, her beautiful pair of legs in black stockings appeared shiny and glossy. Her half-hanging black high-heeled shoes were swaying mischievously, and her feet that were wrapped in black stockings seemed like it could be completely exposed at any time. With the crow's shared vision, she saw everything about the mysterious masked man who had appeared out of nowhere on the roof. She opened her red lips slightly. "Haha, do you think you can hide it from me by changing your clothes, Kazuma? It seems that you have a lot of secrets. I hope you don't do anything that will disappoint everyone." In the phone call just now, Yaga stated his request. She was too lazy to care about such boring things. But Yaga gave too much, and it just so happened that she had recently set her eyes on an expensive bag. So, she took on this task. On the rooftop, Kazuma ignored the crows and headed towards the tall building. In the night, Kazuma blended into the darkness, shuttling between the buildings. Inside a high-rise building, several curse users gathered together. The big screen in front of them showed a recording of Kazuma and the others. "Sir, it was that kid who had killed the human-faced worm we had worked so hard to cultivate. We were only one step away from success." A dark-skinned man with an afro gritted his teeth. "Damn it. I clearly transferred Gojo Satoru away, but I didn't expect there to be another expert. That special-grade cursed spirit had been cultivated at great cost, and it had already devoured nearly 1,000 humans. As long as it devoured these sorcerers, it could have completed the transformation. At that time, he could absorb that cursed spirit and reach first grade. But who would have thought that the carefully planned strategy would be ruined by a young boy?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with huge muscles and a hair that looked like it was on fire. Chapter 16, Lair of Curse Users. When the people standing nearby saw their boss getting angry, they all lowered their heads, fearing that his anger would be taken out on them. They turned their eyes to the surveillance screen. They saw Kazuma slowly tilt his head and look towards the camera with a sneer. Suddenly, the middle-aged boss' body shook violently. His pupils contracted violently, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground involuntarily. In the surveillance footage, it was already night, but the pair of terrifying scarlet eyes were accurately locked onto the direction of the surveillance camera. A gorgeous blood-colored pattern slowly rotated, and one could even see a sarcastic smile in those eyes, with no intention of disguising it. It was as if those eyes were saying, "I have found you." All the curse users present breathed heavily, and cold sweat poured down their backs. In the secret room, there was pin-drop silence, except for the heavy breathing of the crowd. The middle-aged man only managed to recover thanks to his many years of experience and strong psychological quality. What kind of eyes are those? This scene reminded them of the man who was known as the strongest sorcerer, Gojo Satoru. When Gojo Satoru was a child, they had thought about assassinating him, but they became scared and gave up after seeing the surveillance. But this time, those eyes were far more terrifying than the pair of 6 eyes. He had a feeling that if he continued to look into those eyes, he might lose his mind. Where did the boy in the surveillance video come from? Why have they never heard of such a powerful person? Investigate this man's background carefully. Since this guy dared to ruin his plans, he must die. As long as he has knowledge about the enemy's abilities and targets him, he might be able to kill him. After all, not everyone is as strong as Gojo Satoru. It is impossible for anyone to be as strong as Gojo Satoru. Yes. Boss. Several men in black responded and walked out the door. Suddenly. Bang. The reinforced iron door was kicked open. The men in black were knocked back and their bodies knocked over the tables and chairs in the room. Kazuma crossed his arms and said, "Oh. There are quite a few people here. It seems that this trip is worthwhile." At a glance, there were roughly dozens of people here, and they all had cursed energy. "Who are you? And how did you get in?" Faced with this sudden intruder, everyone looked at the mysterious man wearing a white mask with vigilance. On the surface, this building was an insurance company, but in reality, it was their base for breeding artificial cursed spirits. Each floor is strictly guarded by guards, and has 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. Even Gojo Satoru wouldn't be able to break in quietly. "Is there a spy inside the organization?" Kazuma said, "You forgot me so quickly." After he finished speaking, red light flashed from under the mask. Boss, it's him." Even with a mask on, the iconic scarlet pupils were recognizable at a glance. It was as if they were being stared at by an evil spirit from hell. A chill ran down their spines. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Shut up. Don't I know that?" He looked at Kazuma and said, "Your Excellency, why are you visiting so late at night?" After saying this, he glanced at his men, signaling them to quickly call for help. Kazuma couldn't help but find all this funny, but he didn't stop their actions. After all, it would be easier to kill them all at once. "I don't want to beat around the bush with you guys. Is that special grade cursed spirit related to you guys?" As soon as Kazuma finished speaking, an alarm sounded in the entire building. From the large screen in front, it could be seen that many men in black were rushing towards this place quickly. Obviously, these people are all curse users, but in Kazuma's eyes, they are all points. "Haha, you are confident, aren't you? Are you sure that you can walk out of this building?" As the middle-aged man with fiery red hair finished speaking. Boom. Cursed energy surged, instantly lighting up the dim room. More than a dozen men in black released their cursed energies. The colors of their cursed energies were different. 2 big men tore off their shirts, revealing their monstrous muscles. They were holding dagger-like cursed tools in their hands. The middle-aged man sneered. "Even if the guy in front of him is a first-grade sorcerer, so what? This is his territory. Not only is the space limited, but..." He glanced slightly toward the rooftop of the building opposite. A sniper holding a silenced sniper rifle is already in position, and the gun is loaded with armor-piercing bullets. Later, in the chaos of the battle, he can find the right time to shoot the target in the head. Even a first-grade sorcerer will die if they are not prepared. How could he climb up step by step over the years and become the boss of these curse users without some special means? Surely, a first-grade sorcerer's body can cultivate a powerful curse spirit, right? Go. Cut him into pieces. Following his order, more than 10 curse users launched an attack at the same time. For a moment, the condensed cursed energy attack overwhelmed Kazuma. Under the white mask, Kazuma's lips slightly curved. He did not dodge and allowed them to attack. Boom. A dazzling flame burst out from the top floor of the building. The smoke and dust cleared, the walls collapsed, and the ground was full of potholes, but Kazuma was unharmed. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. So many attacks were launched at him at the same time, yet they didn't cause any damage at all. Even a special grade sorcerer wouldn't be unscathed, right? Only the boss realized what had happened. There is a curse technique in this world that can allow all attacks to pass through. How is that possible? But it doesn't matter, the sniper is already in place. Surely, he can't stay like this forever, right? Whoosh. Two burly men holding cursed tools flashed and surrounded Kazuma. Two cold rays flashed almost at the same time. However, they were too slow. Kazuma pulled out the gun by behind him and swept it across like a sharp sword. Clang. The two cursed tools fell to the ground, and the two big men were cut in half. Blood splattered on the walls on both sides, staining them bright red. Kazuma put the two cursed tools into the Kamui dimension. Although they didn't look high level, they were cursed tools after all. Maybe he would have a use for them one day. It just so happens that the dormitory is short of a fruit knife. Seeing his capable subordinate who had followed him for many years being cut in half, the boss of the curse users was completely furious. Many curse users had already appeared behind Kazuma. Kill. A roar echoed throughout the entire building. At once, hundreds of curse users rushed towards Kazuma from both sides. Chapter 17, Using Genjutsu. Look, I'm in a hurry. Kazuma retreated to the window and reached out to stroke the crow perched on the windowsill. Under the mask, his deep eyes swept over the crowd. Haha, they want to use human wave tactics to besiege him. Then, he will let them experience what despair is. His Sharingan turned and stared at the crowd. Those who had surrounded him were all low-level curse users. Anyone who made eye contact with Kazuma was instantly caught under a genjutsu. There was no possibility of struggle. Among the crowd of curse users, half of them had blank eyes and dull expressions, like puppets being manipulated. Before they even touched Kazuma, screams of pain were heard. Ah. You. A curse user felt a sharp pain behind him. His heart, kidneys, and even his anus were ruthlessly stabbed by his former trusted teammate. Damn it. The curse user was furious and shouted, "Don't look into his eyes." However, it was too late. A whistling sound came from his ears. He dodged quickly. Boom. A huge axe was embedded in the wall. If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been chopped off. The person who had thrown that axe was the assistant in charge of researching artificial curse spirits. At this moment he was obviously being controlled. I'm sorry, brother. The boss gathered his cursed energy into a sharp blade in his hand and killed the opponent with tears. However, his subordinates did not have such good luck and strength. They all had followed him on his journey, escaping the sorcerer's crackdown and the police's siege. But they could not escape the blades of their companions. Although he was very angry at the moment, he was more afraid than angry. Who is this mysterious masked man? Just with a glare, he was able to control so many of his men to kill each other. It's simply too outrageous. Even Six Eyes can't do this, right? Now, he can only place his hope on the sniper. Soon, under Kazuma's genjutsu, all the curse users died. The corridor was flooded with blood. Some were on the ground, in the walls, and some had their heads stuck straight into the ceiling. The ways of their death were all different. Most of these people were killed by their own comrades. As for the corpses with their heads stuck in the ceiling, that was because Kazuma had hit them with Madara's round fan. Kazuma said, "You are the only one left, a commander without troops." He flashed and instantly pinned the boss of the curse users against the wall. I heard that you are cultivating artificial curse spirits. Where is the laboratory? Don't force me to use genjutsu on you. Kazuma had used his Sharingan quite frequently today and his eyes were already hurting a little. Even if the white mask could slowly restore his ocular power, it was very slow. The boss's face was ferocious, but he forced out a grim smile. He said, "Ahem, haha, you won't have the chance to know. This is the perfect opportunity for the sniper to attack." He believed that the gun this masked guy's head would explode soon. All he has to do is attract his attention. Kazuma safled, really? Your sniper must be tired of lying down, right? As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's pupils became as thin as needles. How did he find out? He actually knows about the sniper. Under the other party's extremely horrified gaze, Kazuma slowly turned his head and looked at the tall building in the distance. At the same time, in the tall building opposite, the sniper, who had blended into the night, slowly pulled the trigger. Hee. May May gathered the cursed energy at her fingertips, and a crow silently appeared in her palm. Through crows, she had witnessed a crushing battle. That terrifying anti-detection ability and forcibly controlling people's minds. Haha, what a scary guy. Even she was almost deceived by his harmless appearance. Just now, the moment Kazuma had stepped back to the window and stroked the crow, she understood. It turned out that her reconnaissance ability that she was so proud of had been discovered long ago. However, he is still too young. He didn't even realize that the sniper would have smashed his head. I'll help him this time, and then ask him for protection money later. A crow rushed towards the sniper, who was about to pull the trigger. Its speed was no less than that of a bullet. But the next moment, May May's eyes widened, and her red lips widened. She saw a vortex flowing around the sniper's head and the space around that area distorted. Bang! The sniper's entire head was twisted off and fell into the Kamui dimension. The headless corpse shook a few times and then fell down. The crows she had released followed closely behind, but they flew into nothing, seeming a bit redundant. Exploded. This familiar spatial fluctuation. Was it caused by Kazuma? May May hoped that Kazuma was not their enemy. Otherwise, the Jujutsu Society would be in a big trouble. After a brief moment of daze, May May turned her gaze to Kazuma, who was wearing a white mask in the opposite room. She saw that Kazuma was staring at her and even blinking meaningfully. She quickly looked away. Was I teased by a student? May May leaped up, landed gracefully, and shook her head with a smile. It seems that she was worrying too much. Kazuma had actually discovered the sniper a long time ago. Was he deliberately waiting until the end to give his opponent the most despair? He's really unfathomable. May May became even more interested in Kazuma. For now, she should go and see the artificial cursed spirits cultivated in the basement. Through the crow's observation, she had discovered the basement. She had no intention of setting foot in such a dirty place. But apart from money, her responsibilities as a sorcerer barely came in second. After reporting the situation there to the school, she should be able to extort some money from Yaga. Kazuma pressed the head of the boss of the curse users against the window and said, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. The boss had given up struggling. Just now, he had witnessed everything with his own eyes. The mysterious masked man in front of him just glared at the sniper, and his head just vanished. Is this masked man a god? He was like a prophet, discovering the sniper's position early. It seemed as if everything was within his expectations. The most terrifying thing was that with just a glance, he broke his subordinate's head from a distance of 100 meters. Isn't this something that only gods can do? It's over. This time, he has hit a dead end. All the hard work and effort he had spent to carefully train his subordinates has been wasted. All of this was because of this one masked guy. Dr. 18, confronting May May. Thinking of this, the fear and confusion in his heart were replaced by anger. His eyes became bloodshot. Even if he dies, he won't make things easy for this masked guy. Ha. You want to know about the underground laboratory? You'd better come to hell to ask me. After saying this, his cheek muscles bulged and he was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Genjutsu. As Kazuma's genjutsu was activated, the boss's expression became dull. His pupils became unfocused, and even biting his tongue to commit suicide became a luxury. Don't be so anxious. Where is the exact location of the underground breeding room? Kazuma asked, enduring the stinging pain in his eyes. On the 3rd floor below ground. Okay, you can die now. Good night, uncle. Snap. Kazuma broke his neck. This time, he had killed so many curse users and gained a lot of points. If there are still many half-finished cursed spirits being cultivated in the basement as this person had said, wouldn't it be possible to gain a lot more points? Semi-finished products should also give points, right? Meanwhile, in the basement, a dim green light barely illuminated the surroundings. Huge transparent containers could be seen on both sides. Many semi-finished cursed spirits were sleeping in the container. Their lower bodies were soaked in green liquid, and many tubes were connected to their backs. Some were half human, half insect, some had frog heads and human bodies, and some were a combination of many different creatures. Their composition was extremely complex. Tao. Tap. Tap. The stomping sound of high heels echoed in the enclosed space. May May carried a huge axe in one hand and walked leisurely. Behind her, a horrifying scene could be seen. Dozens of experimenters in white coats were lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Could this be the purpose of Kazuma's trip? Through the battle just now, she had ruled out the possibility of Kazuma being a curse user. This was why she had helped him just now, even though she didn't really help in the end. But she still did not let down her guard against Kazuma. After all, his behavior was too strange. Why did he pretend to leave, and then come back? Besides, how did he know about what was happening here? She didn't believe that he was just seeking revenge. What a troublesome guy. It would be nice if he was just a good student. Why does he have to be so secretive? It's really a headache. She took out her cell phone and prepared to record the situation here. She planned to leave the dirty work of dealing with these artificial cursed spirits to the counselors and supervisors. At this moment, the space ahead fluctuated. May May seemed to be thinking about something and immediately hid behind a stone pillar. Whoosh! Kazuma appeared. May May felt a little envious when she saw this scene. Putting aside other things, this ability was really convenient for traveling. Has anyone been here? Looking at the dozen bodies lying on the ground, Kazuma murmured. But he couldn't find any clues. After all, his Sharingan couldn't see through things like the Byakugan. However, smelling the faint fragrance in the air, he realized something. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. This scent was very familiar, and he already had the answer in his heart. He was prepared for the fact that others might be suspicious of him. First of all, he had just appeared out of nowhere, and his identity and background were unknown. The school should have tried to check his background, and the result was predictable. Secondly, he possessed strength far exceeding that of freshmen. It was inevitable that he would be suspected, and Kazuma could understand this. However, he had no intention of hiding his strength. At most, he would hide some things from Sukuna and Kenjaku, who had not yet appeared. After all, intelligence can play a key role in battles, and he doesn't want to be targeted. Therefore, before becoming invincible, Gojo Satoru has to be the center of attention. The only thing he felt guilty about was that he had to poach some people. May May heard the sound of Kazuma deeply inhaling. Her face turned slightly red. Oh no. If she had known, she wouldn't have sprayed perfume before going out. This kid has a very sensitive nose. There is a high probability that she has been discovered. The laboratory was silent. The two of them kept a tacit understanding. Kazuma did not point out the hidden May May, and May May did not show up on her own initiative. Kazuma walked to the center and took a quick glance at all the man-made cursed spirits. Those curse users are truly beasts. How many people have they harmed in secret? He looked at the sleeping experiment subject in the container. It must be very painful to be neither human nor cursed spirit, right? Everyone gets what they need. He helps them get rid of their suffering, and they give him points. That shouldn't be too much, right? Thinking about this, Kazuma took off Gunbai behind him and was about to take action. Whoosh! A crow rushed towards him from behind at a very fast speed. Kazuma glanced sideways. Kamui. Bang. A crow fell 1 meter in front of him, and its headless body twitched twice on the ground before dying. She accuracy with the Kamui attack had improved a lot. Now, he had a 100% headshot rate within 10 meters. Kazuma said in a deep voice, "Come out." A graceful figure walked out slowly, and the huge axe in her hand fell to the ground, creating a dent. Kazuma raised his brows slightly. He knew something about this first-grade sorcerer May May. The reason why she was ranked first grade was not because of her Shikigami, but because of her physical skills that are enough to fight against special grade cursed spirits. Such a heavy axe was as light as cotton in her hand. Sorry, you can't mess around with the experimental subjects here. May May looked at Kazuma with a smile. This kid's pretending pretty well. He even used cursed energy to change his voice. What? Are you going to use genjutsu on your teacher? Kazuma did not respond. He squinted his eyes through the mask, sizing up May May, without saying a word. Although May May's tone was frivolous and casual, her eyes were always on the ground. She didn't dare to meet those strange eyes. Even she was not sure if she could resist his genjutsu. If she falls under a genjutsu, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Therefore, it is better to be careful. Kazuma said in a rough voice, I'm afraid you have recognized the wrong person. Please don't interfere with my work. You should also be able to see that these man-made cursed spirits have no chance of survival. May May subconsciously looked at Kazuma and said, no, the things here are beneficial for me. Before she could finish her words. Genjutsu. Kazuma decisively seized the opportunity and used genjutsu. After killing these cursed spirits, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with May May. Oh no. I was careless. My consciousness is about to break down. May May was frozen in place for an instant. Sweat dripped down her fair forehead, her eyes rolled back, and she looked dazed. Her appearance could make a lot of people's imagination run wild. For some reason, Kazuma felt a sense of conquest when he saw May May like this. However, the speed of the gunbai in his hand did not slow down at all. Chapter 19, Bribing May May. Kazuma's goal was to knock May May out, put her in the Kamui dimension, and then release her after finishing what he has to do. Just as the gunbai in his hand approached the back of May May's neck, a sharp gust of wind appeared near the side of his head. Kazuma decisively gave up on the attack, and the giant axe passed through Kazuma's body without any hindrance. After making this attack, May May suddenly retreated and kept some distance. She covered her aching forehead with one hand. Her whole body was covered in sweat, and her chest was heaving up and down. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. May May was breathing heavily, as if she had just barely survived from drowning. Fortunately, she had managed to break free. She almost fell into his hands. How embarrassing would it be if word of this got out? Kazuma was also a little surprised. How did May May break free from his genjutsu so quickly? But on second thought, it's normal. He had only used a little energy for this genjutsu, and as he had overused his eyes today and had been fighting non-stop, his cursed energy was almost exhausted. Drip. Liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Salty and fishy. Oh shit. Kazuma quickly closed his eyes, and a few more drops of blood fell. It seems that he has overused his eyes today. It seems like using genjutsu consumes the most energy among the Sharingan abilities that he can currently use. He must end this fight quickly. He looked at May May and remained calm. He said, do you still want to stop me? Can you really bear a hellish nightmare, even if it's just an illusion? May May had already put away her casual attitude and looked at the ground with serious eyes. Kazum was right. He had indeed shown mercy to her just now. Otherwise, he would not have just tried to knock her out. If Kazuma really wanted to kill her, he could just take advantage of the moment she was trapped in the genjutsu and use that weird method to twist her head off. This is so embarrassing. She is being threatened by a freshman. But it seems that Kazuma really has no ill will toward sorcerers. Seeing May May hesitate, Kazuma took out a black briefcase from the Kamui dimension and threw it over. He had just picked this up from the curse users, and it was full of money. May May took the bulging briefcase and opened it. She looked what was inside. Her beautiful eyes widened and she stood there in a daze. This, so much. Is she being bribed? You seem to know me very well. She put away her weapon and gradually approached Kazuma. She whispered, anything else? Kazuma's mouth twitched and he said, what do you mean? Oh. Forget it. May May gave him a deep look and said, what do you want? Give me an answer. I don't care about your identity. I can even help you avoid unnecessary troubles with Yaga. As for why Kazuma came back, and what use he had for these man-made cursed spirits. she no longer wanted to care. Besides, it seemed that she couldn't beat him, so she naturally had no right to ask these questions. Kazuma pondered and said, I have my own aspirations. But I can guarantee that I will not cause any harm to the teachers and students. Your concerns are completely unnecessary. At the same time, he thought silently, poaching shouldn't be considered as causing harm, right? May May looked at Kazuma for a long time through the mask, and suddenly smiled. She said, in that case, I can take this money with peace of mind. Then she stretched out her slender hand, stroked Kazuma's mask, and dialed Yaga's number. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, how is it going? May May said, I didn't find any abnormal behavior. Kazuma helped 3 old ladies cross the road. Moreover, at my invitation, he destroyed a curse user's base. Remember to pay more. After saying that, she uploaded the photos she had taken previously. Of course, she did not send out the photos of her in the underground laboratory. After doing all this, she raised her phone and shook it towards Kazuma, as if asking if he was satisfied with this. Kazuma was a little speechless. Can't she be more normal? He helped old ladies cross the road, and there were even 3 of them. Thank you very much. Kazuma turned and looked at the transparent containers containing artificial curse spirits on both sides. Snap. 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 The muffled sound of flesh passed through the container and spread throughout the laboratory. As Kazuma's eyes swept over them one by one, all the cursed spirits in the container had their necks twisted and were completely freed. Thanks. A head that barely looked like a human face rolled down, and tears of relief flowed out. Kazuma smiled and nodded, the people who reformed you have been killed. Rest with peace of mind. At this moment, reminders of him earning points kept coming to his mind. May May stared blankly at Kazuma as he killed the artificial cursed spirits one by one. The artificial cursed spirits' last words, thank you, made her heart tighten. If she brought these artificial cursed spirits back, they would definitely be used for extensive research. This may be the best outcome for them. Is this all Kazuma wants? He's really an inscrutable guy. After all this, Kazuma prepared to teleport to the dormitory. Hey! Wait, can you also travel with others with your ability? May May came over, trotting with her long legs. She was exhausted from following Kazuma, so she wanted to take a free ride. Bring people. It seems that it is indeed possible to bring people. Kazuma said nothing and hugged her by grabbing her waist. His sudden movement made May May's delicate body tremble, but she did not resist. Hold on tight. This is my first time teleporting with someone, so don't blame me if you lose any limbs. May May smiled and whispered in his ear, Tisk, I'm your teacher, don't let your imagination run wild. After saying that, her mature and plump body gently pressed against Kazuma. Chapter 20, Maki's Internal Thoughts. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Girls' Dormitory. Whoosh. Space twisted, a vortex appeared, and 2 figures fell to the ground. Using this ability, you can freely come and go, it's very convenient. May May sighed with some envy. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked at Kazuma with a scrutinizing look. She asked, you wouldn't teleport to the girls' dormitory for some purposes, would you? Kazuma raised his eyebrows slightly. If May May hadn't said it, he wouldn't have thought of it. But then again, why would he use the mighty Kamui for such things? Bye-bye. After leaving a word, Kazuma disappeared. Back in his dormitory. Kazuma took off his mask. He could see his bloodshot eyes through the mirror. Fortunately, apart from dryness and dull pain, there were no other effects and his vision was not affected. Judging from today's situation, it seems like May May is a mature woman and cannot be easily deceived. So, he did not invite her to join the Akatsuki. After all, he could not see through her true thoughts. Then, the next target is Maki. She wants to prove herself, so it should be easy to deal with her. The eternal Mangekyo can solve his current problem once and for all. Kazuma lied in bed and checked his points. Killing hundreds of curse users and those semi-finished artificial curse spirits added up to a total of 51,000 points. He wanted to buy Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll, but he was just halfway there for now. This time, with a bit of luck, he was able to destroy the lair of a group of curse users. That's why he earned so many points. But earning this many points is going to be difficult for a while now. After all, the plot is still in the early stages. Not many special grade curse spirits have emerged and the 4 great disaster curses and Kenjaku have not appeared yet. After purchasing the mask and gunbai, 2 new items had appeared in the system store. Automatic physical training card, 24-hour. Price, 500 points. Can automatically train even when sleeping. Tsunade's bra. Price, 500 points. Those who understand will understand. Ah, the system is getting more and more. Tsunade's bra. That's it. If you have the guts, just put Tsunade up there and sell her. In the end, Kazuma bought both. He put the bra into the Kamui dimension. Kazuma didn't have any intentions. He was just simply curious. That 24-hour double physical training card was very important to him. The reason Guy had become so strong after opening the 8th gate was because his physique was already extremely strong. If a person with an average physique were to open the 8 gates, their power might not even be half of Guy's. Moreover, without a strong physique, the subsequent 6 gates cannot be opened. After activating the automatic training card, Kazuma fell into a sweet dream. The next day, Yaga convened a meeting of teachers and students based on Kazuma's performance the day before. Inside the hall, Yaga stood in front of the podium. The first and second year students all sat quietly below and listened. Kazuma was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just killing a special grade cursed spirit? Was there any need to make such a big fuss? This old principal has the time to send people to investigate him and the energy to hold a meeting. With that much time and effort, it would be better to do something practical. For example, giving out some bonuses or providing information about the whereabouts of cursed spirits. As Yaga recounted what had happened yesterday, the audience looked at Kazuma in the front row as if he was a monster. Yuji and the others were fine. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes yesterday. But what they didn't expect was that Kazuma later followed May May to destroy a curse user's lair. While they were enjoying a seafood feast, Kazuma was out working hard. Kazuma had almost become an idol in their hearts. The most shocked were the second-year students Maki and others. Panda looked at Kazuma with his big round eyes. My goodness, is this guy still human? First, he beat up the principal, and then he killed a special grade curse spirit. Isn't he too fierce? He was making second graders like him embarrassed. Maki was staring at Kazuma's back at this moment. Hunting down special grade curse spirits and destroying the lair of hundreds of curse users, is he really that powerful? Both his curse technique and taijutsu are impeccable. She was born without any cursed energy. She never slacked off since the moment she entered school. But physical training is not something that can be done overnight. Perhaps she should put aside her pride and ask Kazuma for advice. She clenched her fists tightly and made up her mind. Nobara asked, Maki, what's wrong with you? You look so distracted. Last night, Nobara had chatted for a long time with Maki, who seemed cold on the outside but was warm on the inside. Perhaps because they had similar personalities and ideas, the two quickly got close. But why was Maki so off today? Nobara followed Maki's gaze and noticed Kazuma. So, it was because of Kazuma. Come to think of it, she is now his employee, a member of the Akatsuki. Maki said cheekily, can you help me make an appointment with Kazuma? I need his advice. Nobara confidently said, of course. After the group was dismissed, Kazuma, who had used the automatic training card, planned to go back to the dormitory and sleep with the mask on. After all, his eyes were still a little uncomfortable now, and the mask could help him recover faster. Kazuma, wait. A female voice full of energy sounded. Looking back, Kazuma saw someone jogging towards him. The figure's short orange-red hair fluttered in the wind. A youthful and energetic atmosphere filled the air. He joked, Kazuma. I'm your boss, so just call me boss. Nobara said, you wish. Looking at Kazuma's harmless smile, her tone weakened as she said, Maki-senpai wants to see you for something, can you go? Maki is looking for him. Kazuma's brain worked rapidly, and he tried to guess Maki's purpose. Unexpectedly, things had become much simpler. He hasn't even gone to find Maki to invite her to the Akatsuki yet. Instead, Maki took the initiative to find him. He must seize this opportunity. But Kazuma still joked, "Call me boss and I'll go." Chapter 21, Kazuma vs. Maki. You. Nobara frowned slightly. She clenched her fists, and stepped forward, wanting to hit Kazuma. But after thinking about it, she decided to give up. She couldn't beat Kazuma. Instead, she would be the one making a fool of herself. "Boss, boss," Nobara said in a very low voice. After she finished speaking, she immediately looked away. Kazuma thought, this is the right way. Members of the Akatsuki must be trained as early as possible. At this moment. Ding. Trigger Misium choice. Mission option 1, Maki is very confused now. In the match later, crush her self-esteem until she cries. Reward, 1 grade 1 curse tool. Mission option 2, train the future tyrant and take off her stockings, and put them in the Kamui dimension. Reward, 50% discount coupon in the system store. Mission option 3, be a ruthless man and reject Maki's request for a match. Reward, sword drawing speed increased by 20%. System, your missions are really getting more and more wrong. Although Kazuma, a gentleman, was very reluctant to choose the second option, the system had offered him too much. Isn't a 50% discount coupon exactly what he needs right now? With that, he can buy Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll. It's just taking off Maki's black stockings. With such a good reward, he didn't want to refuse this mission. But given Maki's arrogant and proud personality, it would probably take some effort. Nobara blushed and said, "Hey. Why are you smiling so obscenely?" He asked her to call him boss in person, and he was even smiling so obscenely in front of her. He must be thinking about something weird, right? Did he finally succumb to her charm? Kazuma shook his head and said, "Ahem, lead the way." In a deserted grove of trees. After Nobara brought Kazuma to the destination, she left with a depressed look on her face. At the same time, she was a little confused. What was it that required Maki and Kazuma to be in the deserted woods? But she didn't care too much. After all, if she were Maki, she would definitely not do anything out of line. In front of Kazuma, a tall figure was leaning against a tree with her arms folded. This person was the future second tyrant, Zenin Maki. Like the tyrant Fushiguro Toji, she was born with a heavenly restriction. Her physique is very special. In exchange for being born with no cursed energy, her overall physique was vastly stronger than a regular person's. However, because she had a twin sister, she couldn't reach her full potential. Due to years of physical training, her legs that were wrapped in black stockings were slender yet resilient. Feminine beauty and the toughness of a warrior were perfectly reflected in her pretty face. Kazuma pretended not to know her and asked, "Senpai, is there something you need from me?" TSK. She's wearing marten boots, and her stockings are hard to take off. It's really troublesome. But fortunately, it was not a one-piece stocking. Otherwise, the consequences of taking it off would be unimaginable. Maki walked over slowly and threw a cursed tool at Kazuma. She said, "Although you are my junior, you are stronger than me. Let's spar, Kazuma." Kazuma nodded and said, "It's my pleasure, senpai." Maki seriously said, "Come on, Kazuma. Wait a minute." Kazuma threw the cursed tool back and said, "If it's a physical battle, then there's no need for the cursed tool. Just attack, senpai." He wanted to irritate Maki little by little. This time, his goal was not just the 50% discount coupon. More importantly, he wanted to pull her into the Akatsuki. The best way to deal with people like Maki is to defeat them and then gently lend a helping hand to break their proud heart. "I'm sorry, Maki. I have no other choice. I have to do this for the sake of the eternal Mangekyo." Maki was very angry at this moment. No need for a cursed tool. Was he looking down on her? Could it be that he, like those Zenins, looked down on her? Maki said, "Humph. Then I also won't use a cursed tool. Let's just fight with bare hands." Maki thrust her spear into the ground and attacked Kazuma with a cold snort. Whoosh! Her long legs that were wrapped in black silk brought about a strong wind. The two figures moved quickly. Maki's attacks were fierce. Strong winds blew up, and dust and fallen leaves were scattered. Kazuma dodged while observing her moves. Maki's offensive methods were very skillful. Her fists were like swords, her legs were like knives and axes. Even her elbow strikes were like sledgehammers. Every part of her body was like a deadly weapon. Kazuma did not fight back for the time being because he could learn a lot from Maki's moves through his Sharingan. At this moment, Maki was both ashamed and angry. This damn guy, why was he staring at her feet? What was so good about her feet? The most annoying thing was that he easily dodged all of her attacks from beginning to end. Is that all you can do? Come on, attack. Maki's anger level skyrocketed, and her attacks became more and more fierce. Kazuma's mouth curled up. The time is ripe. Gate of Rest, open. Kazuma's robe fluttered without wind. His body became red, and a faint heat escaped from the top of his head. Kazuma said in a deep voice, "Then don't blame me for bullying a woman." Is this his full strength? It's really amazing. A strong aura hit Maki's face, and she involuntarily took a step back. But soon, she stubbornly took 2 steps forward. She gritted her teeth and took a fighting stance. She shouted, "Don't underestimate me. I'm not a weak woman." As soon as she finished speaking, Kazuma disappeared from her sight. Suddenly, a whisper came from behind her, "How can you be distracted during a fight?" Maki's pupils shrank, and she spun around and kicked behind her in response. Bang! Kazuma tightly held her long legs with his hands. Maki couldn't get rid of his grip no matter how hard she struggled. Maki blushed slightly and said, "Let go, let go. Let go." Kazuma grabbed Maki's legs and shook them hard, causing Maki to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Ah! Boom! The ground beside Maki's head cracked. Chapter 22, Second Member of the Akatsuki. Kazuma said, "If you were an enemy, your head would have exploded." Maki blankly stared at Kazuma's eyes that were full of teasing intent. Just when she tried to break free, she was pushed down again. Then, in her extremely shocked eyes, Kazuma hooked the edge of her black stockings. Her black stocking was ruthlessly peeled off inch by inch from her thighs. Her long, slender, white legs were completely exposed. Finally got it. Kazuma moved away and threw the stockings into the Kamui dimension. He is a gentleman, how could he possibly smell it? But when there is no one around, it's hard to say what he will do. Maki shouted, "Pervert! Give it back to me now." Maki, who just realized what had happened, blushed. She felt a little uncomfortable after suddenly losing her stockings, and her feet became tense. She didn't expect Kazuma to be such a person. No wonder he kept staring at her legs from the beginning, was it just for this moment? But, what's the point of taking her stockings? Maki was filled with shame and indignation. Her expression constantly changed, as if she was trying to make some kind of decision. She quickly took off her other pair of black stockings and threw them at Kazuma with disgust. Maki said while blushing, since you like it, I'll give this to you as well. In exchange, you have to spar with me." Holding the warm stockings in his hands, Kazuma looked at Maki in disbelief. Oh shit! Things seem to be going in the wrong direction. He has already completed the mission, so why would he need another? Before Kazuma could think any more, Maki rushed towards him again. She swung her long white legs, as fighting spirit burned in her eyes. Well, since he has already taken advantage of her, he might as well have a good in-depth discussion with her. 10 minutes later. Kazuma panted and took deep breaths of fresh air. Under a big tree not far away from him, Maki was sitting in a weird posture, slumping on the ground, and breathing heavily. Her hair was disheveled, her pretty face was full of stubbornness, and her eyes were full of resentment. Kazuma wiped the sweat from his forehead and helplessly looked at Maki. He knew Maki was a proud and stubborn woman, but he had never expected her to be this stubborn. Does a spar have to go to this extent? Maki fell down again and got up again and again. She knew it was impossible to defeat him, but she still refused to admit defeat. Even he had become exhausted. In the end, Kazuma deliberately did not dodge and took 2 punches to his face from her before Maki gave up. It seems that the pressure in her mind is much greater than she thought. Also, can she change her posture? If someone doesn't know, they might think he had done something to her. Kazuma squatted down and said, "Maki-senpai, you want to become stronger, right? Brute force alone won't make you stronger. Then, Kazuma activated his Sharingan and said, "Do you want to be looked down upon by the Zenin clan for the rest of your life? Do you want your sister and yourself to return to the Zenin clan in humiliation and become the lowest servants after your failure? Do you want to serve those stupid old men?" Kazuma's words hit Maki like a thunderbolt. Maki, who had no strength left, suddenly yelled, "I don't want that." Kazuma gently held her cheek. His scarlet Sharingan turned and looked deeply into his eyes. He said, "So, Maki, do you want to become stronger?" These words kept echoing in Maki's mind. At this moment, Maki no longer cared about the difference between men and women. She stared at Kazuma's eyes with extremely longing eyes. Seeing this, Kazuma became ashamed. Why did he feel like he was becoming more and more like a villain? The kind that does whatever it takes to achieve their goal. After a while, Maki reacted immediately and pushed Kazuma away. She asked, How do you know about me?" She has always kept these things in her heart and has never told anyone. But it looked like Kazuma knew her very well. He even knew her sister. Isn't Kazuma just a freshman who has only been here for a few days? Kazuma pointed at his eyes and said, "I can see your past." Then, Kazuma talked about Maki's experience while growing up and how she was disliked by her family. He even talked about her physical problems. He even roughly described the changes in her relationship with her sister. Maki blankly stared at Kazuma. Although she had thought Kazuma was very powerful before, she only really realized his mystery at this moment. He knew her past clearly. In addition, Kazuma's pair of mysterious scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through her. Maki lowered her head and didn't say anything, obviously believing what Kazuma had said. Maki said, "I want to become stronger, but how can you help me? What do you want?" Maki was not a fool. She naturally didn't believe that Kazuma would help her for free. Maybe this was Kazuma's real purpose. Was his previous frivolous behavior of taking off her stockings a deliberate act? Kazuma slowly stepped forward and said with a smile, "My request is very simple. Join the Akatsuki, and I will teach you the 8 inner gates that I had used just now." After saying this, he stepped aside, used the 8 inner gates again and showed it to her. He didn't rush Maki, but rather gave her time to make a choice. However, after all this trouble, Kazuma was almost certain that Maki would agree. Meanwhile, Maki's mind was in a whirlpool. 8 inner gates. Was that the technique Kazuma had just used? Maki could clearly feel that before Kazuma had activated the 8 inner gates, she could still keep up with him. But when that heat emanated from his body, she was no longer able to fight back. But, what is this Akatsuki he was talking about? She looked at Kazuma and asked, "What is Akatsuki?" Kazuma internally thought, "Here it comes. I have been waiting to say this for a long time." He passionately said, "Ahem." Akatsuki also means dawn. It is a great and righteous organization that fights against cursed spirits, protects the people, and maintains world peace with selfless dedication. Kazuma put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky. Chapter 23, A Treasure Trove of Ninjutsu. Maki blinked, confused by this sudden scene. That speech was delivered in one go. It was obvious that Kazuma had prepared in advance. Are you sure this is not a pyramid scheme? Besides, Kazuma doesn't seem to be a high-ranking person. Then, Kazuma continued to introduce the benefits of joining the Akatsuki and how easy it was to become a member. Kazuma said, "So, what do you think? 8 Inner Gates is a martial arts that has been passed down within my family for generations. It has never been passed on to others. Besides, as long as you join, I can be your sparring partner at any time. I'm sure Panda and Inamaki are very reluctant to spar with a fighting maniac like you, right?" Having read the Jujutsu Kaisen manga, Kazuma naturally knew that among the second years, no one was willing to spar with Maki, a taijutsu madman. In this battle just now, Maki had not exerted her full strength. After all, her real strength is her mastery of cursed tools. Finally, Kazuma used his trump card, "I can make you surpass the past tyrant, Fushiguro Toji." Toji's experience was similar to Maki's, except that he used his extremely powerful strength to sweep away all of his past humiliation. With the power of one person, he easily suppressed the Zenin clan. Nobody even dared to raise their heads in his presence. Anyone who dared to say anything more than necessary would be killed. Presumably, Maki has always regarded Toji as her goal, right? Kazuma has already mentioned all the points that can be used to persuade Maki. Now, it's all up to Maki. Hearing this, Maki's body slightly trembled and her breathing became rapid. Should she really join the Akatsuki? She closed her eyes, and her past in the Zenin clan echoed in her mind like a nightmare. Since the moment she was born, she has been ridiculed and mocked because of having no curse's energy. She couldn't even see cursed spirits. She remembered the cold eyes of her biological parents. From childhood to adulthood, her sister and she grew up under scolding and ridicule. All of this was why she wants to become stronger and prove herself so much. Moreover, Kazuma even knew about Toji. This made her last glimmer of doubt disappear. I am willing to join the Akatsuki and be at your disposal. Having said that, Maki even knelt down on one knee. Kazuma quickly helped her up. The Akatsuki didn't need these rules and regulations. Of course, the premise is that the members have to obey his orders. He smiled and held out his hand. He said, "Welcome to the Akatsuki. Your future will be bright." Although he had invited Maki to obtain the mission reward, he still felt a great sense of accomplishment at this moment. After all, another fallen girl had been saved. After shaking hands with Maki, Kazuma took out a book from the Kamui dimension. The title of the book was 8 Inner Gates. After obtaining the 8 inner gates through the system, Kazuma had instantly understood all the key points about the 8 inner gates. So, it was naturally easy for him to write it down. Moreover, he also used his own words, knowledge and experience to make the content more understandable. He believed that smart Maki could understand it. Maki took the book, flipped through a few pages, and then her beautiful eyes widened. The operation of meridians, the mobilization of energy, and the way to open the subsequent 8 gates were all clearly written. Except for the ugly handwriting, this book was undoubtedly perfect. It seemed that Kazuma really hadn't lied to her. Maki nodded heavily and said, "Thank you." Kazuma said, "Practice well. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." After saying that, Kazuma took out 2 Akatsuki robes that he had bought last time and handed them to her. Kazuma said, "This is the organization uniform. You don't have to wear it, but you can't be without it. Please give the other one to Nobara for me." Maki looked at Kazuma in surprise and asked, "Is Nobara also a member of the Akatsuki?" "Yes." Kazuma continued seriously, "You should only open up to the 2nd gate at present. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not forcefully open the subsequent gates. Without a strong enough body, the side effects will be severe, and there is even a risk of death." Maki said, "Well, I'll pay attention." At this moment, Maki no longer displayed her previous aloofness. She had become more gentle, like the big sister next door. Looking at Maki's departing back, Kazuma couldn't help but say, "Maki, you look better without glasses." Maki paused her steps. Her ears turned red, and she glared at him. She said, "Kazuma, you are so vulgar." After saying that, she ran away. Why did he suddenly have a feeling that he has been scolded twice in a short while? T/N, this is referring to Nobara internally scolding MC for being obscene in previous chapters. Kazuma and the obscene. But Kazuma was serious. Whether in the manga or now, Maki's beauty was hidden by that pair of glasses. After Maki left, a system prompt sounded in Kazuma's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 50% discount coupon for the system store. Kazuma opened the system store. Kazuma could instantly buy Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll with the 50% discount coupon. He decisively bought it. Suddenly, everything went dark. He was confused for a while and his consciousness became vague. It was as if he was falling into the clouds. A huge amount of information flooded into his mind. It seemed like his head was going to explode in the next second. Fortunately, with the help of the system, a cool feeling appeared in his mind, like streams of clear springs, followed by countless flashes of inspiration. The originally obscure ninjutsu had now become clear at a glance. In just 10 minutes, Kazuma had learned everything. Kazuma opened his eyes. An indescribable sense of excitement could be seen in his eyes. It is indeed a ninjutsu scroll that is treasured by Madara. There are fire release, water release, wood release, and even legendary forbidden techniques. Even Edo Tensei and Rinnegan techniques were included. But it seems that he can't use it for now. After all, Rinnegan is needed to activate the Rinnegan techniques. He only has a Mangekyo Sharingan at the moment. But what surprised Kazuma was that even a seduction technique was included. It seems that Madara is also a man of culture. Chapter 24, Kazuma becomes a teacher. This seduction technique was a conceptual ninjutsu. Even Kaguya would be affected by it. But what can he do with it? Seduce Sukuna. Anyway, now he has many more means of attack. Next, Kazuma checked the progress of the long-term mission. Long-term mission: the higher-ups of the Jujutsu Society are corrupt. Refuse to work for them. Create the Akatsuki and invite sorcerers to join it. Progress: 2/3 people. Reward: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Eternal Mangekyo is just around the corner. As long as he recruits one more person, he can get the Eternal Mangekyo. Just as Kazuma was immersed in joy, a pitch-black crow with red eyes landed on his shoulder. It goes without saying that this crow was under May May's control. It should have just flown in. Before taking off Maki's black stockings, Kazuma had deliberately activated his Sharingan to observe his surroundings. At that time, he hadn't noticed this crow. So, it was safe to say that it had just arrived. He can't let May May see himself poaching people. A piece of white paper fell into his palm from the crow. The content was roughly: Yaga plans to promote him to a teacher in his personal capacity, and it just so happens that cursed spirits are suspected to be in Tokyo, so Kazuma just needs to follow them and go through the motions. Kazuma knew that every teacher at Jujutsu High needed to pass an assessment before taking on their position. After all, in addition to being strong, a teacher also needs to protect the safety of their students at all times. Kazuma had just learned a lot of ninjutsu. So, he hoped to test them out on some cursed spirits. He can also get some points. He can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What? Are you guys role-playing? Kazuma's face was full of confusion as he looked at the 3 people opposite him. Shoko said, "That's right. This time, I, May May, and Nanami will act as your students. How about it? Are you excited?" Shoko was wearing a white medical gown with a burgundy shirt underneath. She looked like an intellectual one-san. Maybe because of being too busy at work, dark circles were seen at the corners of her eyes. Shoko held her chin and looked at Kazuma with interest. She hadn't noticed it before, but when she got closer, she noticed that Kazuma was quite handsome. She was very excited at this moment, as she had suffered a lot in order to investigate Kazuma's identity. This time, it's this guy's turn to serve her. Moreover, she has been staying in the infirmary to treat the wounded all year round. Today, she has to take on the dangerous task of exorcising cursed spirits. But for her, it was like a relaxing vacation. May May joked, "Our Shoko is the treasure of Jujutsu High. You must protect her well. As for the life and death of Nanami and I, it depends on whether you have a conscience." As if she had thought of something, May May chuckled and moved closer. She stretched out her white and tender fingers to draw circles on Kazuma's chest, and said charmingly, "If the students do something wrong later, Kazuma-sensei doesn't need to show any sympathy. You can just punish them as much as you want." After saying this, even May May blushed a little. But after what had happened last night, when facing Kazuma, she couldn't help but have the idea of teasing him. Hiss. Kazuma took a deep breath to calm himself. Why had May May become so different? In his impression, she was a mature and heroic lady. Why did it seem like she had a hidden masochistic side now? Kazuma shook his head, and put aside his wild thoughts. Then, he looked at Shoko. If he remembered correctly, Shoko knew reverse curse technique and hadn't been shown using normal curse techniques. However, her reverse curse technique was a little different as she could heal others very efficiently. A general reverse curse technique user can usually only provide effective treatment to themselves, and they can't effectively heal others. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that she is the treasure of the entire Tokyo Jujutsu High or more. It seems that he has to focus on her. Nanami was wearing a smart suit and had his blonde hair was combed back. He glanced at the time and said, "Let's get going quickly. Try to finish before 6 o'clock. I don't want to work overtime." Kazuma agreed, partly because he wanted to test out the ninjutsu he had just learned. Secondly, the gears of the plot have already started turning. During this period, Gojo Satoru is on a mission and is not in Tokyo Jujutsu High. Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara should have received a mission by now. They need to go to Aisha Juvenile Detention Center to carry out a rescue mission. But how could he give up the opportunity to spar with Sukuna? As time has passed, his personality has been affected because of the Mangekyo Sharingan to some extent, and the warmongering genes have taken root in his body. A desire to fight has gradually emerged in him. He hoped that Sukuna would not let him down. Hopefully, he can catch up in time after this assessment is completed. Several people arrived at the crime scene in Ijichi's luxury car. This was an abandoned construction site, which was now shrouded in black air. The surrounding area was already filled with yellow lines prohibiting entry. Ijichi straightened his glasses and said, according to preliminary investigations, a special-grade cursed spirit was born in this abandoned factory. The workers inside are in unknown condition, but I'm afraid they are in grave danger. As for the specific reason for the cursed spirit's birth, it is unknown. According to local residents, because of the endless exploitation by the boss, the workers' resentment gradually accumulated. After jumping off the building and dying, he turned into a special-grade cursed spirit. However, the strength of this special-grade cursed spirit is not that strong. It is suitable for Kazuma's assessment. After the introduction, Ijichi prepared to set up a curtain. Wait. May May interrupted Ijichi and looked at Kazuma. She said to Kazuma, since this is your test, set up a curtain in person. Kazuma stood there in a daze, his eyes blank. Ah, this is a bit embarrassing. It seems that he hasn't learned how to set up a curtain yet. It seems that Gojo Satoru has never taught him anything, and he let him do whatever he wanted almost the entire time. Kazuma, hurry and set it up. Wait, you don't even know how to set up a curtain. Nanami looked at Kazuma in disbelief. The others also looked at him in surprise. Chapter 25, Testing Out Ninjutsu. Kazuma helplessly shrugged. The others were shocked. Kazuma can kill a special-grade cursed spirit alone, but he can't even set up a veil. If he becomes a teacher, what kind of commotion will he cause when he exorcises cursed spirits? They all knew Kazuma's power. He was probably among the upper echelon's first-grade sorcerers. But May May didn't think the same. After all, she had experienced Kazuma's unpredictable genjutsu. For her, calling Kazuma a special-grade sorcerer wouldn't be an exaggeration. Shoko stepped forward and made a gesture. She said, repeat after me. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Soon, under her guidance, Kazuma successfully set up a veil. The entire sky gradually darkened, and a black veil covered the abandoned factory, separating it from the outside world. In this way, now the outside world cannot see the situation inside. This is a necessary skill for a beginner sorcerer. It is used in order to avoid attracting attention when removing cursed spirits, which would cause panic among the people. Shoko smiled with satisfaction and said, not bad, you learned it in no time, much faster than I did back then. After setting up the veil, Ijichi left, and Kazuma and others entered the construction site. In an abandoned construction site, there were scattered steel bars and red bricks everywhere, with sharp claw marks on them. There was a pungent smell of blood coming from the front. When they got closer, they saw corpses everywhere, and not a single one was intact. On the high steel frames, numerous headless corpses were hanging, and blood was dripping down the rusty steel pipes. How could this be called a construction site? It was basically hell on earth. Even an experienced sorcerer like May May had never seen such a tragic scene. Shoko sighed and said, I'm afraid everyone on this construction site is dead. As a doctor, she had seen many injured sorcerers, but even so, she still couldn't help but shudder. She frowned and thought, can being exploited by the boss cause such a big resentment? But after thinking about it, she decided not to say it out loud. After all, her experience with cursed spirits was definitely not as much as May May and Nanami's. Kazuma sensed that something was wrong through his Sharingan. Perhaps it was the Sharingan's meticulous observation ability, but he could clearly observe the remaining cursed energy in the air. Although the amount was not much, the density of the cursed energy here was far greater than the time he had faced the human-faced worm last time. He guessed that this time, the special grade cursed spirit might be much stronger than the one he had encountered before. To be on the safe side, he took out the gunbai from the Kamui dimension. Seeing this, May May smiled and said, "Why aren't you wearing the mask as well? You will look more mysterious if you match them together." Kazuma's mouth twitched and he said, "I would feel stuffy." May May gave him a rather flirtatious look. "Eh? What are you two talking about? I don't understand." Shoko and Nanami looked at the two with scrutinizing eyes. Mask. Mystery. TSK, there's something wrong with these two people. Seeing their puzzled reactions, Kazuma did not explain anything. May May and Nanami's reaction proved that May May had not told anyone else about what had happened that day. May May said, "This is a secret between Kazuma and me. Don't worry about it." She put away her smile and said seriously, "Kazuma, you will play the role of our teacher this time. You will be in charge of the situation we encounter later, and you can also instruct us. In short, please put yourself in the role of a teacher as soon as possible and protect the cute students who are crying out for help." As soon as May May finished speaking, bang! A group of winged, crawler-like monsters fell down. Disgusting mucus dripped from the corners of their mouths. They stretched out their long forked tongues and pounced on Kazuma and the others. They were very fast and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 May May and others frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Judging from the fluctuations of cursed energy emitted by these cursed spirits, they were close to first-grade cursed spirits. In the past, when they went on a mission to exorcise special-grade cursed spirits, the cursed spirits they encountered along the way were at most grade 2. However, these cursed spirits before them were infinitely close to the level of first-grade cursed spirits. May May and the others did not make a move. This was Kazuma's test. They wanted to see how Kazuma would deal with these cursed spirits. He will probably use his weird space distortion technique, right? However, contrary to their expectations, Kazuma jumped up. He slowly rose into the sky, and looked at the dozen or so cursed spirits below. Under the puzzled gazes of the three people, he clapped his hands and puffed up his cheeks. His chakra gushed like spring, gathering in his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A ball of red flame spewed out of his mouth. The moment the flame touched the air, it instantly expanded to 20 times its size. The flames instantly turned into a 100-meter-long sea of fire, instantly engulfing the cursed spirits below. The terrifying heat wave stung the skin of the people behind Kazuma. They felt like they were being burned by fire. Their pupils contracted and they quickly retreated. May May even stood in front and formed a blue barrier, thus resisting the aftermath. This move was Madara's famous skill. When Madara had used this move, it tooled the combined effort of thousands of ninjas using water release at the same time to barely resist it. Of course, Kazuma's current cursed energy reserve, chakra, was obviously nowhere near Madara's. But even so, the power behind his attack was terrifying. Chapter 26, A Tragic Love Story. The fire release lasted for more than 10 seconds. May May and the others looked around, but they didn't see any trace of cursed spirits. The ground covered by flames was charred black, and a faint black smoke was rising from it. There was still a faint smell of burnt meat in the air, which should be coming from the cursed spirit. But soon, they were burned into slag by the continuous high temperature, leaving no ashes. HAAA. Kazuma slowly landed and breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of using ninjutsu for the first time was pretty good, but his cheeks felt a little sore. Well, another point to note was that the amount of chakra required was too much. After all, he is not like Edo Tensei Madara who possessed almost unlimited chakra. It seems that he needs to practice more. Otherwise he won't be able to withstand such consumption. Feeling the remaining chakra in his body, Kazuma thought of Kakashi. Kazuma lowered his head and muttered to himself, "If only I could obtain infinite chakra." Forget it, he shouldn't aim too high. Just take it step by step. Maybe there will be something like that in the subsequent mission rewards or the system store. Kazuma said, "Eh? What are you guys standing there for? Keep moving forward. We haven't found the special grade cursed spirit yet. Besides, why are you all standing so far away?" He looked at the three people who had retreated several dozen meters behind him and were blankly staring at him. As he finished speaking, they came back to their senses. Thinking back to the horrific scene that had happened just now, they still felt scared and took a deep breath. May May. Is he really just a first-grade sorcerer? Shoko held May May's arm and muttered. There were still a few tears in the corners of her eyes. She looked at Kazuma as if he was a monster. This was the first time she had seen Kazuma in action. At first, she had thought Kazuma was very capable. But at most, he was probably about the same as Nanami, and he might even be weaker than May May. But after this experience, she had a new understanding of Kazuma. He didn't even know how to set up a curtain just now, but in the blink of an eye, he unleashed such a terrifying flame. No. That was no longer a flame, but a sea of fire. May May didn't know how to answer at this moment. She slightly opened her red lips and stared at Kazuma with extremely complicated eyes. How many secrets does this kid still have? Or, what exactly is his curse technique? Weird space technique, manipulating people's minds, genjutsus that are impossible to guard against, and now he even spewed a sea of fire from his mouth. And his physical skills are not inferior to her. Is he an all-rounder? Is there anything he can't do? Even Gojo Satoru wasn't this terrifying at this age, right? Looking back on that night, she felt really lucky. If Kazuma had wanted to kill her to silence her, could she have escaped from him? TSK. That damn Yaga actually let her track and monitor such a terrifying person. Nanami, who was always calm, said, May May-san, is it just my illusion? I feel like I might not be able to defeat Kazuma. In his opinion, if such a large range of fire was used on himself, he would definitely not be able to avoid it completely. The consequences of being burned. T/N, bro is seeing his future, sad face. May May said, that's not a feeling, that's reality. Kazuma came in front of the three people and urged them, hey, stop being dazed, follow teacher. Let's kill the special grade cursed spirit. He has to hurry up. After all, he still has to fight Sukuna. At the same time, on a beautiful beach, a man wearing a blue plaid shirt, sunglasses, and with stitches all over his face was lying leisurely on a bench, enjoying the sun. This person was Mahito. I really can't do anything about you. Didn't we agree to wait for Jogo to arrive before acting together? The gentle voice of Geto Suguru, Kenjaku, sounded beside his ears. His tone showed that he was just teasing, and not blaming him. Mahito smiled and waved his hands. He casually said, it's just a little fight before the main course begins. I just want to test how much power the most twisted and unlimited curse in the rumors can exert. Kenjaku said, you want to know? You have a big appetite. Love is the most twisted curse. Kenjaku was very clear about this. After all, this body had lost to the power of pure love. Kenjaku lifted his chin and glanced at Mahito with expectation in his eyes. He said, forget it. I've been a bit bored lately. Let me see what kind of power love can exert. It would be even better if a few first-grade sorcerers could die. Then, Gojo Satoru would be forced to take action. Then, he would get a good opportunity to let Mahito and the others see how terrifying the man, who had changed the entire world of Jujutsu by himself was. Kenjaku looked at Mahito and said, by the way, how did you create such a special grade curse spirit? Mahito said, haha, it actually has nothing to do with me. The worker was exploited by his boss, and the boss envied his beloved wife because of her beauty. So, she was assigned to a high-risk position that did not belong to her and unfortunately fell to her death. Ha ha ha. What do you think? The humans in this world are much scarier than cursed spirits, right? Having said this, Mahito stood up, and faced the sea. He spread his arms, and let the sea breeze blow on his cheeks. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind. Filth, selfishness, jealousy, greed, too many things to list. They are not worthy of being the masters of this world. Geto, I feel that everything we do is just, and our existence is simply for justice. Kenjaku smiled knowingly and said, so, what did you do? Mahito said in a sinister tone, I just wove a beautiful lie for that worker. For example, if he kills 100,000 people and collects their blood, he can revive his lover. Ha 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 ha. I'm such a kind-hearted genius. Chapter 27, Love, the Most Powerful Curse. Before they knew it, Kazuma and the others had reached the deepest part of the abandoned construction site. Along the way, Kazuma turned into a ruthless bulldozer, pushing forward all the way. Even a first-grade cursed spirit was killed in seconds. In front of them, a long blood-red line appeared on the ground. It was obvious that the red line was made up of the blood of a corpse. It seemed to be telling them that once they cross this line, they will enter hell. Seeing this, the three looked solemn. They could clearly feel that the fluctuations of cursed energy in the area within the red line was extremely violent and huge. Presumably, that special-grade cursed spirit was just ahead. Shoko, remember to follow closely, the fun is about to begin. After May May reminded Shoko, she looked at Kazuma and said, "We are about to fight the big boss. Teacher, you can direct the students. For example, positioning, coordination, etc. Does Kazuma-sensei have any ideas?" After May May's reminder, Kazuma remembered that the assessment also included teacher-student interaction. After some thought, Kazuma looked at the three people with a sly smile and said, "Then please stand at the back and watch the teacher." Without any hesitation, they crossed the red line drawn by blood. The moment they crossed the line, boom! Countless piercing screams sounded, and the sky changed from dark to blood red. Countless corpses were suspended in the sky, blood dripping down their arms. There were so many of them that it was as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky. In front of them, a worker's flesh and blood were torn apart, with only a skeleton left on his body. He was sitting high on the pile of corpses, with his head down in deep thought. How could they tell at a glance that he was a worker? Because he was wearing the yellow safety helmet that was unique to construction workers. Feeling the pressure emanating from him, Kazuma became thoughtful. Presumably, this is the special-grade cursed spirit that Ajichi had described. He had transformed out of hatred due to the increasing exploitation by his boss. Is the area within the red line his living area? Judging from his aura alone, he seems to be much stronger than the special-grade cursed spirit from last time. May May and the others became more solemn, and at the same time, they started guessing. This cursed spirit is very strong. The eyes of the special-grade cursed spirit lit up and he said, "Sorcerers." Great. That gentleman once said that a sorcerer's flesh and blood is equivalent to 10,000 people. As he said this, he jumped down and stretched out his hands to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha 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 ha. God is really helping me. 4 sorcerers. I am one step closer to reviving Momo. Come on, I beg you 4 to offer your precious flesh and blood, please. Although there was almost no flesh on his face, everyone could still feel that his empty eyes were filled with extreme desire. Kazuma was speechless. Is this special-grade cursed spirit crazy? And why does Momo sound familiar? He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. When May May and the others heard what the cursed spirit said, their hearts sank. Shoko said solemnly, "Oh no. I've read Ajichi's analysis report, and Momo is the worker's wife." In other words, the reason why this special-grade cursed spirit was born was not because of the boss's exploitation, but because of love. As she finished her words, May May tried to withdraw from the red line without any hesitation. But what greeted her was a bloody barrier. Love. Is it necessary to have such a big reaction just because the reason for the cursed spirit's birth has changed? Kazuma looked at the sudden changes in the reactions of the 3 people, especially May May. She is usually frivolous and casual, but she looked serious right now. Kazuma realized that the situation was not simple. Love? Kazuma seemed to remember something that Gojo Satoru had said. What's it called? Nanami seemed to see Kazuma's doubts and said, "Love is the most twisted and the most obsessive. The highest level of cursed spirits is special grade, but there are differences between special grades. Let's stop the assessment here. The 2 of us will work together to eliminate this special grade cursed spirit. May May will ensure Shoko's safety." Obviously, the 3 were very clear about this. Even if Gojo Satoru encountered a special grade cursed spirit born out of love, he would rather avoid it. Because, even if he were to eliminate it, it would take a lot of effort. Nanami and the others fully agreed with this. After all, Rika, who lives in Yuta's body, had also been born out of love. They had seen how powerful Rika was. Thankfully, the cursed spirit in front of them was not yet at that level. However, it was still definitely not something that could be dealt with one person alone. It can only be eliminated by joining forces. Besides, Shoko was not good at fighting. Her safety must not be threatened. After hearing what Nanami said, Kazuma remembered. No wonder he felt something was wrong from the moment he had come in. However, isn't this better for him? What's the point of killing a cursed spirit in 2 moves? There are actually 2 difficult guys. The special grade cursed spirit tapped the helmet on his head with his bony index finger, thinking. The difficult guys it was referring to were May May and Nanami. He felt like they could pose quite a threat to him. As for Kazuma, who had not yet revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, he did not take him seriously. Not to mention the female doctor in the white coat. Moreover, judging from their performance, the doctor seemed to be very important to them. Hey hey hey. He let out an evil laugh and already had a plan in mind. Chapter 28, Dire Situation. In the solemn gazes of May May and others, the special grade cursed spirit put both hands in front of his chest, forming a special gesture. Deep and hoarse voices came from all directions and penetrated deep into their mind. Domain expansion, graveyard of eternity. May May and the author felt as if they were trapped in absolute darkness. Tick-tock. With the sound of water drops falling, ripples appeared in the dark area. Then, the bloody sky reappeared. Countless skeletons emerged from under the feet of the special grade cursed spirit and instantly filled the area. These skeletons regarded the special grade cursed spirit as their king. They built stairs from their body, sending the special grade cursed spirit to the bone throne at the highest point of the domain. May May, Nanami, and Shoko's pupils contracted violently. Domain, expansion. This special grade cursed spirit actually has a domain. Although this domain is still in its infancy and many areas are not yet perfect, it is still difficult to deal with. This time, the information was extremely inaccurate. They never expected that this time they would actually encounter a cursed spirit with its own domain. May May frowned. This is bad. This cursed spirit is already difficult to deal with, and now they are even trapped in its domain. She raised her giant axe and stopped Shoko behind her. She said, "Shoko, be sure to hide behind me." At this moment, a crisp sound of a lighter was heard. Shoko lit a cigarette, exhaled a long breath, and said calmly, "Why is it so troublesome? You 3 should ignore me for now. It should be easy to surround and kill this cursed spirit, right? Don't really think of me as a weak woman." Both her expression and tone were relaxed, but anyone who knew her would know that she was just pretending. When Shoko is extremely nervous or sad, she subconsciously lights a cigarette. Kazuma looked at the scene in the domain with excitement. Is this a domain? This was the first time he was witnessing a domain. It's really oppressive. Killing it should earn him a lot of points, right? The special grade cursed spirit sat on the throne in the sky and laughed crazily. He said, "You are right. If you all join forces to besiege me, even in the domain, I will have a hard time. But don't forget, this is my territory." Bone hand. With a roar, the countless bones in the area combined into a large hand, and slapped May May and Nanami. The domain user has a 100% hit rate within their domain. Bang. This attack knocked the 2 people out of the range. The special grade cursed spirit opened his jaw to an odd degree. He looked at Kazuma and Shoko as if he was looking at prey. Ha ha ha. Those 2 troublesome people are gone. Now, it's hunting time. Outside the domain. Bang. A fierce attack slammed heavily onto the blood-colored barrier. May May and Nanami, one holding a giant axe and the other holding a long knife, frantically attacked the domain of the special grade cursed spirit. They looked extremely solemn. Damn it. This is bad. This cursed spirit is so unethical. Originally, if the 3 of them had joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill this special grade cursed spirit. But who could have thought that this special grade cursed spirit would actually repel them from his domain? And he deliberately left behind the seemingly weak Kazuma and the weak-looking Shoko. Nanami's face looked extremely heavy. The domain of a special grade cursed spirit cannot be broken in a short period of time. As a rookie, Kazuma is definitely unfamiliar with domains, and it is unknown whether he can hold on until they can provide support. As for Shoko, thinking of this, he clenched his fists. That special grade cursed spirit has a 100% hit rate within his domain and he will definitely aim at Shoko. Therefore, he could hardly think of the possibility of Shoko's survival. No, this is not the solution. I'll call the college and ask them to send a special grade curse tool over. Only in this way can the domain be broken quickly. May May nodded seriously and increased the intensity of her attack. Of course, her main concern was Shoko's safety. As for Kazuma, she has seen his full power and knew that nothing should happen to him. But if the cursed spirit uses Shoko to restrict Kazuma, it will be troublesome. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Inside the principal's office. Ring. Ring. Yaga picked up the phone irritatingly. But when he saw that the caller was Nanami, he became a little confused. Why is he calling at this hour? After all these years of being together, he knew a thing or two about Nanami. 9 out of 10 times, Nanami would call to complain about why he had to work overtime again. Yaga looked at the time. Isn't it just past 4 o'clock? Is he already thinking about leaving and getting off work? There is May May who only asks for money, Nanami who refuses to work overtime, and Kazuma who has just come recently for free food and accommodation. Such a hassle. But he answered the phone immediately and said calmly, "Hello, it's not time to get off work yet, Nanami. An accident happened. Listen to me carefully." A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone. A few minutes later, Yaga hung up the phone with a dull expression. Bang. He broke his desk. Ijichi. Come here. Following his roar, Ijichi, who was guarding the door, immediately walked in with his body bent. Although he didn't know why the principal was suddenly so angry, he just bowed his head. The information is wrong. That special grade cursed spirit was born out of love. Ijichi's pupils shrank sharply. With just one sentence, he immediately understood. It's over. This intelligence error might implicate the entire auxiliary supervisory department. Yaga threw a key and said, "Send a special grade curse tool to them right now. Speed up." Yes. Principal. Chapter 29, Determined Shoko. After Ijichi left, Yaga collapsed and scratched his head. This is just nonsense. It would be fine if these people just assessed Kazuma, but they even brought Shoko into the fun. Why do they have to roleplay as teacher and students? It would be all right if everything went fine, but things have taken a wrong turn now. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. It would be fine if this cursed spirit was just born out of love, but the outrageous thing was that it actually even had a domain. Now, Kazuma and Shoko are imprisoned inside. One is in danger, the other. Why? Yaga let out a long sigh, and at this moment, he seemed to have aged a little. Shoko is as important as Gojo Satoru. A strategic treasure of the entire jujutsu world. If something unexpected happens, he can say goodbye to his job as the principal. Even if the higher-ups skin him alive, that would be the least of his worries. This was the second time he had become so flustered. The first time was when Geto Suguru betrayed him. Oh, if only Gojo Satoru were here. Within the domain, the special grade cursed spirit smiled evilly. Originally, his intention was to kill all 4 of them, but after feeling the power of May May and Nanami, he felt that the cake was too big to be eaten in one go. If his appetite is too big, he might even die of overeating. So, he decisively gave up and only kept these 2 weaklings here. He was going to reunite with the Momo, so how could he put himself at risk? Shoko looked in the direction where May May and Nanami were sent flying just now with a panicked look on her face. Damn it. She didn't expect this cursed spirit to be so cunning. Did he deliberately leave her and Kazuma to use her to restrict Kazuma? She glanced at Kazuma, who was expressionless and gritted her teeth. She said, "Kazuma, the priority is to exorcise this cursed spirit. With Kazuma's strength, if he concentrates on fighting this cursed spirit, he may have a chance of winning." She didn't want to be a burden. As for her own safety, well, let's just leave it to fate. Looking back on her life over the years, she has basically spent all of it in the infirmary, busy from morning to night. What is the purpose of this? Is it her duty as a sorcerer? She seems to have never lived for herself. Kazuma certainly knew what Shoko meant. However, this cursed spirit seemed to have made some mistakes. It seemed like he was being looked down upon. Kazuma took a step forward, and his lips curled up slightly. He said, "Hey, figure out the roles of hunter and prey." "I'm the hunter." Suddenly, his originally black pupils glowed with scarlet blood, and the Mangekyo pattern slowly turned in his eyes. This faint light was so dazzling that it made the originally red sky look dim and colorless. Boom. The heart of the special grade cursed spirit seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer. Just looking into those eyes was like having an icy sharp blade placed at one's neck, ready to take one's life at any moment. The special grade cursed spirit involuntarily took a step back. Is this an illusion? No. He will not fall under this kind of death threat. Unexpectedly, this weak-looking guy is the strongest. I'll devour her first, and then I'll fight you. After saying this, his skeleton-like body collapsed, and the bones not far from Shoko's feet began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into the body of the special grade cursed spirit. In this area full of bones, he can reorganize himself at any time, any place, changing into any form. A sharp sword condensed from bones stabbed towards Shoko. Kazuma, now is the time to attack the cursed spirit. After saying that, Shoko closed her eyes. Her pretty face became tense, and she almost forgot how to breathe. At the same time, she silently activated the reverse curse technique. Hopefully, she could tank a few hits and give Kazuma a chance to attack. After the expected pain did not come, she carefully opened one eye. Shoko saw that the cursed spirit's bone sword had stopped 10 centimeters away from her heart. Moreover, the cursed spirit's entire body was fixed in place, and he was not moving at all. One could even see that his face was filled with fear. As if he was enduring great pain. She looked at Kazuma with a shocked look and asked, "Is this a technique that freezes the body?" How does Kazuma know so many techniques? Kazuma walked up slowly and took out a lollipop from the Kamui dimension. Then he smiled and took out the cigarette from Shoko's mouth and replaced it with a lollipop. During this process, Shoko did not resist at all and allowed Kazuma to replace her cigarette. Kazuma said, "That's right, girls look better when they don't smoke." Looking at Shoko, who was motionless and still in a daze, Kazuma was speechless. "I didn't use genjutsu on you. Why do you look like you've been frozen?" After saying this, Shoko's tense body finally relaxed. She licked the sweet lollipop, and asked, "You just said that it was controlled by a genjutsu." She looked at Kazuma in disbelief. "Yeah." Kazuma nodded slightly, and his Sharingan turned again. The knife that the special grade cursed spirit had originally tried to stab Shoko with slowly retracted. Then, under Shoko's shocked gaze, he suddenly stabbed back into his body. Snap. His hard white ribs broke, and then he stabbed himself several more times. The cursed spirit's body made of skeletons began to gradually crumble. This. Shoko was extremely shocked to see the actions of the cursed spirit in front of her. The cursed spirit that wanted to kill her 1 second ago, swung the sword at himself the next second. And all this is because of the genjutsu that Kazuma mentioned. What kind of genjutsu is so powerful? Can Kazuma actually forcefully control a special grade cursed spirit to commit suicide? Isn't this too overbearing? She looked at Kazuma with her beautiful brown eyes and asked, "Why did the cursed spirit seem so happy just now?" "It's like he had succeeded." Kazuma explained with a smile, "Naturally, he is immersed in a world of genjutsu. The scene he saw was roughly successfully devouring you, then finally killing me, and resurrecting his wife. Tell me, how could he not be happy?" Shoko's beautiful eyes flickered and she exclaimed, "So outrageous." Chapter 30, Opening the Fourth Gate. Kazuma shook his head. This was just an ordinary genjutsu. If he could obtain Tsukuyomi, or even infinite Tsukuyomi, that would be outrageous. The biggest reason why this special grade cursed spirit could be controlled by him for so long was because of itself. Simply put, it is immersed in the beautiful world of genjutsu and cannot extricate itself. Love is twisted, so the cursed spirits that are born due to love are usually very powerful. But their obsessions are very strong, so they are most affected by genjutsu. Kazuma waved the gunbai in his hand and said, "Okay, the beautiful dream is over, and the nightmare is about to begin." Bang! The skeleton cursed spirit was instantly shattered, and its bones flew everywhere. However, the domain was still not lifted. This showed that this special grade cursed spirit was not dead. In the distance, the bones on the ground regrouped and took on their original shape. It looked at its hands in disbelief and murmured, "Fake. Where's my Momo?" Then he reacted immediately. "You lied to me. Asshole, you dare to use Momo to deceive me. Unforgivable." Suddenly, countless bones in the area converged towards it like a rushing river. They pieced together to form various parts of the cursed spirit's body. Soon, a huge skeleton appeared before their eyes. Looking at the huge skeleton in front of him, Kazuma's eyes were burning, and the blood in his body was boiling. It just so happens that Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll also includes his taijutsu inheritance. Moreover, through the last automatic physical training card, Kazuma can now open the fourth gate. He put away his gunbai and formed a seal with his hands. Gate of pain, open. Boom. A violent air current emerged, and green energy attached to his body like a burning flame. A terrifying airflow lifted his black hair and robe high up. At this moment, his physical attributes had increased by over 10 times. Shoko raised her hand to cover her face. Kazuma's back was reflected in her clear pupils. Kazuma's body was much smaller than the huge skeleton. However, in her mind, his figure was extremely tall and gave her a sense of security. The special grade cursed spirit only felt a flash before its eyes, as if a black afterimage had flashed by. Kazuma had disappeared out of thin air. Just when it was wondering. Bang. A loud muffled sound appeared behind its head, and its body, which was made up of countless bones, was hit by this huge force and staggered forward a few steps. Then, before it could react, a red, ferocious face came into its view. This is youth. A more powerful whip kick swept across. Bang. Countless broken bones flew everywhere. The special grade cursed spirit was kicked into the air, its dark green pupils filled with doubts. What? How could his big body be kicked straight up into the sky by that tiny sorcerer? However, things were far from over. Kazuma moved so fast that he turned into a shooting star. He used his fists and feet to madly attack the body of the special grade cursed spirit. Boom. Each blow sounded like the roar of an ancient bell. Shoko couldn't find words to describe the shock she was feeling. This was the first time she had seen someone beat up a cursed spirit so ruthlessly in its own domain. Looking at the entire world of Jujutsu, Kazuma is probably the only one who can do this, besides Gojo Satoru, right? But does this really still fall within the realm of martial arts? Which martial art is so powerful? Perhaps even the previous tyrant, Toji, wasn't at this level, right? The huge body of the special grade cursed spirit fell on various parts of the barrier like a cannonball. At this moment, it was stunned and had no power to fight back. The parts of his body kept falling off, and it had already been torn to pieces. At the same time, outside the domain, the blood-red barrier of the domain continued to emit violent ripples, as if a huge hammer was hitting the barrier. May May and Nanami felt the huge ripples in the field. How intense is the battle for there to be such a big commotion? Even they, who were outside the domain, could feel it. Just now, they seemed to have vaguely heard Kazuma's roar. This made the two even more worried. It seems that Kazuma is in a tough fight and has been forced into a desperate situation where he has to use all his strength. Kazuma always gave them the impression of being calm and composed. Judging from the current situation, things are not looking optimistic. As for Shoko's safety, the two no longer dared to think about it. Now, all they can do is wait for the school to deliver the special grade curse tool as soon as possible. Within the domain, Kazuma's kick hit the special grade cursed spirit in the abdomen. Boom. The cursed spirit's huge body fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Kazuma fell to Shoko's side, his chest heaving up and down heavily. Shoko's beautiful eyes flickered as she covered her red lips. She asked, is it over?" "No, but soon it will be." Kazuma looked at the cursed spirit lying on the ground. Its broken jaw made it difficult for it to make any sound. But Kazuma knew that it was calling for his former wife, Momo. If it were any other cursed spirit, it would have died long ago after being beaten so severely by him. But it seemed as if there was some kind of obsession that kept this cursed spirit from falling. The outer skeleton of the cursed spirit was almost completely broken, but the inner parts weren't destroyed. The power of love is indeed strong. Momo, Momo. Don't worry, I will definitely revive you. No one can stop us from reuniting. In the distance, the dying cursed spirit was muttering to itself. Kazuma smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "Why do I feel like I'm the villain? This is such a touching love story." Shoko sighed slightly and said, "Go ahead and finish it. May May and the others must be worried about us." Just when she had finished speaking, the cursed spirit actually supported its broken body and stood up. Its broken jaws opened and closed as it said, "Let me show you what pure love is." Tidal Bone Surge. Chapter 31, Stuffing Shoko into the Kamui Dimension. Tidal Bone Surge. Boom. Following its angry roar, all the bones in the area rose into the air and gathered behind it. The densely packed bones formed a rushing sea of bones. It seemed like they could wash away everything. Then, the special grade cursed spirit roared again. "Fight for your life. Kneel and kill." After saying that, the special grade cursed spirit in the distance actually knelt down on both knees in front of Kazuma and Shoko. Under the two people's puzzled gazes, he slowly lowered his head. Boom. The skull head kowtowed heavily to the ground, and the entire area shook, as if it was wailing for its master's impending death. Kazuma and Shoko felt an invisible force locking their feet. They couldn't move. What the hell is this ability? It can actually restrict the enemy's movements and force them to face the sea of bones. Feeling his feet unable to break free, Kazuma looked a little surprised. Through the Sharingan, he could clearly see that each bone was attached with a lot of cursed energy, and it was quite powerful. If he takes it head-on, he'll probably suffer a lot. Kazuma sighed. Even though T-Cursed Spirit was on the verge of death, it was still able to launch such a terrifying attack. Shoko looked at the sea of bones behind the special grade cursed spirit in shock. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. In addition, since his movements were restricted, even Kazuma had no chance of escaping. Are they going to die? Thinking of this, Shoko looked determined. She put her hands on Kazuma's back, and prepared to use all her strength to activate the reverse curse technique. Since she had no chance of survival, she must do her best to save Kazuma's life. However, she didn't know whether Kazuma could withstand the final attack of the cursed spirit even with her reverse curse technique. What are you doing, Shoko-san? Feeling a slight push on his back, Kazuma turned around in confusion. Shoko looked at him with determination and said, "Don't leave the range of my hands. I will do my best to heal you and help you survive this wave of attack." Her sudden set of operations left Kazuma confused. After a while, he reacted. Does Shoko want to sacrifice herself to save his life? Kazuma felt a warm feeling arise in his heart. Shoko doesn't seem to know about his Kamui. So, this was understandable. This powerful move of the cursed spirit couldn't do anything to him at all. But this time he did not intend to use Kamui. He wanted to try out the ninjutsu he had just learned. Kazuma put his hand on Shoko's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Just in case, you can hide in my Kamui dimension first." Kamui. Wait. What dimension? Shoko looked at Kazuma with some confusion. However, before Kazuma could reply, a vortex appeared from his shoulder. Then, the vortex twisted and actually sucked her in. Ah! Shoko only had time to scream before completely disappearing from the spot. At the same time, all the bones in the area gathered behind the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit kneeling on the ground suddenly moved. It raised its broken head to the highest point with difficulty and then kowtowed with all its strength. Boom. The huge sea of bones behind it swallowed Kazuma like a raging wave. If an ordinary first-grade sorcerer was in Kazuma's place, they would probably die. However, Kazuma grinned and clapped his hands. Water release, great waterfall technique. In an instant, an extremely turbulent waterfall emerged from under Kazuma's feet, layer after layer, and the range continued to expand. Finally, a huge and overwhelming wave was formed. Kazuma stood above the water. He seemed to feel that this was not enough, so he continued to make hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Roar. Thick water pillars suddenly rose up and then condensed into an extremely huge water dragon. Its body was made entirely of water, but it seemed to have life as it roared. A sound akin to that of glass shattering resounded in the area. Various gaps appeared in the domain. Through the gap, a little light refracted inside from the outside world. Kazuma slowly raised his arms, like a god in charge of heaven and earth. Boom. The overwhelming waves and the huge water dragon rushed towards the surging sea of bones. Outside the domain, Ijichi hurriedly arrived with a group of assistant supervisors. Behind him, a man and a woman were holding two ancient wooden boxes respectively. Quick! Take Playful Cloud and Dragon Bone to May May and Nanami. Playful Cloud is a 3-section staff, and completely red in color. It doesn't have any cursed energy and is purely used for physical attacks. Dragon Bone is a black knife that absorbs kinetic energy and cursed energy to release a super strong thrust through the 3 holes on the back of the knife. Special grade cursed tools are extremely precious, and it is usually impossible to take them out. However, this time the situation was special. After saying this, Ijichi half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. It was not because he was too tired. After all, as an auxiliary supervisor, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. It was mainly due to the extreme tension in his heart. Although he was not personally involved in the intelligence investigation, as the captain, he could not escape blame. If something unexpected happens to Kazuma and Shoko, the consequences will be unimaginable. May May took Playful Cloud with a serious expression, while Nanami held the dragon bone in his hand. The two looked at each other and nodded. Then, they bent their knees, preparing to launch an attack on the red domain barrier. Chapter 32, Kazuma is a Martyr. Seeing this scene, the assistant supervisor at the back tactfully stepped back. The power of a full-strength attack from 2 first-grade sorcerers holding special-grade cursed tools at the same time must be enormous. Come on, you two. My life depends on you. Ijichi was so nervous that he had difficulty breathing. So much time has already passed. The situation inside is probably dire. But Ijichi didn't dare to think about it. Just when May May and Nanami's full-strength attack was about to touch the domain barrier. Click. Cracks began to appear in the barrier. The cracks spread rapidly, and the originally intact domain shattered into fragments. Bang. The red domain barrier exploded instantly. A huge wave of water poured out, instantly submerging the entire abandoned construction site. May May and Nanami's pupils contracted and they quickly retreated. But the auxiliary supervisors behind them were not so lucky. Fortunately, some clever ones managed to climb up the tall steel frame. The other, who failed to react, were washed away to different corners of the construction site. Fortunately, this water wave only had residual power and did not cause any danger. However, most people were soaked. When the flood stopped, everyone was stunned, and looked at each other. What the hell is going on? Why would a domain explosion produce such a turbulent flood? I heard that this special grade cursed spirit has a domain. Do you think this water was caused by it? I think it's possible. Several assistant supervisors discussed the matter. Only May May and Nanami stared at the place where the domain was broken with serious eyes. The domain of that special grade cursed spirit was related to bones, so this flood should have nothing to do with it. So that means... Roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky, and its terrifying power made many weaker people go limp. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. They saw a huge water dragon hovering in the sky. Its body was entirely made of water. It looked around with disdain as if it had life. Everyone was frozen in place. They stared at the water dragon hovering in the sky with some fear. What the hell is going on here? A legendary dragon has appeared. At this moment, outside the abandoned construction site, the dry streets had turned into a river, and all the trees had been uprooted. Fortunately, this area had long been isolated and no ordinary people were here. However, the residents of nearby buildings in the distance were no longer calm. Some were extremely excited, some were extremely shocked, and some even worshipped. Even from a distance, they could see a huge dragon appear in the sky. Holy crap! I actually saw a dragon circling in the sky. I told you. This world is not as simple as we think. What is going on? Is the dragon god going to punish us? No. It could be a mirage. Either way, take a picture first. Countless people raised their mobile phones to take pictures. At this moment, in the abandoned construction site, bang! A finger snap sounded. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The huge water dragon in the sky suddenly exploded with the snap, and water poured down from the sky like a rainstorm. Seeing this scene, everyone stood there like petrified statues. The water dragon just disappeared like that, with just a snap of fingers. This means that this water dragon was created. When these words were spoken, everyone became shocked. This assistant supervisor was right. A terrifying water dragon was shattered with a snap of fingers. There was only one possibility: this dragon was created. Is it that special grade cursed spirit? Or the new talent, Kazuma? If all this was really done by Kazuma, then that's too outrageous, right? Shoko's curse technique was no secret, so everyone excluded her immediately. When the water completely dissipated, a beautiful figure appeared in front. A broken skull face was next to her feet. At this moment, it still opened its jaw tirelessly, murmuring, but it could not make any sound. Its excitement could not be concealed in those dim green pupils. Shoko knew that Kazuma had used a genjutsu. Now, in its eyes, the cursed spirit was seeing his wife waving at him with a smile, and they were walking hand in hand towards the light. Thanks. After the cursed spirit finished speaking, the light in his pupils completely dimmed. His head turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated from the world. Shoko knew that this thank you was addressed to Kazuma. Shoko. It's Shoko. I'm so glad she's okay. There wasn't even a trace of injury in Shoko's body. Ijichi almost jumped with joy, and the other assistant supervisors also breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they discovered that something was wrong. Why is she alone? Where's Kazuma? A bad premonition spread in their hearts. Could it be that Kazuma fought a desperate battle with the special grade cursed spirit to protect Shoko, and they both died in the end? That makes sense. Shoko, who is not good at fighting, was trapped in the domain of the special grade cursed spirit, but she didn't suffer any injuries at all. Apart from Kazuma risking his life to save her, they could not think of any other possibility. May May and Nanami both looked solemn and walked ahead with uneasy hearts. Everyone stared at the place where the special grade cursed spirit had just dissipated and fell into deep thought. In their minds, they had already imagined a brutal battle. May May squatted down and looked at the abandoned construction site filled with running water. She said in a low voice, in order to protect Shoko, he was willing to sacrifice his own life. He has such a strong power, but... May May recalled her previous conversation with Kazuma in the underground laboratory. Kazuma had said that he had his own aspirations, but he could guarantee that he would never cause any harm to the sorcerers of Jujutsu High. But now, it's more than just not causing any harm. He even sacrificed his life to save Shoko. Chapter 33, Poor Yuji. May May forced a smile and said, "What a fascinating little guy." Nanami sighed and said, "Don't worry. Jujutsu High will always remember Kazuma." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, as if they were mourning for Kazuma. Just then. Eh? What are you talking about? Kazuma is fine. Shoko looked at the strange behavior of the crowd and asked, "Did you guys misunderstand something?" After she said that, everyone looked at Shoko in shock. May May's eyes lit up and she said, "Shoko, are you saying Kazuma is fine? What happened?" Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Shoko helplessly held her forehead. What an irresponsible guy. He released her from that strange place and ran away. Shoko patiently told the details of what had happened. A few minutes later. What? You mean Kazuma was suppressing the special grade cursed spirit almost the entire time? He was very relaxed. And the flood and the dragon just now were also Kazuma's doing. Everyone gasped and looked at Shoko with shocked eyes. Kazuma, has he become this strong? Shoko nodded with a lingering feeling. Thinking back on it again, she still found it a little unbelievable. She had never expected Kazuma to be so strong. Although she was in the Kamui dimension, and did not see Kazuma's final move, there was no doubt that this was another one of Kazuma's techniques. How many new techniques does this guy know? May May then asked, "Where is he now?" At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Shoko. Since it was an easy victory, where is Kazuma now? Shoko scratched her head. After a while of thinking, her eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered something. She said, Kazuma said that Yuji was in trouble and he wanted to fight with Sukuna again. Kazuma had left in a hurry. After releasing her from the Kamui dimension, he had left after leaving a brief sentence. As soon Shoko finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Fight Sukuna. Is he crazy? He just killed a special grade cursed spirit and he is still not satisfied. Now, he wants to fight Sukuna. That's the king of curses from thousands of years ago. But soon, they realized something. Isn't Sukuna in Yuji's body? How did Kazuma know Yuji would be in trouble? Idiot. Now is not the time to worry about how Kazuma knew this. If what he said about Sukuna taking over Yuji is true, the consequences will be disastrous. Megumi, Yuji, and Nobara are all in danger. Nanami looked at Ajichi and said seriously, in that case, it is necessary to go there. May May calmly said, Ajichi, you should know where Yuji and the others are carrying out their mission. Lead the way. Ajichi said, yes. May May-san. When performing tasks, assistant supervisors should follow the sorcerer's arrangements. What's more, this is a very important matter. Not good. Nanami suddenly realized something. His face slightly changed, and he said in a deep voice, before that, let's leave behind a group of people for clearing memories. The curtain has been breached. Kazuma's water dragon was so huge that the residents nearby might have discovered it. Immediately mobilize your connections, contact other department, find some reliable and authoritative experts, and write an article to refute the rumors. After all, such supernatural phenomena can cause quite a bit of panic. Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. The situation was extremely critical. Bang. With a loud bang, the thick stone wall instantly collapsed. Yuji's body flew backwards, almost smashing through the wall behind him. His eyes rolled back, his face was covered in blood, and his right palm had been cut off. Blood splattered all over the ground. The smoke cleared, and a terrifying creature slowly walked over. Its skin was dark blue, its muscles were well developed and it contained terrifying power. Its body only wrapped in a loincloth. Hearing the sound of its footsteps, Yuji suddenly opened his eyes and forced himself to regain consciousness. He tore off a piece of cloth and tied it around his broken right hand to prevent excessive blood loss. Even my breathing is starting to tremble. Yuji endured the severe pain and stared at the special grade cursed spirit in front of him. Stay calm, stay calm. This cursed spirit looked much smaller than the human-faced worm he had seen in Roppongi last time. However, just from the sense of oppression, it was obvious that it was much more powerful. What should he do? What would Kazuma do if he were here? No. With his strength, he wouldn't need to think so much. Even if he couldn't win, his life wouldn't be in danger. Strength. He is still too weak. However, the special grade cursed spirit in front of him would not give Yuji any chance to continue thinking. It wanted to kill the ant in front of it in the most horrific and painful way, so as to satisfy its heart. Its hands spread out, and a terrifying golden airflow rushed towards Yuji. Boom. The black floor tiles were violently overturned by the strong airflow. For a while, broken stones and bricks flew everywhere, and the terrifying wind blew so hard that Yuji couldn't even breathe. It was like a degraded version of Shinra Tensei. Yuji stretched out his right hand and broken left arm. He made a barrier, and resisted with all his might. But the cursed energy he could currently mobilize was too far behind that of the special grade cursed spirit. The skin and flesh on his face were flying, tears were dripping from the corners of his eyes, and the saliva flying from the corners of his mouth evaporated under this terrifying airflow. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. So uncomfortable. At this moment, he was enduring pain that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have died long ago. Even though death was right in front of him, his mind couldn't help but recall Sukuna's finger. He felt regretful. If he hadn't picked up that damn finger. If he hadn't eaten that. Maybe this series of events would not have happened. Maybe, it would be better if he didn't exist. Chapter 34, saving Nobara again. Don't even think about it, Yuji. Yuji roared ferociously to cheer himself up. He glanced at the dark passage behind him. Megumi has gone to rescue Nobara. His mission is almost complete. After Megumi and Nobara get to safety, he can be free. Yuji's consciousness gradually blurred. He collapsed to the ground, and black lines gradually appeared on his face. Then, Yuji's body disappeared. The cursed spirit who wanted to kill Yuji suddenly froze in place. Where is that ant? The ant that was lying on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered, suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded near it. Is that brat treating me as a tool? The humanoid cursed spirit suddenly turned sideways. This was still the same ant, but why was it so scared? Every cell in its body was trembling. The poor cursed spirit had not yet realized that the role of ant had quietly changed. No. Facing the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, this cursed spirit might not even qualify as an ant. Sukuna ignored the shocked cursed spirit and just stroked his chin and said, "Humph, they brat wants me to clean up his mess." Suddenly, Sukuna grinned evilly and said, "In that case, I will kill that brat's other 2 companions. Especially that energetic wild woman, she should be able to bring him a lot of fun, right? What kind of expression will this little brat show at that time?" Sukuna patted the cursed spirit on the shoulder, and the cursed spirit's entire body shuddered. Its body immediately straightened, and cold sweat dripped from all over his body. "Follow me, let's kill those 2 sorcerers." Sukuna waved, put his hands in his pockets, and walked forward. The humanoid cursed spirit was very frightened at this moment, but its anger overshadowed its fear. How dare this ant order it around like this? It put its hands together, and condensed a terrifying energy ball in front of its chest, and smashed it towards Sukuna. "Ah!" Sukuna's eyes slightly slanted and he said, "Idiot." Then he took out his broken left hand from his pocket and instantly restored it with the help of reverse cursed energy. Then, he easily blocked the incoming energy ball. With a slight force from his 5 fingers, he annihilated the energy ball. TSK, I actually helped him heal his broken hand subconsciously, so annoying. The humanoid cursed spirit involuntarily took a step back, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes again. How is this possible? He actually caught my attack with his hands. And he wasn't even hurt. Sukuna glanced at it and said, "Since you don't like walking, stay here forever." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared. Then, he grabbed the cursed spirit's head with his hand and exerted slight force. Boom. The special-grade humanoid cursed spirit was knocked away by an irresistible force. Its whole body was deeply embedded in a wall. In a dim corridor, a beautiful figure kept moving around, swinging a hammer with a pink heart engraved on it. "Get out of my way, bastard." Nobara used all her strength to launch a resonance attack that pierced through the body of a cursed spirit. Ha! She put one hand on her waist and tried to support her exhausted body. Looking at the cursed spirits that were surrounding her from all sides, she spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Ever since she had been engulfed in this strange black space, she had been surrounded by these cursed spirits. "I only have 1 nail left, and my cursed energy is almost exhausted." The number of cursed spirits. Looking at the countless cursed spirits around her, a feeling of powerlessness arose in her heart. Why is this happening again? She is being surrounded by cursed spirits again. How abominable. She can't die here. She hasn't met Saori yet. There are still so many streets in Tokyo that she hasn't visited yet. She hasn't bought the new bag that is about to be released, and she hasn't watched that trending movie yet. Most importantly, she hasn't taken revenge on that nasty Kazuma yet. He actually told her to call him boss, and even dared to bully Maki-senpai. Last time, after Maki finished sparring with Kazuma, Maki brought back 2 sets of Akatsuki uniform. After the 2 women talked to each other, Nobara learned the general process of how Maki was recruited into the Akatsuki. "What are you doing over there? Do you think I'm afraid of this thing? I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Nobara somehow gained strength and prepared to charge into the group of cursed spirits. Just then, space twisted and distorted, and a pair of slender hands stretched out from the vortex and landed on her shoulders. Ah! Ghost! The sudden appearance of the hand scared Nobara so much that she almost jumped up. The iron hammer that was originally being swung at the cursed spirit suddenly smashed backwards. Kazuma held Nobara's wrist and slowly walked out of the whirlpool with a smile on his face. He said, "Nobara, it feels like a long time has passed since I have last seen you." Nobara rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Why did you appear there? And you appeared out of nowhere and scared me." Seeing Kazuma, Nobara knew that her crisis was over. She sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. It looks she has been saved by this guy again. Now, she owes him 2 favors. How is she going to repay him in the future? Kazuma didn't take the cursed spirits around him seriously at all. As Kazuma appeared, these cursed spirits stopped attacking. They were sizing up Kazuma, who had frightened them. Kazuha said, "You've suffered a lot, right? I told you to wear Akatsuki's uniform but you didn't. Otherwise I would have arrived here a long time ago." Kazuma had deliberately left a mark on the Akatsuki's uniform. He teleported to Nobara's Akatsuki uniform. As a result, he teleported to the closet in her room. Finally, relying on his memory and numerous attempts, he found this place. Nobara complained, "That dress is too loose, it doesn't show my figure at all." Figure. Kazuma speechlessly looked at Nobara's slightly bulging chest muscles. Tur 35, Susanoo. Hey. What do you mean by that expression? Feeling unconvinced, Nobara stood up with her hands on her hips. She straightened her body, trying to prove her worth. Kazuma coughed and said, "Okay, let's deal with these cursed spirits first." After saying this, he clapped his hands together and formed a hand seal. Fire release, great fireball technique. Blazing flames spewed out of his mouth, filling the dark space with flames. The surroundings instantly became as bright as day. The terrifying high temperature burned all the cursed spirits into ashes. After a few seconds, the surroundings fell into dead silence. The aroma of burnt meat spread throughout the corridor. Kazuma said, "All fear comes from insufficient firepower." Nobara's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him with a complicated expression. Then she looked at the cursed spirits that didn't even have a body left. Is this all over? She fought to the death, exhausted herself but still couldn't finish the cursed spirits. But when Kazuma arrived, he instantly killed all of them. Also, what is fire release? Nobara shook her head, feeling physically and mentally devastated. She had originally thought about working hard to surpass Kazuma and have him bow down before her and call her queen. But Kazuma has actually learned a new technique in the short time they have not met. Are these techniques really that easy to learn? Why does this guy know so many? Also, fire and space don't seem to have anything to do with each other. Kazuma said, "Okay, stop being obsessed with me. I'm just an irregular. Go save Yuji and the others." Nobara said, "TSK, what are you showing off for?" Just then, a man with a spiky black hair ran over. Kazuma and Nobara looked over. Kazuma waved and said, "Long time no see, Megumi." Megumi propped himself up on his knees, breathing deeply. Huff. "I'm glad you're okay." The moment Megumi saw Kazuma, his heart became at peace. Time was running out. So, Megumi roughly told them what had happened and also called the teachers. Kazuma said, "It seems that Yuji is in danger. You guys go wait outside. I will go save Yuji." Megumi became shocked. He felt that all his previous words were in vain. He said, "Hey. Did you not understand what I just said? Yuji is probably not himself right now. Sukuna is probably controlling his body right now. Also, he is probably in two-finger form." Kazuma certainly knew that Sukuna had already taken over Yuji's body and was probably beating up the humanoid special-grade cursed spirit. However, Sukuna should be able to kill that special-grade cursed spirit soon and devour the third finger. His purpose at this moment was to fight Sukuna in a one-on-one duel. He had become much more proficient in the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had already mastered the first form of Susanoo. Skeleton form. As for the second form, he felt like something was still missing. Kazuma had a hunch that perhaps this battle with Sukuna would not only help him increase his proficiency with various ninjutsu, but it might even help him unlock the second form of Susanoo. The capabilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan are far more than what he currently has. There is still a lot of room for development. An underground ruin. The humanoid special grade cursed spirit was nailed to the wall. Its limbs had been cut off, and purple-black blood flowed onto the ground along the corners of the wall. Sukuna stood on a piece of gravel with his hands in his pockets, admiring his masterpiece. Hee, you know what? We both are classified as special grade. Don't you think that's a joke? If that's the way it is, then there doesn't seem to be much difference between special grade and small fish. These words seemed to anger the cursed spirit nailed to the wall. It let out a roar and began to struggle violently, trying to escape from the wall. Sukuna raised his eyebrows and continued to encourage, "Very good, try harder, be a little more angry. Then please me as much as you can." Ah. The cursed spirit's eyes were filled with rage, and it finally pulled its body out of the wall. Dense bubbles appeared on its broken limbs, and then the severed hands and feet grew back again. Bang. The humanoid special grade cursed spirit jumped down from the wall. The corners of his mouth spread to its ear. It looked like it was very excited. Sukuna sneered, "You seem very proud. Do you want me to praise you? Special grade. Unfortunately, this is not worthy of praise. You are different from humans. Healing is not a difficult task for cursed spirits." Sukuna pointed at his own body and said, "You are just like this brat. You are extremely stupid and know nothing about cursed energy. So, let me teach you, you bastard." After saying this, Sukuna slowly pulled out his hands and formed a hand sign. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Drip. In the absolute darkness, water drops fell, causing slight ripples. A shrill wailing sound like that of a demon from hell echoed. An endless eerie aura instantly spread out from Sukuna. Countless dry and white skulls emerged. The ground beneath his feet was like a transparent mirror. Under the reflection, a large scarlet shrine rose from the ground. It was like a gate to hell. Sukuna stood above, like a god holding the power of life and death. Dismantle. An extremely calm voice uttered. Swish. A slash that could not be seen by the naked eye swept through, and blood spurted out. The humanoid special grade cursed spirit's pupils became as thin as needles and it became motionless. A breeze blew and its body instantly split apart. The cut was neat and smooth, and it was divided into countless parts. The cursed spirit had no chance of revival. Oh. I accidentally cut it too much. Sorry. As he spoke, Sukuna slowly walked up to the cursed spirit. He stretched out 2 fingers in front of its chest, and pulled out a dry finger. Fortunately, the finger is intact. The property has been returned to its original owner. Sukuna raised his head, and swallowed his finger. He closed his eyes, and enjoyed the feeling of his strength being restored. Even the cursed energy he had consumed to use the domain just now regenerated. Bang. Sukuna snapped his fingers. The humanoid cursed spirit that was cut into pieces was instantly burned by purple flames and eventually returned to nothingness. Chapter 36, Round 2 against Sukuna. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, and walked to the empty gravel area. He slowly closed his eyes and impatiently said, "It's over." No one responded. "TSK. Don't mess with me, come out quickly." Sukuna's tone became even more impatient. As the king of curses, he was actually being restricted by a little brat. 3 seconds later. There was still no response. Sukuna opened his 4 eyes, and something occurred to him. Could it be that the blow this kid received was so great that his consciousness fell into a deep sleep? Thinking of this, he revealed a strange and ferocious smile. "Looks like I can kill to my heart's content. At this moment. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm a step too late. My points are gone." A sigh resounded throughout the dim underground ruins. Sukuna turned around and asked, "Who?" Whoosh. A whirlpool appeared, and a man with a round fan on his back appeared in front of him. "So it's you, the boy with strange abilities." An amused expression suddenly appeared on Sukuna's face. This person was the sorcerer who had defeated him right after his rebirth. But at that time, he only had the strength of 1 finger. Now, he has swallowed 3 fingers. He decided not to look for those little brats' other friends for the time being, because the person in front of him interested him more. "You actually came to me on your own initiative. Are you ready to live a life worse than death?" Boom. He suddenly exuded an extremely terrifying aura and said, "Boy, I have decided to slowly torture you." Kazuma looked at Sukuna with interest. Three-finger Sukuna. He is indeed much stronger than the first time he had met him. Perhaps by fighting him, he might be able to unlock second form Susanoo. Sukuna said, "Come on, let me see if you have made any progress during this period of time. Don't be like that cursed spirit just now." Before he could finish speaking, Kazuma used a body flicker technique and came behind Sukuna at an extremely fast speed. Lightning chakra gathered and formed a high-intensity electric current in his hands. Raikiri. Sizzle. The sound of lightning came to Sukuna's ears. Sukuna subconsciously widened his eyes and looked out of the corner of his eye. What? Such a fast speed. At the same time. Outside Aisha Juvenile Detention Center. Megumi was pacing back and forth anxiously, and the black divine dog behind him was foolishly following him in circle. Damn it. Why didn't Kazuma listen to his advice? Does he think that Sukuna is still the same? Sukuna has eaten another finger, and his strength has increased several times. Why couldn't he wait for the teachers to come and then attack together? Nobara complained impatiently, "Hey, Megumi, could you please stop swaying around?" Megumi has just been walking around, almost non-stop. Seeing him, Nobara almost felt dizzy. She was not too worried about Kazuma's safety. Although that guy always embarrasses her, she has to admit that in terms of strength, he is an absolute monster. Maki had brought back a book recording 8 Inner Gates last time, and she had also read it herself. Although she didn't fully understand it, she knew that it was indeed very powerful. Kazuma was actually able to write such a powerful physical technique. If word of this were to get out, the entire jujutsu world would probably go crazy. Especially his eyes, which can actually see the future. So to a certain extent, it should be possible for him to avoid fatal dangers, right? At this moment, a black car rushed at high speed, then drifted and suddenly braked. Screech. Deep tire marks appeared on the ground. 3 people got off the car. They were May May, Nanami, and Shoko. As for Ijichi, he did not stop. Instead, he rushed back to school to report the situation to Yaga. Seeing the 3 people, Megumi immediately ran forward and said, "You guys are finally here. Go help Kazuma, he's challenging Sukuna." Then, Megumi briefly told them what had happened. "Let's go, May May-san. Although Kazuma is stronger than us, Sukuna should not be underestimated. And his safety must be guaranteed. Otherwise the others will go crazy." Nanami analyzed while adjusting his tie. May May agreed with Nanami, but she planned to ask for extra money afterwards. Shoko, who was standing behind them, held a lollipop in her mouth and smiled. She said, "Be careful. I will just stay here. I don't want to cause any trouble for you guys." Nobara and Megumi were both stunned. Nanami just said that Kazuma was stronger than them. And May May didn't object. Kazuma has grown so strong so quickly. He has even surpassed 2 teachers in such a short time. Doesn't that mean he's close to special grade? This. Then they both shook their heads. Kazuma can no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. Comparing themselves with him will only ruin their confidence. Even if one day he suddenly becomes as powerful as a special grade sorcerer, well, that's probably unlikely. At least, it should not be realistic in the short term. Just as May May and Nanami were preparing to go inside the building to provide support. Boom. A loud noise reached everyone's eardrums. They saw a black dot flying backward at a very high speed, and there seemed to be a blue snake-like electric current wrapped around it. As the object got closer, a familiar figure came into everyone's sight. Yuji. No, it's Sukuna. The black lines on his face made it easy for everyone to recognize him at a glance. Sukuna was actually knocked into the air. It can only be the doing of that person. Whoosh. Lightning roared in the direction of the building. A blue arc flashed by, breaking through the clouds and leaving a dazzling and eye-catching trail. Kazuma transformed into lightning and appeared in the sky above Sukuna at an extremely fast speed. The corners of his mouth rose and he said, "Let me remind you of the feeling of defeat that I gave you back then." As soon as he finished speaking, a high-speed rotating ball condensed in his hand. The ball emitted a bright blue light. As it appeared, the surrounding space gradually twisted, forming a vortex. Raise-non. Chapter 37, Raise-non. Boom. The Raise-non hit Sukuna's back, and an irresistible push appeared on his back. Sukuna even felt a burning pain. But all of this just made him even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the better. Bang. Sukuna's body arched and heavily fell to the ground. A huge dent was created on the concrete floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. A violent shock wave swept through like a strong wind, blowing the spectators backwards uncontrollably. May May and Nanami's faces changed slightly, and they immediately grabbed Nobara and Megumi and retreated. Shoko blinked. Her brown hair had become messy, and the lollipop in her mouth was now gone. With no other options, she had to take out a green apple-flavored lollipop and stuff it into her mouth. What a scary and rude guy. But that move just now was pretty cool. Megumi and the others stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. The lightning just now was terrifying, and what was that huge ball? Kazuma said that it was called something like Raise-non. Now, Nobara and Megumi understood why May May and Nanami had said that Kazuma was stronger than them. But how did he come across these two moves? Is this guy an inventor? How could he always come up with these weird and unknown techniques? And all of these techniques are so powerful. When the smoke and dust cleared, Sukuna was no longer in the pit. Suddenly, a slashing attack appeared behind Kazuma. Careful! Megumi yelled. Kazuma was well prepared. He activated Kamui and the invisible slash passed through the body, making a deep gully in the ground. Sukuna frowned and said, "So troublesome." Even the slash went straight through. Sukuna already had a rough guess in his mind. Whether it was the first time he had fought this kid or now, every time he was in this strange virtual state, he would not attack him. Even if he revealed some flaws, this kid remained indifferent. Therefore, it is very likely that he cannot attack in this state. No. He doesn't dare to attack. Could it be that once his body actively touches his, he will be freed from that strange state of emptiness? Thinking of this, Sukuna showed a strange smile. Sure enough, no matter how powerful a curse technique is, it cannot be absolutely invincible. In this case, all he needs to do is give up his defense and deliver a fatal blow the moment this kid actively attacks him. In simple terms, he just has tank his hits and then hit him. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been few people who could make him use strategy to fight them. Kazuma hooked his finger at Sukuna, signaling, "Come over here." When the two exchanged glances, they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! The earth cracked, the surrounding trees were uprooted by the strong wind, and the air was filled with the sound of sonic booms. Sukuna and Kazuma flew in the air and shuttled through the open space. Their battle had just begun. Their attacks became more and more fierce, their afterimages were blurred, and their collisions were fierce. Kazuma's blood was boiling, and the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes was spinning at the fastest speed ever. His ocular power was exerted to the extreme. The shackles that kept him from using the second form Susanoo were gradually breaking. On the other hand, Sukuna's eyes were fierce. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, but his smile was becoming more and more crazy. He was waiting. Waiting for a perfect chance to kill Kazuma. In just a few seconds, they had nearly exchanged 100 moves. May May and the others had already retreated far away. They were watching this decisive battle with extremely solemn expressions. This level of battle was difficult for her to intervene in, even as a first-grade sorcerer. Although Kazuma had the upper hand, and he beat Sukuna so hard that blood spurted everywhere, everyone did not relax at all. Instead, they became more nervous. Because the smile on Sukuna's face was becoming more and more weird, as if he was planning something big. Moreover, Kazuma's attacks did not cause any fatal damage to Sukuna. If this continues, his cursed energy will surely hit rock bottom sooner than Sukuna. They were very confused. Why was just two-finger Sukuna so strong? Bang! Kazuma's fist hit Sukuna's abdomen. Blood spurted from the corner of Sukuna's mouth. But his face showed an evil smile as if he had succeeded. Cleave. There are two types of slashing attacks in Sukuna's arsenal. One is cleave and the other is dismantle. Dismantle is a series of normal ranged slashing attacks. And cleave is generally used for a fatal blow. Cleave is not only more powerful than dismantle, it can also cut through anything. It is also faster, and almost imperceptible. By the time the opponent reacts, most of them will have already been split in half. Thousands of years ago, during the golden era of Jujutsu, countless so-called geniuses had died under this move. A ray of light flashed by, and the clouds in the sky were instantly split into two. Sukuna crossed his arms and calmly said, "You are very capable, but that's all." In the distance, everyone's breathing stagnated. In their sight, Kazuma's body was fixed in the air, and he was motionless. Kazuma didn't dodge. That made sense. How could it be possible to dodge such an extremely fast attack? Nobara clenched her fists, and tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. She gritted her teeth and stared at Kazuma. "Idiot. Don't scare me. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Move. Can't your eyes predict the future? You should be able to dodge it, right?" Shoko's heart twisted, and the lollipop in her mouth fell down. She watched in disbelief as Kazuma's body gradually split into two. Her savior was dead. However, May May's reaction was different from the others. She showed a faint smile and said, "Look carefully, there is no blood." As soon as she said that, everyone who was in grief suddenly looked up at Kazuma, whose upper body had fallen to the ground. "Huh? Why is there no blood? Could it be that?" Sukuna was about to laugh out loud and declare his victory in this battle, but suddenly he had a bad feeling. When he looked down, he immediately discovered something off. What? No blood. Then, Kazuma's body, which was split in two, suddenly emitted white smoke and turned into a wooden stake. Chapter 38, Sukuna's Domain. This scene stunned not only the people who were watching from a distance, but even Sukuna. What the hell is this? He has existed for thousands of years, but he has never encountered such a strange scene. Sukuna immediately put away his victorious attitude. He solemnly assumed a fighting stance, while the scene just now kept replaying in his mind. His cleave had definitely hit Kazuma, and there was no possibility of dodging. But why didn't Kazuma's body bleed? Instead, it turned into wood. At this moment, a whisper sounded in Sukuna's ear. "It's substitution technique. It seems you haven't seen it before, you little jerk." Sukuna's pupils contracted. He wanted to respond to the attack, but it was too late. Kazuma quickly grabbed Sukuna and immediately locked him in the Kamui dimension. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Kazuma began to make a raise-non on the spot. After a few seconds, a huge raise-non appeared in front of his chest. Kazuma smiled with evil intentions, and then released Sukuna. Sukuna, who hadn't figured out what was going on, focused on the rapidly rotating blue and white ball in Kazuma's hand. Big ball raise-non. Boom. The moment Sukuna was hit, he flew out at a very high speed, breaking countless trees along the way. A huge destructive force tore the earth apart and uprooted the trees. The giant raise-non was launched right at his face, and Sukuna's head was buzzing. After the dust and smoke dissipated, it could be seen that Sukuna was embedded in the ground. He was coughing up blood, and the clothes on his chest had already been torn to pieces by the explosion. Thinking back to the attack just now, Sukuna couldn't help but sigh. At the moment he was hit, if he hadn't subconsciously used his cursed energy to block, he would have probably fainted. That would be really embarrassing. Sukuna praised, ahem. Not bad. Really amazing, every move is eye-opening. As he spoke, he climbed out of the deep pit. The dirt and blood on his face did not make him look more miserable. Instead, it made him look even more domineering and crazy. I had never expected two fascinating geniuses to appear at the same time 1,000 years later. There is Gojo Satoru, who is hailed as the strongest in the modern time, and there is the mysterious Kazuma. The present world is far more interesting than the world 1,000 years ago, ha 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 ha. Sukuna spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and laughed wildly. His body shook with excitement. This was the unique personality charm of the King of Curses, Sukuna. If someone else had done this, they would probably just be called a chanibyo. But if it's Sukuna instead, there's no sense of incongruity. This kid's techniques are too weird. His physical skills are also very powerful, and with the strength of 3 fingers, I'm afraid I really can't do anything to him. Then I can only Sukuna put his hands together and made a seal, his eyes never leaving Kazuma. Kazuma slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the people behind him. He said, "Stand back." He knew that Sukuna was going to use a domain expansion, and he was looking forward to it. Domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine. With Sukuna as the center, a barrier instantly spread out, covering the area within 100 meters. A scream like that of a demon from hell echoed. The entire area appeared in everyone's sight like a canvas of hell. Kazuma did not dare to be careless. Is this Sukuna's domain? It's indeed comparable to Gojo Satoru's Infinite Void. It is one of the strongest and even arguably the strongest domain in the entire Jujutsu world. Kazuma, who had read the manga, naturally had some understanding of it. Enemies in the Malevolent Shrine will be constantly subjected to two different types of attacks. They are, Dismnatal, for slashing inanimate objects, and Cleave, for slashing targets with cursed energy. The most important thing is that Sukuna's domain is different from other domains. His domain doesn't have an enclosed barrier. So, his domain doesn't restrict people from entering and leaving the domain freely. This creates a binding vow. As a result, his domain increases to a terrifying radius of 200 meters. If one is unfortunately pulled into his domain, they may be chopped into pieces by countless attacks in an instant. Kazuma thought that the only one who could probably withstand the numerous slashes might be Hikari. Outside the domain, May May and others withdrew from the area in time due to Kazuma's reminder. Looking at Kazuma, who was alone in Sukuna's domain in the distance, they couldn't help but worry about him. Domain. This is the realm that all sorcerers pursue. Once a sorcerer comprehends a domain, they instantly enter the topmost echelon of sorcerers. Even May May and Nanami didn't have a domain. Immediately, in their extremely shocked gazes, Sukuna slowly stretched out his hand. Swish. 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 An overwhelming number of slashes instantly engulfed Kazuma at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed. The earth, trees, and tall buildings were instantly transformed into countless smooth and neat blocks. May May and the others could no longer see Kazuma. But they knew that no one could escape this almost indiscriminate attack. Even if Kazuma could use that substitution technique infinitely, it would be useless. After all, it takes time to use it, and that time is enough for him to be sliced countless times. Sukuna watched all of his slashes pass through Kazuma's body without exception. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still cursed, "Cheater." Chapter 39, Reaching a Higher Stage. Even though he was the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, Sukuna actually felt envious at this moment. It would be a great thing if he could learn that curse technique. But he was not in a hurry. He guessed that it was very hard for the kid to maintain this weird state. He had noticed this in the previous battle. Under the coverage of his indiscriminate slashing, the strange pattern in Kazuma's eyes were spinning faster and faster. Everything has its limits, even him. Sure enough, Sukuna noticed that Kazuma's eyes had begun to bleed. Sukuna looked at Kazuma and said, "How long can you sustain such a high-load operation? Just defending will only delay your death. Why not take a gamble and show me your true strength to please me?" Feeling the stinging pain in his eyes, Kazuma couldn't help but admire Sukuna. As expected of Sukuna, besides possessing powerful strength, he also possesses a great battle IQ and extraordinary comprehension. Now, he actually saw through the source of Kamui's power and analyzed its only weakness. The time limit of Kamui is 5 minutes. Kazuma was not in a hurry. He wanted to take this opportunity to further strengthen his Mangekyo Sharingan's capabilities. Under such high pressure, Kazuma could clearly feel that the upper limit of his Mangekyo Sharingan's power was being broken. It was very simple to break Sukuna's domain. He just has to glare at Sukuna and use genjutsu with all his strength. After all, Sukuna has many eyes. With so many eyes, if he doesn't fall for a genjutsu, who will? Thinking of this, Kazuma couldn't help but smile playfully. Under Sukuna's countless slashes, the surrounding area had been almost razed to the ground, leaving only countless slash marks. A minute later, Sukuna gradually became impatient. Even though he was the king of curses, it was very tiring for him to release slashes like this non-stop. What's more, he has only just recovered 3 fingers as of now, and is far from being as strong and durable as he was at his peak. Looking at Kazuma's eyes that were bleeding, he felt frustrated. Compared to Gojo Satoru, he now thought that Kazuma was a bigger threat. All kinds of strange abilities kept appearing, and even he found it very difficult to deal with. Moreover, from Yuji's memory, he found that Kazuma had only been in school for a few days. If this kid gets some time, he might cause himself a lot of trouble. Therefore, he should take advantage of this great opportunity when Gojo Satoru is not here to completely eliminate this threat. Sukuna and Kazuma stood opposite each other, and a protracted battle between real men began. 1.5 minutes later. Sukuna was already profusely sweating from exhaustion, and his cursed energy was almost depleted. This damn ability. Sukuna was feeling extremely impatient and depressed. The blood flowing from this kid's eyes was enough to wash his face. How could he still maintain his virtual state? When fighting against enemies, he almost always ended the battle quickly in a crushing manner. Why did this battle become so protracted today? This was simply torture for him. Outside the domain, May May and the others were not as nervous as before because the scene before their eyes was too weird. Sukuna was releasing slashes, while Kazuma was still overwhelmed by the astronomical number of slashes. They could not see the specific situation at all. Kazuma and Sukuna remained standing like this, motionless. If the atmosphere wasn't serious, Nobara would have wanted to shout, "Hey! Did someone say English or Spanish?" May May knew about Kazuma's ability is to allow any object to pass through his body. So, he is basically invincible in that state. But how long can he use this abnormal ability? Just now, May May, who couldn't bear to see everyone be so worried, had mentioned Kazuma's ability. May May rubbed her brows and said, "I don't know exactly how long he can use that ability. But I believe that Kazuma is a persistent man and has good stamina." Hearing this, everyone became speechless. As expected of May May, she actually still has the mind to make jokes in this situation. Nobara secretly looked at May May with a scrutinizing gaze. May May sensei seems to have a special relationship with Kazuma. Although May May always acts flirtatious and charming, it seems that she only does this to Kazuma. When facing other people, she just gives off a feeling of mystery and laziness. Moreover, there was something wrong with the way she looked at Kazuma. Her gaze was like that of an older sister looking at her younger brother, but with some strange emotions mixed in. T/N, those who know. Suddenly, Nobara's eyes lit up. Could it be that? Last time, when Nanami had invited everyone to dinner, Kazuma and May May were the only ones who didn't go. What happened between the two of them that time? Anyway, there's something wrong with these two. 1.5 minutes later. Kazuma felt that the time was ripe and it seemed like he could use the second form of Susanoo. He looked at Sukuna and said with a joking smile, "Sure enough, only by maintaining a high intensity of combat can the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan be further stimulated. You have worked hard, Sukuna." Although the slashes made it difficult for him to cancel Kamui, Kazuma could still unleash the power of his left eye to distort space and use genjutsu. But his purpose had been achieved. Damn kid. Sukuna was slightly angry. The continuous high-intensity slashes had made him gradually worn out. If he had more fingers, there would be no chance for this kid to trash talk like this. But on second thought, he will still be the one who has the last laugh. Even though both of them have little cursed energy left in their bodies, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if he only has 3 fingers, his cursed energy reserve is still greater than that of this kid. But the next second, Sukuna was stunned. Kazuma suddenly opened his eyes. The Mangekyo pattern mixed with blood became even more bizarre. A dazzling scarlet blood light emerged. Susanoo. Chapter 40, Kazuma wins once again. Boom. A purple energy instantly covered Kazuma's entire body, turning into a ribcage and wrapping him up in it. The first form of Susanoo was used without any difficulty. But there was still room for growth. Kazuma showed a crazy smile and looked at Sukuna. He said, "It's not over yet." Boom. The ribcage began to be covered with meridians and flesh. A chakra coat wrapped around the body surface, further strengthening the defense. At the same time, the huge Susanoo held 2 40-meter-long swords in its hands. 5 minutes had just passed. So, Kazuma's body appeared in the real world. Swish. Countless slashes hit the Susanoo, but they could only cut its outer clothes into pieces and leave marks on its bones. As for Kazuma, who was inside, he was unharmed. When the Susanoo appeared, everyone present, including Sukuna, was completely dumbfounded. Sukuna looked up at the tall purple giant and exclaimed, "This kid still has more tricks up his sleeve." Boom. Kazuma's goal had been achieved. Now, he didn't want to be entangled with Sukuna anymore. Goodbye. The Susanoo waved the 40-meter-long swords in its hands. In a flash, Sukuna retreated 39 meters away. However, Kazuma's sword was 40 meters long. So, Sukuna was still hit. Boom. Sukuna's body flew backwards, his teeth shattered, and blood spurted out. At the same time, his domain also collapsed. Even if he used all his strength to activate reverse cursed technique, he was unable to withstand this terrifying attack. 100 meters away, Yuji was lying unconscious in a deep pit, covered in wounds. The black lines on his face had disappeared. Inside Yuji's body, on top of a mountain of skulls, Sukuna slowly opened his eyes and grinned wickedly. Interesting. The earth cracked, trees broke, buildings collapsed, and the ground was devastated. If they didn't know what had happened, they might have thought there was a big earthquake. Everyone opened their mouths as wide as they could. They stayed motionless like petrified statues. They had witnessed everything just now. The purple skeleton giant and the 40-meter-long sword that had instantly blown Sukuna away and broken his domain was terrifying. Nobara asked tremblingly, "May, what was that just now, May May sensei? How did Kazuma summon such a terrifying giant?" May May opened her red lips but could not utter a word for a long time. Finally, she smiled, shook her head, and sighed. She said, "Maybe it's similar to a shikigami." After saying this, she stared at Kazuma's back with flickering eyes and sighed in her heart. How many tricks does this kid have? Hearing May May's words, everyone nodded in approval. They had not seen Kazuma use the purple giant before this. It was probably his last trump card, a shikigami. Kazuma is truly a hidden talent. With such strength, he can easily rank at the top. Nobara felt a little lost. Kazuma was a rookie and was from the same class as her, but he has suddenly become such a superb sorcerer. Can he stop being so stressful? At this time, Kazuma came over with some difficulty, carrying the unconscious Yuji. He had held back on the attack just now. After all, he couldn't really kill Yuji, right? After all, even if Yuji died, Sukuna wouldn't die. Due to his intervention, Yuji's situation was better than his canon counterpart. In the original story, he had his heart ripped out by Sukuna. But this time, his condition was better, albeit not by much. All the bones and tendons in his body were broken. But fortunately, with Shoko, there shouldn't be any major problems. Your eyes. A look of heartache appeared on Nobara's face. She wanted to reach out and wipe the blood off of Kazuma, but she was afraid of hurting him, so she pulled herself back. After she said this, the others also noticed Kazuma's bleeding eyes. Kazuma said, "What's a little bloodshed for a man?" After saying that, Kazuma didn't forget to take advantage of the opportunity that was presented before him. Kazuma took Nobara's hand and put it against his face. Well, it's very smooth and moist, and feels good. People say that Nobara is a rose with thorns, but her hand feels pretty good. Nobara's face turned slightly red, but considering that Kazuma was the main contributor this time, she just turned her head away and did not try to break free. The main reason why Kazuma's eyes were bleeding so much was because he had used Kamui for 5 minutes straight. Also, he had used the second form Susanoo. After all, this was his first time to using the Susanoo. He hadn't controlled the release of his ocular power well, and he had used too much force all of a sudden. He believed that next time he uses the Susanoo, there will be no bloodshed. After processing Kazuma's words, everyone became speechless. Chapter 41, Yaga's Fluctuating Mood. A little bloodshed. You call this a little blood? Anyway, this time, everyone was very grateful to Kazuma. If he hadn't stood up, the consequences would have been disastrous. Although Kazuma always seems careless and reckless, he is more reliable than anyone else at critical moments. Kazuma said, "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Also, Shoko-san, please treat Yuji when we get back." Kazuma felt a little embarrassed about Yuji, as this was the second time he had beaten him. Although his target was Sukuna, the one who was hurt the most was Yuji. "I'm so sorry, Yuji bro. But I guess I'll have to beat you again in the future, I mean Sukuna." Shoko put her hands in the pockets of her medical robe and said angrily, "Don't act so relaxed. Aren't you afraid of becoming blind after losing so much blood from your eyes? Go back and take good care of your injuries. I will personally watch over you, and you are not allowed to go anywhere." Hiss. Everyone looked at Shoko and Kazuma strangely. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Forget about May May, but why is even Shoko's attitude towards Kazuma a bit subtle? Tokyo Jujutsu High. Inside the principal's office, Ijichi told the whole situation respectfully. At first, Yaga was relieved after hearing his report. "That's wonderful. It's really wonderful. This time, Kazuma is really the MVP. If he wasn't there, the consequences would have been disastrous." Yaga had never expected that Kazuma's strength would grow to this level so soon. Even while being inside the domain of the special grade curse spirit, he not only protected Shoko's safety but also eliminated the special grade curse spirit. Just based on this record, he is enough to be ranked among special grade sorcerers. After Geto's rebellion, there are only 3 special grade sorcerers left, besides Gojo Satoru. They are Okatsu Yuta, Hikari Kinji, and Tsukumo Yuki. 2 are abroad, and 1 was expelled. This also leads to the fact that the high-end combat power at Jujutsu High is very scarce. At this moment, Yaga had already begun to think about a way to promote Kazuma to the ranks of special grade sorcerers. It would be best if there was an important factor that could completely bind Kazuma to Jujutsu High. After all, how could such a talent be buried? At this time, Ijichi spoke, but seeing him acting timid, Yaga said impatiently, "If you have anything to say, just say it now." Ijichi said, "The information about the place Yuji and the others went to is also wrong. The one in the Aisha Juvenile Detention Center is not a first-grade curse spirit, but..." Yaga had a bad feeling and asked, "But what?" Ijichi glanced at Yaga timidly and continued, "It is a special grade curse spirit, and Yuji's consciousness has been taken over by Sukuna. Kazuma is fighting against Sukuna." After mustering up all his courage to say it all in one breath, Ijichi became so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, and even his breathing became cautious. Yaga's expression had become extremely ugly. In the office, the tense atmosphere reached its peak. Yaga was furious, but he did not get angry at Ijichi because he smelled a conspiracy. If Kazuma's intelligence error was an accident, then Yuji's was unjustifiable. Moreover, the task at Aisha Juvenile Detention Center seemed to have been assigned by the higher-ups. How could they not know what was going on inside? The real purpose of sending the freshmen to carry out this mission while Gojo Satoru was away was clear. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yuji. On the surface, they agreed to forget about Yuji's death sentence due to Gojo Satoru, but behind the scenes, they were playing dirty tricks. Thinking of this, Yaga felt disappointed, and his expectations of the higher-ups also dropped significantly. Are such people really worth his loyalty? That's Ryaman Sukuna. If anything happens to Kazuma, Yuji, and the others. He no longer dared to imagine whether Gojo Satoru, who was about to return, would go berserk and kill all those high-ranking officials after learning about the situation. Alas, it is becoming increasingly difficult to be a principal. In just one day, his mood has fluctuated a lot. He just got good news and was only happy for a few seconds when something even more shocking appeared before him. When Yaga was worried. Bang. The office door was pushed open. May May walked in with her long legs and got straight to the point. Overtime pay. Yaga shook his head, feeling helpless. The debt collector is here again. Ijichi, who was standing by, saw May May coming back and his eyes lit up. Wait. Didn't May May and the others go to look for Kazuma? Could it be that the danger has been resolved? Seeing how worried you two look, I will be merciful and tell you some good news. Then, she recounted what had happened in the Aisha Juvenile Detention Center. 5 minutes later. May May took the money and left satisfied. Yaga clapped his hands and laughed, the sadness on his face disappearing instantly. Good. As expected of Kazuma. First, he protected Shoko and eliminated the special grade cursed spirit. Then he actually ran over and beat up Sukuna. He resolved the biggest crisis. Now, Yaga increasingly felt that the beating he received from Kazuma was not in vain, as Kazuma was able to successfully enroll. He just wondered why 2 cursed corpses were missing when he had later counted the cursed corpses. After calming down, Yaga let Ijichi leave. He lit a cigarette and lowered his head to think deeply. If Kazuma hadn't stepped up this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. However, in doing so, Kazuma also indirectly destroyed the plans of the higher-ups. Humph. I hope those corrupt old men don't target Kazuma. Otherwise, don't blame me for the rebelling. Unconsciously, Yaga's mentality had quietly changed. Infirmary. Kazuma was forcibly pressed onto the hospital bed by Shoko. His eyes were wrapped in several layers of white gauze. And, the one wrapped like a mummy in the bed next to him was Yuji. Apart from his eyes, Kazuma didn't any other injuries. He benefited a lot from the battle with Sukuna, but he also realized his shortcomings. Chapter 42, Point Gain. That is, he has too little chakra/cursed energy. It's simply not enough. Especially after using the Susanoo, the chakra consumed was too great that he was almost drained in an instant. Just as Kazuma was thinking, the door of the infirmary was pushed open. The sound of footsteps came into his ears. The people who had come in were Shoko and Gojo Satoru, who had just returned. Just as Kazuma was about to sit up straight, a pair of hands pushed him down. Shoko leaned over to Kazuma's ear and whispered, "My dear savior, please don't move. I'll treat you to a drink later." Gojo Satoru teasingly said, "Wow. Shoko, you're really discriminating. I've never seen you be so gentle to anyone else before." Seeing this, Gojo Satoru immediately took the opportunity to make a joke. Shoko slightly blushed and glared at him. Gojo Satoru did not dare to continue speaking. He came to Kazuma and said with a smile, "Kazuma-kun, oh no. It's Kazuma-sensei now. Are you imitating me by wrapping your eyes like this? Although I know that I am the object of everyone's admiration, please don't be so fanatical. I will be shy." Hee hee. Kazuma's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Shoko, who was standing by, picked up a stick and was about to hit Gojo Satoru on the forehead. Gojo Satoru's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "Ahem. Shoko, can you please go out for a while and give him and me some alone time?" Upon hearing this, Shoko put down the stick in her hand. She knew that Gojo Satoru already knew the whole story after returning. It looked like Gojo was serious right now. So, she should suppress her anger for now. Shoko reminded, "Don't bully my wounded patient." Gojo replied, "Don't worry, Kazuma and I have true love for each other. How could I bear to bully him?" Bang. Shoko shut the door with some anger. After Shoko left, Kazuma took the opportunity to tear off the white cloth wrapped around his eyes. Kazuma said, "This thing is really uncomfortable. I don't know how you got used to it." Gojo was shocked by this action and said, "Kazuma-kun, don't do it, Shoko will think I did it and I will get beaten." Kazuma said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. My eyes have almost fully recovered." The bleeding from his eyes was not caused by injury, but by excessive consumption of ocular power. Shoko and the others had misunderstood. After a few seconds of silence, Gojo looked at Yuji and got to the point. "Kazuma, thank you for stepping ahead this time. I have a rough idea of what had happened from Principal Yaga. If you hadn't intervened, Yuji and the others would have died." Gojo sat next to Kazuma and said seriously. Kazuma was stunned. Having read the manga, he of course knew that even if he hadn't intervened this time, nothing would have happened to anyone. In the anime/manga, Yuji, whose heart was ripped out, had resurrected after reaching an agreement with Sukuna. But Gojo certainly didn't know about this. Of course, Kazuma would not miss the opportunity to improve his relationship with Gojo. Who knows? It might be useful later. Kazuma said, "Ahem, after all, I am a teacher now. I cannot ignore my students when they are in trouble. That's what I should do." Gojo was grateful in his heart. Sure enough, he had not misjudged Kazuma. Although his background and abilities are mysterious, he has jujutsu high in his heart. Yaga is really old and confused. He even sent May May to investigate Kazuma. Then he looked at Kazuma and said seriously, "You also know about Yuji's matter." This incident was obviously a secret plan by the higher-ups. They just want to kill him and deny their involvement in the matter. They deliberately transferred me away. They want to eliminate Yuji, and they even put Megumi and Nobara in danger. Haha, those old guys are simply incarnations of devils. They are just fools, who only cares about self-preservation. They get their power through just being born. Their arrogance and selfishness knows no bounds. To put it simply, they are just a basket of rotten oranges. There is no cure for them. With my ability, it's easy to kill them all. But this is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. They will just be replaced by the same or even worse people. It's meaningless. So, I devoted myself to education. Cultivate strong, intelligent, and reliable partners. Gojo leaned over and looked at Kazuma seriously. He said, for example, a reliable partner like Kazuma-kun. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. I'll treat you to your favorite mochi when I have time, hee. Gojo stood up and said with a smile, "How strong was Two-Finger Sukuna? Was he much stronger than the first time you fought him? Remember to call me next time. Wouldn't it be nice if we fought together as a pair?" Hearing Gojo's words, Kazuma was slightly stunned. Two-Finger Sukuna. Oh, that's right. Yuji hasn't woken up yet, and everyone doesn't know that Sukuna has already swallowed 3 fingers. Seeing Kazuma pretending to be dumbfounded, Gojo held up 2 fingers and said with a smile, "Don't hide your strength. Last time, in order to test Yuji's control as Sukuna's vessel, I took the initiative to feed a finger to Yuji, so you actually fought Two-Finger Sukuna." Kazuma stretched out 3 fingers and said, "You have misunderstood. Yuji has eaten 3 fingers. Before the fight, Sukuna killed a special grade cursed spirit and obtained a finger from its body." 3. Gojo stood in shock, and it took him a while for him to recover. He said, "I see. No wonder Nanami told me that Sukuna had used his domain. This news is very important. Thank you for reminding me." After saying that, Gojo walked out the door. The number of fingers Yuji has eaten is very important. Therefore, he wanted to tell other people such an important thing. After Gojo left, Kazuma opened the system page. After the recent incidents, he had gained a lot of points. That cursed spirit born out of love alone gave him 50,000 points. Coupled with the small fry that he had killed along the way, Kazuma now had a total of 80,000 points. From this, it could be inferred that the points from special grade cursed spirits is not fixed at 10,000, but is determined based on strength. Kazuma thought of the 4 disaster curses that were about to appear. Jogo, Hanami, Mahito, and Dagon. These 4 are all heavyweights. If he kills them, won't he become rich instantly? Chapter 43, 100% Black Flash. Kazuma quickly opened the system store. Automatic physical training card, 1 year. Price, 10,000 points. Flying Thunder God technique. Price, 50,000 points. 100% Black Flash. Price, 10,000 points. Every punch and attack is guaranteed to be a Black Flash. High Precision Sniper. Price, 20,000 points. My lord, times have changed. Premium Curse Tool. Special Eye Drops. Price, 500 points. Prevents blindness from overuse of the Mangekyo. Dual Desert Eagle. Price, 20,000 points. Special Grade Curse Tool. It has been especially imported from the Land of Freedom. Kazuma was very satisfied with the newly refreshed products. The strongest body flicker technique, Flying Thunder God, was here. And there was also 100% Black Flash. Black Flash is the strongest normal attack in Jujutsu Kaisen. Black Flash brings about a distortion in space when cursed energy is applied to a hit within 0.000001 second. However, there are only a handful of sorcerers and cursed spirits who can use Black Flash, and it is purely up to chance. Nobody can intentionally use it. Before the Shibuya incident, the record of the highest consecutive use of Black Flash was 4 times, by Yuji and Nanami. Black Flash seems to be a good match for his 8 gates, and the price is not very expensive. So, he decisively bought it. Suddenly, heat flowed through Kazuma's mind, and an extremely mysterious light filled his whole body. After a while, he mastered all the elements of Black Flash and became extremely skilled at it. Boom. Kazuma punched the air. Black lightning suddenly appeared, and a sonic boom echoed in the infirmary. Then, Kazuma continuously threw punches without thinking. Boom. 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 Every one of his punches was wrapped in black lightning. Kazuma showed a satisfied smile and said, as expected of the system, "It is indeed 100% Black Flash. I wonder if Mahito can handle it." Kazuma still had 70,000 points left. Kazuma was confused about what to buy. He was really moved by the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, it looked so cool and it was very fast. But he already has Kamui. Damn it. Hesitation will only lead to defeat. Buy it now. Kazuma's body was instantly enveloped in a golden light, and he instantly learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Kazuma opened his eyes and took out the 2 daggers he had previously seized from the lair of curse users from the Kamui dimension. He engraved the Flying Thunder God mark on it, and then threw it out of the window. Swish. The next moment, Kazuma appeared directly on a big tree 100 meters away. At this moment, Kazuma had only one thought in his mind. So fast. This is the true meaning of teleportation. Whoosh. A vortex appeared, and Kazuma returned to the bed. He had just used Kamui and the Flying Thunder God technique in succession. It was so cool. But now that he has acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, he should leave some marks everywhere in this school. Finally, he still had 20,000 points left. Kazuma chose to buy the high-precision sniper. He had been eyeing this sniper for a long time, but he had refrained from buying it because Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll was of higher priority. Just imagine, while fighting, he suddenly hides in the Kamui dimension, and only a sniper barrel is exposed. He can shoot silently. He. On a beautiful beach. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mahito was lying on the golden beach and rolling around. Kenjaku just shook his head and laughed helplessly. Mahito said, "A cursed spirit born out of love was actually destroyed. Even the most powerful first-grade sorcerer can't do it. Besides Gojo Satoru and those special-grade sorcerera, who else in Jujutsu High has this ability? Geto, please say something. That's top-notch research material, and it was destroyed just like that. I'm so angry." Tired of rolling around, Mahito rushed to Kenjaku's side and shook his arm, wanting an explanation. He knew that Geto Suguru was once a student of Jujutsu High and was very familiar with the situation there. "Okay, don't be angry." Kenjaku touched Mahito's head lovingly and said softly, "I haven't been back to Jujutsu High for a long time. Maybe there's a genius there who's as talented as Yuta. If that's the case, you'll just have to consider yourself unlucky." Hearing this, Mahito sighed, and looked towards the endless ocean in the distance. He complained feebly, "Why haven't Jogo and Hanami come yet? Did they get cold legs or what? They're taking so long." Kenjaku narrowed his eyes and smiled. He said, "According to the latest news, the 2 of them are planning to attack Gojo Satoru by surprise. Do you want to join them?" Mahito looked a little sluggish. "Surprise attack on Gojo Satoru? Are they tired of living?" Mahito said, "You guys go ahead. I want to take this opportunity to make more powerful cursed spirits before the war." In the infirmary. After testing the items, Kazuma lay down contentedly. The only drawback is that he didn't get an item to increase chakra. Kazuma didn't have many requirements. Putting aside Hashirama's cells, even a tailed beast would be fine too. Looking back on the battle with Sukuna, his most obvious shortcoming was his lack of cursed energy/chakra. He has a lot of techniques now, but the more techniques he has, the more chakra he needs. Speaking of which, this was obviously an important event. Why did the system not issue a mission? The system has disappeared since the mission of taking off Maki's black stockings was released. Could it be that because he had called it indecent, it had gotten angry? Well, even though he was the one who took off the stockings, he was also the one who took advantage of the situation. But it's also the system's fault, right? He is a gentleman, but it actually told him to do such a thing, cough cough. Just then, A new mission choice has begun. Mission Option 1, accept Shoko's invitation to drink. Reward, chakra recovery speed plus 20%. Mission Option 2, confess your love to May May. Let her tie her hair into twin ponytails, and have an in-depth conversation. Reward, Tsukuyumi. Mission Option 3, don't have any woman in mind. Become a Sigma. Reject everyone. Reward, 10,000 points. Comment. Chapter 44, Shoko's Feelings. TSK Tisk. Kazuma stroked his chin and looked at the three options in deep thought. First of all, let's rule out the third one. Only 10,000 points. Now, only the first and second options are left. Drinking with Shoko can increase his chakra recovery speed by 20%, which is really nice. But in terms of cost-effect ratio, Tsukuyumi seems to be more attractive, especially when facing someone like Sukuna who has many eyes. After all, with his 4 eyes, Sukuna can easily look into his eyes. The genjutsu that comes with the Sharingan may lack some power. But, Tsukuyumi is different. Even Sukuna, who has a strong will, would be controlled after being hit a few times. So Kazuma preferred the second option. But isn't this mission too difficult? Let's not talk about whether the confession will be successful. If he really asks May May to tie her hair in a double ponytail, will she agree? Kazuma knew that May May seemed to have some interest in him. After all, Kazuma was not like those dense harem protagonists. But he questioned the feasibility of this mission. The most outrageous thing was the in-depth communication. Is this in-depth communication a serious communication or? Hello? System, are you here? Is this a serious in-depth discussion or something else? There was no response. Damn it. If you don't answer, I'll do it in an improper way. Just as Kazuma was struggling, the door opened. Shoko's beautiful eyes widened, and a hint of anger was shown in her expression. She walked towards Kazuma with her hands on her hips. Kazuma thought, not good. He quickly wrapped the medical gauze around his eyes again and fell asleep. Due to time constraints, Kazuma just wrapped the bandage around his eyes randomly, causing the bandage to become twisted. Puff. Seeing this, Shoko, who was a little angry at first, became amused. Shoko covered her lips and chuckled. She said, well, if it's really uncomfortable, you can just take it off. After saying that, she picked up the apple on the table and started peeling it skillfully. With her permission, Kazuma took off the uncomfortable gauze. Then, his mouth was blocked by a fresh, shiny, cleanly peeled apple. He held the apple in his hand and blinked at Shoko. Shoko said, well, thank you for saving me. Do you want to have a drink with me tonight? It's my treat. Shoko blushed slightly and mustered up the courage to look at Kazuma. It would be fine if the person she was inviting was a girl. But the meaning of drinking with a boy alone was self-evident. It was undeniable that after this incident, she had developed a liking for Kazuma. Although the hero saving the beauty sounds cliché, it is effective and simple. Facing Kazuma's direct gaze, Shoko felt her body temperature rise. She averted her eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. This was the first time she was experiencing this feeling. So shameful. In fact, she had another question she wanted to ask Kazuma, but she didn't know how to start. Before, when she was hiding in Kazuma's Kamui dimension, she had seen stockings and bras. Does Kazuma have any hobbies in this area? Probably not, right? Anyway, it's better not to ask about this kind of thing. Looking at Shoko's expectant eyes, Kazuma felt a little moved. In his opinion, Shoko was so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to agree. Inside the infirmary, the atmosphere gradually became more romantic, until the two of them became lost in their own worlds. Oh no, there is also Yuji here. He is wrapped like a mummy and unconscious, but he is nevertheless still here. However, at this moment, bang! The door of the infirmary was pushed open. Shoko saw the atmosphere shatter, and the blush on her face disappeared, replaced by anger. She was about to turn around and curse, but she quickly stopped herself. Because the person who had come was none other than May May, whom she admired. May May walked over gracefully, while swinging her hair in front of her forehead and her long legs in black stockings. Ah! Looks like I came at the wrong time. Excuse me, I have something important to discuss with Kazuma. After saying that, May May shook the card in her hand and looked at Shoko with an apologetic look. Shoko pouted in frustration. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to have a drink with Kazuma today. Shoko naturally knew what was in May May's hand. It was Kazuma's teacher certificate. May May must have a lot of things to tell Kazuma. It's better not to disturb her when she is doing serious things. Then, Kazuma, I will definitely treat you some other day, don't refuse. After saying that, Shoko skillfully closed the door of the infirmary. Kazuma looked at May May nervously, and May May also looked at Kazuma with a half-smile. Under normal circumstances, Kazuma would at most look at her with admiration. But now, he couldn't stay calm. His brain was working at full speed, searching for the golden love confession he had seen on the internet. However, Kazuma's desperation was meaningless. All the words he could use to confess his love in his memory were not applicable to women like May May. Those words would be okay to coax a simple girl like Maki, but they were obviously not enough to deal with the mature May May. Just as Kazuma was thinking hard, a card was handed to him. This is. Kazuma took the card and looked at it carefully. The content above was full of information about him. The most eye-catching section was the transformation of his status from student to teacher. Other basic identity information was empty. Why is his gender also empty? There is no doubt that you have passed the teacher assessment. Please fill in the information above at your own discretion. May May gave him a knowing look. After this incident, no one cared about Kazuma's identity anymore. He saved Shoko first and then he saved Yuji to break the conspiracy of the higher-ups. Even if Kazuma was a curse user in the past, Yaga could only pretend being blind and not seeing it. Besides, Kazuma was not a curse user. May May seemed to have thought of something and then added, your identity as a teacher is only valid in Tokyo Jujutsu High. This is the most principal Yaga could do with his authority. As for the reason, you know it. Kazuma nodded. With this identity as a teacher, it would be easier for him to poach and teach students. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Confessing to May May. Then, May May quickly peeled an apple and stuffed it into Kazuma's mouth. Kazuma was speechless, but had no choice but to bite the bullet. For the first time, he became full by just eating apples. After a brief silence, May May looked at Kazuma and said, you know, from the moment we decide to become a sorcerer, we are prepared for a bad ending. So, whether it's the teachers or the students at Jujutsu High, they have never dreamed of love. Principal Yaga also divorced his wife because of this. May May lowered her eyes slightly, and became silent for a second. Then she said in a determined voice, but it just so happens that I've recently fallen in love with a little brother. Because of the teacher-student relationship, I didn't have the courage to take action before. I wonder if he would mind me being older than him. May May's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Kazuma with a smile. Kazuma's body trembled. What the hell? No way. Why does it feel like she's talking about him? Kazuma didn't dare to gamble. If May May continues talking like this, she might just confess her love. If he doesn't confess first, the mission might not be considered complete. Come on. I can do it. Kazuma gritted his teeth and said, May May-sensei, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire infirmary froze instantly. May May. Shoko, who was eavesdropping outside the door, was dumbfounded. Yuji, who had just regained consciousness, was also shocked. Ding. Warm reminder, the confession stage has been completed, please keep up the good work. Current progress 33.3% per 100%. Kazuma's mouth twitched. This system is quite user-friendly. After a moment of silence, May May suppressed the excitement in her eyes and pretended to be surprised. She asked, what do you like about me? What does he like? Speaking of liking her, he will have to start from his previous world. Since the time he had read the manga, Kazuma had developed a strong interest in May May. Who wouldn't love this mature and powerful lady with a slim figure, and hair covering her face? But of course, he can't tell anyone about coming from another world. No one would believe him even if he told them. So he looked at May May, and lowered his gaze slightly. He said while blushing, I like your long white legs. Oops. He accidentally said what was in his mind. Kazuma regretted his words the moment he said it. May May. Even she couldn't help but blush when she heard such words. This brat, isn't he too direct? No. Isn't he too superficial? Of all her body parts, only her legs attracted him. May May gave Kazuma a cold look with a teasing smile on her lips. She said, "White legs. If I remember correctly, I seem to have always worn black stockings. How do you know my legs are white? Could it be that you used that mysterious spatial ability to do something improper? Like peeking?" Of course, she knew Kazuma would never do such a thing. She just wanted to tease him a little. She had clearly mentally prepared herself and wanted to express her feelings to Kazuma. In the end, this kid actually said it first. Although she really wanted to agree, she couldn't let him get away with it like this. Ahem. At this time, Yuji couldn't bear it anymore. He was already so badly injured, and when he woke up, he heard such an explosive conversation. Although he was now wrapped like a dumpling, and couldn't see what was happening outside, he knew that Kazuma and May May were the ones talking just by their voices. As expected of Kazuma. First, he pushed Nobara against a wall. Now, he didn't even plan to let May May-sensei go. If he wants to confess, he should at least find a place where there is no one, right? Does he really think he doesn't exist? May May and Kazuma both turned their eyes to Yuji. Kazuma gave Yuji a grateful look, thanking him for helping him out. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to answer. May May frowned unhappily. She came to Yuji's bedside, and said with a gloomy smile, "Yuji, you probably didn't hear anything, did you? You don't want to faint again just after waking up, right?" Yuji. "Oh, I must have been injured too badly this time. I am hallucinating. I didn't hear anything." After saying this, Yuji's body stiffened and he lay flat on the bed without moving. Kazuma looked at Yuji with some sympathy. Yuji is so miserable. He just woke up and has been forced to shut down again. After doing all this, May May looked at Kazuma thoughtfully and said, "I won't accept your confession. Unless. Come back home with me, and we'll have a good discussion about the use of cursed energy and the creation of sorcerers. Since when has his luck been this good?" Kazuma was originally worried about how to proceed, but May May invited him home. Have an in-depth discussion on the use of cursed energy and the creation of sorcerers. He could see the excitement in May May's eyes that was almost impossible to hide. Even though May May hid her feelings very well, she couldn't escape his eyes. Thinking of this, Kazuma felt a chill run down his spine. Why does it feel like she is the hunter? Seeing Kazuma's expression change, May May thought he was in a dilemma. Humph. She has already hinted so clearly and yet he's still pretending to be reserved. He has to go today. May May said with a fake smile, "Hee, you don't want everyone to know that you secretly hide black stockings and bras in your personal dimension, right?" He was careless. If May May hadn't told him, he would have really forgotten about this. He had just casually bought Tsunade's bra from the system store. The reason was simple. He just wanted to refresh the items. He had absolutely no other idea. As for the black stockings, he took them off Maki's legs with his own hands. But how did May May know about this? So far, only Shoko has entered his Kamui dominion. T/N, bro forgot about Sukuna's skull. Wait. Shoko. Kazuma slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. No wonder Shoko has been looking at him strangely since coming out of the Kamui dimension. His reputation. His social standing. His image. It has all been ruined. It's all because of this crooked system. In that case. Kazuma looked at May May and sneered, "Go ahead. I'll have a good in-depth discussion with you tonight. But I have a small request. Can you tie your hair in a double ponytail?" Chapter 46, Going to May May's house. A voluptuous figure walked ahead with graceful and elegant steps and an exaggerated swagger. Her long silver blue hair covered half of her face. Kazuma, who was following behind, couldn't help but complain. Even if May May and Gojo Satoru's faces are combined together, a complete face probably still can't be formed. Kazuma wondered if May May had agreed. Just now, after Kazuma had suggested that May May to tie her hair into two ponytails, May May just smiled meaningfully. She just told him to go home with her first. Tokyo. May May's home. May May said, "Ui, have you been studying diligently recently?" Hearing this, Kazuma became stunned. He had almost forgotten that May May had a younger brother. Although Ui is also a sorcerer, he's still an elementary school student, who cannot escape the fate of going to school. A little boy with short blue hair and a cartoon school bag came running out happily. It looked like he was getting ready to go to school. "Sister, who is he?" Ui frowned slightly, scrutinizing Kazuma. His elder sister was almost 30 years old and had never been in a relationship before. This time, she actually brought a gigolo home. No. There was a fluctuation of cursed energy on his body, so he wasn't just a simple gigolo. Kazuma and Ui stared at each other. May May introduced, "This is my younger brother, Ui. He's also a sorcerer. But he is still in school." After a brief introduction, May May signaled Ui to go to school quickly and not be late. She gave Kazuma a look, indicating that he should go into her room. Ui didn't dare disobey his sister's order. He snorted coldly and threatened Kazuma in a low voice as he passed by. "If you dare to bully my sister, you'll be in trouble." Saying that, he waved his fists to threaten Kazuma. Kazuma pinched his cheek and smirked. He said, "If you keep meddling in other people's business, I'll buy you 10 summer homework books. I'll let your sister watch you the whole time you're writing." He. These words sounded like the devil's whisper to Ui. Ui's pupils contracted violently, and his breathing stagnated. How could there be such vicious and cruel people in the world? "Well, I suddenly feel that you and my sister are a good match, so I won't bother you anymore. Please let me go." After saying that, he rushed out of the house like a fly. Watching Ui run away, Kazuma raised the corner of his mouth. A mere primary school student is nothing to be afraid of. In May May's room, the light was not switched on. A faint glow seeped through the gap in the curtains, providing some brightness. Apart from a dusty TV, there was no other furniture. Over the years, I have usually lived in the school dormitory with Yutaheim and rarely came home. Kazuma turned his head and saw May May sitting in front of the mirror, looking at him with a smile through the reflection. At this moment, her hair was disheveled. Her long silver-blue strands cascaded down her shoulders like a galaxy. "Bring it on." "Ah. Didn't you want to see twin tails? I'll satisfy your fetish, but you have to do it yourself." May May's lips curled into a sly smile as if to say, "I understand you." Kazuma took a deep breath and walked behind her. May May's hair was silky and smooth. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and searched for tutorials on how to do twin ponytails. As he watched and learned, a pair of energetic, clever, and lively twin ponytails took shape before his eyes. Looking at herself in the mirror, May May slightly smiled, and a hint of playfulness appeared in her gaze. She had never expected that she would experience such a scene. Kazuma couldn't take his eyes off her. His mind heated up, and he dazedly reached out to hold the 2 ponytails. Then, he gently pulled back. May May. How dare he? She was no longer a little girl. She naturally knew what this action meant. She bit her red lips tightly, feeling ashamed and angry. What's going on in this little bastard's head all day long? From the first time they had met, she could feel that Kazuma was very concerned about her hair, almost as if he had a deep obsession. So, this was what he was thinking. Humph. Forget it, let him have his fun. No matter how Kazuma behaved, she couldn't bring herself to blame him. May May was a woman with a strong character. If she were to choose a partner, it had to be a man with strong abilities, someone who could completely conquer her. And Kazuma completely met her standards. Whether it was his skills or the strength he had displayed before, he was astonishing. She had always been decisive and didn't like dragging things out. Once she made a decision, she acted immediately. Ding. Warm reminder, the achievement, Twin Ponytails, has been unlocked. Please keep up the good work. Current progress, 66.6%/100%. The system's notification pulled Kazuma back to reality. Looking at May May's red ears and angry eyes, he quickly let go. Damn it. This is all because he has read too many materials and developed a muscle memory. Seeing this, Kazuma immediately apologized with a sheepish smile, ahem. I couldn't help it. Sorry. May May asked, did it feel good? Kazuma nodded subconsciously and then immediately shook his head violently. Ha ha. May May rolled her eyes at him and said, are you satisfied? Then it's my turn now. This time, she wanted to learn some jujitsu and combat skills from Kazuma. After all, he always came up with astonishing techniques. And he was even able to suppress Sukuna throughout their fight in terms of hand-to-hand combat. Perhaps, she could learn something from him, apply it to her own techniques, and advance to a special grade sorcerer. Chapter 47, Tsukuyomi. Under the night light, bright silver beams fell into the room. Kazuma and May May lay on the bed, facing each other. The two were in a somewhat delicate state, with no clothes on and only a thin quilt covering their bodies. May May raised an eyebrow and sneered, what? Wasn't your mind full of unscrupulous thoughts before? Now you're calm. Just now, she had wanted to ask Kazuma some questions. But Kazuma was completely absent-minded, and just stared at the two ponytails on her head. Fine then, if he was going to act like that, she might as well just be straightforward and invite him to bed to get his fill. But in the end, this kid seemed to be so shocked that he became obedient. Looking at May May's vaguely visible buns, Kazuma felt his body temperature rise. Along with his temperature, something else was rising, and it wasn't the shield hero. He quickly grabbed a pillow and put it between his legs. Now that he and May May were so close, it would be bad if he poked her with a dangerous weapon. Right now, it felt like his eyes were on auto-aim. He was unable to move his sights away. Kazuma sighed helplessly and said, May May, the scenery is too dazzling. My brain can't function properly. May May's lips curled slightly and she said, really? Kazuma was about to nod when he suddenly felt his vision darken. His entire head was buried in an incredibly soft, dough-like embrace, and a milky scent filled his senses. Is this heaven? Feeling the burning breath on her chest, May May's face flushed slightly. She gently caressed the back of his head and whispered, Kazuma, are you willing to die for me? Kazuma silently inhaled the milky fragrance and muttered, die. I would happily die right now. May May patted his head and said, don't give me that. You're not as simple as you seem. Be serious. Even though they had already become so close to each other, she still didn't fully understand Kazuma's true thoughts. From the first time they had met, she had felt that Kazuma was like a mysterious whirlpool, a quagmire. The moment she tried to explore him, there was no way out. Kazuma became silent for a moment before replying in a deep voice. I only live for myself, but I can ensure that I'll definitely make you the happiest woman in the world. After a brief silence, May May revealed a satisfied smile and said, I'm quite pleased with that answer. Then let's have a deeper conversation. T/N, sorry for blue balling you guys like that. The next morning, May May and Kazuma took a bath and prepared to return to school. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Tsukuyomi is automatically being integrated into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Host, please be prepared. Huh? If it's going to be integrated, then just do it. Why does he need to be prepared? But the next second, a chilling cold current filled his eyes, and the scene before him instantly changed. A blood moon hung in the sky, crows blocked out the sun, and an enclosed space stretched infinitely. A cross stood firmly on the ground, exuding a terrifying, abyss-like aura. Is this the same as Itachi's? Kazuma muttered to himself as he took in the eerily familiar scene. Suppressing his excitement, he slightly willed his mind. Swish. Countless massive nails pierced the cross in an instant, transforming the once empty structure into a bristling hedgehog. Just imagine, if he dragged an enemy in here and let them enjoy this for 3 days and 3 nights. Without a doubt, anyone with a weak will would completely collapse. What a powerful genjutsu. Its power far exceeded the basic genjutsus of the Sharingan. As expected of Tsukuyomi. If used well, it could become a deadly trump card. Hee, don't Sukuna and Kenjaku love playing mind games? Well, he had plenty of hidden cards himself. After a moment, his vision returned to the real world. May May leaned on his shoulder. Her hair was messy, as if she had just fought a battle. A satisfied smile lingered on her lips. At this moment, her complexion was rosy. Her skin was radiant, and her entire presence exuded an irresistible charm. Thinking back to last night's madness, Kazuma couldn't help but savor the memory. He had to admit that May May had incredible endurance. After some hesitation, the two of them had tried every possible position they could think of. Her alluring voice involuntarily echoed in his mind. Later, Yaga will hold a ceremony for your promotion to a teacher. Remember to perform well. Feeling Kazuma's gaze, May May weakly reminded him. Tokyo Jujutsu High. On a football field. Yuji, Nobara, Megumi, and the second-year students, Maki, Inamaki, and Panda sat obediently in the audience, listening to Yaga's speech. Yuji, are you healed already? Kazuma casually sat on a stool, eyeing Yuji in shock. Yuji was wrapped in bandages just yesterday, but today he was completely fine. Even with his special physique, wasn't this a bit too outrageous? Yuji said, how could my injuries heal so fast? My internal injuries haven't fully healed yet. Gojo-sensei asked me to come here. He said he'd treat me to some movies later. Kazuma simply smiled and said nothing. He knew that Yuji was about to undergo special training with Gojo. Watching movies was actually a way to train his cursed energy output. It seemed that Yuji's strength was about to skyrocket. Then, Yuji rubbed his hands together, and winked playfully. He said, but speaking of which, Kazuma, you're really something. You went on a date with May May sensei last night, right? I heard everything. So, how did it go? Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? I feel like you're really good at this. You actually confessed directly. Teach me. I've never been in a relationship before, hee. Kazuma's mouth twitched. So, Yuji had woken up early yesterday. Speaking of Yuji's relationship, wasn't there a girl in the original story who had secretly liked Yuji for a long time? Yuji's voice was loud, so their entire conversation was now audible to everyone around them. It seemed like Kazuma had some explaining to do now. Chapter 48, Kazuma the Playboy. What? Did they hear that right? Kazuma actually confessed to May May. No wonder, the two of them just came back together. For a while, everyone looked at May May and Kazuma with subtle eyes. Panda rubbed his chin and said, TSK TSK. You know what? May May sensei seems to have become more beautiful, and she looks even more charming now. And Kazuma. Wait. There's a pink mark on his neck that hasn't been wiped off. For a while, everyone examined Kazuma carefully. TSK TSK. No way. Did Kazuma really succeed? A voice suddenly came from behind as a hand landed on Kazuma's shoulder. Kazuma, I didn't realize you even got May May. Gojo teased, I thought you were going on a date with Shoko last night. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Judging from that, it seemed that even Shoko was interested in Kazuma. Wow. Kazuma's only been here for a few days, and he's already hooked up with two teachers. The resentful look on Shoko's face in the stands made it seem like Kazuma might soon fall victim to her wrath. Nobara suddenly snapped, Hey! Can you two grown men stop gossiping? Gojo grinned and said, Why are you reacting so strongly? Could it be that you also? No. Nobara practically sprang out of her seat like a spring. She loudly denied, I have absolutely no thoughts about Kazuma. Silence. Absolute silence. If this were any other time, it might not be a big deal, but right now, they were in a formal meeting, with teachers and students present. Everyone's eyes turned to Nobara. Didn't she just confirm something? Gojo was just joking, but why did she react so strongly? Leaning in, Gojo whispered in Kazuma's ear, You're really amazing, Kazuma. Remember to be responsible for all of them. Don't run off to buy milk. Additionally, it wasn't hard to notice that Maki also had a strange expression. But Gojo didn't dare put his assumption to the test. Even Yaga had stopped speaking. The whispers in the audience had already distracted him, and now things had completely exploded. Did they not take him, the principal, seriously? Nobara. What are you doing? And the others, if you have grievances, go settle them with Kazuma privately. Even though he was scolding, internally, Yaga was grinning. He had been wondering how to keep Kazuma tied to Jujutsu High. Now, he finally had a chance. If what he had heard was true, May May, who was obsessed with money, had done a great service to Jujutsu High. Go on, bind Kazuma to Jujutsu High. Offstage, Kazuma was already sweating. May May was just standing there, menacingly. She crossed her arms, and an amused yet slightly dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. And then there was the faint smirk at the corner of Yaga's lips. Kazuma understood immediately. All right. Yaga, if you want to play like this, don't blame me for poaching your talents. I'll dig them all out until you're left as a lone commander. No. Maybe I should just poach him too and make him the principal of my own organization. Kazuma has had this idea for a while, which was why he hadn't made any moves to make an Akatsuki base yet. After all, wasn't this place already the perfect base? Yaga coughed and announced loudly, "All right, everyone, quiet down. I now declare that Tokyo Jujutsu High has a new teacher." The students in the audience looked at each other in confusion. A new teacher? Everyone knew that in order to become a teacher, one needed to be at least a semi-first grade sorcerer and had to pass an evaluation with multiple instructors. But apart from Kazuma, they hadn't seen any new faces recently. Could it be that Yuki, who loved traveling, had finally gotten tired of wandering and decided to come back as a teacher? For a while, the uninformed students whispered among themselves. Yaga glanced at Kazuma and said, "Will the new teacher please come up and introduce themselves?" Hearing Yaga, Kazuma knew that it was time and got up. "Hey! Stupid Kazuma, where are you going?" Seeing him stand up, Nobara hissed in a low voice. At this time, Yuji and the others also turned to look at Kazuma with puzzled expressions. Kazuma gave everyone a reassuring smile. Panda suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Wait! Could he be the new teacher?" Kazuma walked onto the stage. He first flashed a smile at May May before turning to face the confused crowd below. "Hello, everyone. My name is Kazuma. I'm Tokyo Jujutsu High's new teacher. Please take care of me in the future." The audience erupted. "What? It's really him. You guessed it, Panda. Damn, are you a prophet?" Yuji and Megumi stared at Kazuma in disbelief. Not cool, man. They had been fighting cursed spirits together in Roppongi just a few days ago, and now he was suddenly a teacher. They thought they were brothers, but Kazuma sees them as students. When did he even pass the teaching evaluation? Kazuma's strength was undeniable. But still, was it really okay for this guy to be a teacher? Why does he somehow feel even less reliable than Gojo? Nobara's eyes were complicated. Damn it. This guy's her teacher now. How is she supposed to make him bow down and call her queen? Yaga, however, looked smug. Panda's mouth twitched and he said, "This is crazy. Is he really sure about this? Just a second ago, Kazuma had been a student. Now, he was suddenly a teacher. This shift was too much." Inamaki murmured, "Tuna, tuna," expressing surprise. Maki's lips curled slightly. Unlike the others, who were either shocked or opposed, she actually approved Thaya decision. The 8 inner gates that Kazuma had given her before. She could already easily open the second gate now. Her strength had improved significantly, and Panda and the others were no longer strong enough to be her sparring partners. Maki smirked slightly. This might turn out to be interesting. Chapter 49, Questioning Kazuma about his techniques. Now that Kazuma has become a teacher, wouldn't it be easier to get his guidance? If she wants to become stronger quickly, she must find a way to make the most use of him. The other teachers already knew about the situation and did not show any surprise. Except for Yutaheim, who had just returned from a mission. Yutaheim. With such a strong reaction, it seems that everyone recognizes Kazuma as a teacher. Yaga showed a dangerous smile and glanced below. He wanted to see who would dare to object his decision. Especially the rebellious Panda, who had just spoken the loudest. He had to be careful with Kazuma's lazy personality. Otherwise, if Kazuma quit, it would be too late to regret. Since no one objects, let's raise a few questions and adjourn the meeting. Me. Gojo suddenly called out from among the student group. Kazuma-sensei, where did you learn those strange curse techniques? This question had been on his mind for a while, especially after hearing other teachers talk about Kazuma's strange methods. Kazuma curse techniques included spewing fire, releasing water, and even making a huge ball. Even though he had never seen it, just hearing about it piqued his curiosity. Yes, yes, yes. We also want to know Kazuma, no. How does Kazuma-sensei know so many cursed techniques? At this moment, no one cared about Kazuma becoming a teacher. They were more curious about his skill set. The one who was the most interested in this was Yuji. In the previous incident, his consciousness had been confused and occupied, almost putting him in a coma. But who could have imagined that he would suddenly hear thunder, followed by an electric current that paralyzed his entire body, jolting him awake? Those moves had really hit hard. Therefore, he had the most to say about this. Not only the students, but even May May, Shoko, Nanami, and Yutaheim cast interested glances. Kazuma felt a bit cornered. This question was tricky. Where did he learn those techniques? Of course, it was given by the system. But he can't really tell anyone about the system. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Kazuma uttered just 4 words. I learned it online. Everyone looked at Kazuma with disbelief. Kazuma insisted, what I said is true, I swear. If I'm lying, I'll never eat coriander ever again in my life. Everyone refuted, hey. You don't eat coriander anyway. At this moment, May May stood up and said, okay, everyone has their own secrets. Don't force it. Tisk, it's only been a day. You've even started speaking up for your own family. The meeting was over, and the teachers all left. On the playground, Panda was sparring with Nobara and Yuji. Kazuma sat on the steps and watched the fight. It seemed that Nobara had mastered some of the essentials of the 8 inner gates. The loud shout she had made before sending Panda flying was her opening the first gate. Looking at Panda's shocked expression, Kazuma wanted to laugh. Guess Panda hadn't expected this year's newcomers to be so powerful. Kazuma. A cold female voice sounded beside his ear. Maki sat down next to him somewhat awkwardly, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After all, what had happened last time was still vivid in her mind. Does he still have those stockings? No. She clearly had other things to discuss, so why did her mind keep wandering back to that? Seeing Maki shake her head frantically, Kazuma was speechless. Kazuma said, we're all family. Just say what you want to say. This isn't like you. Maki knew that the family Kazuma was referring to was the Akatsuki. Maki said, well, I came to thank you. Ever since I learned the technique you gave me, Panda can no longer keep up with my strength. So if you're free recently, I'd like to ask for your guidance. Maki's face turned slightly red, and she muttered in a very soft voice, I'm wearing black stockings. Hiss. Kazuma took a sharp breath. Since Maki had said so, of course he's free. As for Yaga, who wanted to talk to him, let him wait for now. He was a teacher now. How could he refuse a cute student who was asking for his guidance? Kazuma hurriedly said, Maki, I'm free, and I can give you all the guidance you need. At a high-level meeting. The atmosphere was solemn. Seeing the situation, several servants withdrew on their own initiative. At this moment, an old voice echoed. Even though certain key figures had been transferred away, Yuji still survived. Boom. Inside the room, a cane tapped against the floor, issuing a dissatisfied warning. According to the informant, all of this was because of a rookie named Kazuma. Kazuma. An old man opened his wrinkled eyelids and said, I have never heard of such a person. According to our sources, he just joined Jujutsu High not long ago, and the person who recommended him was Gojo Satoru. When these words were spoken, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of several old men. At the same time, they secretly acknowledged the seriousness of this matter. Gojo's strength was undeniable. If they acted too rashly, the consequences could be catastrophic. In that case, let's call these two over and give them a warning. I agree. A black sports car was speeding along a winding mountain road. Kazuma stared at the scenery outside the window in a trance. Don't be nervous, Kazuma-kun. Those old-timers are just making some noise to show their presence. They are just attention seekers. I know I'm the best, but they don't have to try so hard to make me notice them. If they trouble you later, I'll treat them to a meal. Gojo's confident voice rang out from the driver's seat that made Kazuma snap out of his thoughts. Hearing this, Ijichi, who was driving, broke out in a cold sweat. His hands that were on the steering wheel slightly trembled. Kazuma's mouth twitched. A meal, huh? If things get out of hand, it won't be just a meal. It might turn into an all-you-can-handle disaster. If things really escalate, there is a chance of half the city being destroyed. Kazuma sighed. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 50, Hashirama Sells. As for why the higher-ups wanted to meet him this time, it was obvious. It was most likely because their plan to kill Yuji had failed, right? Now, they wanted to give him a warning. After all, in their eyes, he was not as strong as Gojo. Maybe they just thought he was easy to control. As for why he was in a trance just now, it was because the road looked familiar. Wasn't this the place where Gojo was ambushed by Jogo at night? According to his memory of the plot, it should happen in the evening. In other words, he is bound to be attacked by that volcano head when he returns. Poor Jogo. He's clearly the strongest among the disaster curses, but he fought against the top 2 of the JJK world, which made it seem like he was weak. After getting beaten by Gojo, he was instantly reduced to ashes by Sukuna in the Shibuya incident. Just as Kazuma was debating whether to endure the higher-ups' nonsense or simply wipe them all out. Ding! A new mission choice has begun. Mission Option 1, face the attack from the corrupt high-ranking officials and fight back. Reward, Uchiha Clan Swordsmanship. Mission Option 2, beat up Jogo. And use the true essence of water release against Jogo, by adding spit to it. Reward, 1 chakra card. Mission Option 3, save Yoshino Junpei from his tragic fate. Reward, 1,000 years of death, Kakashi's original creation. Mission Option 4, only children make choices, adults take them all. Accept all 3 missions above. Reward, Hashirama Sells, use with caution. System, are you serious? Isn't the right choice obvious? Kazuma immediately locked his gaze on the 4th option. His biggest weakness right now was lack of chakra. If he could transplant Hashirama's cells, that problem would disappear. With some luck, he might even master wood release. Madara's ninjutsu scroll contained many powerful wood release techniques, but he couldn't use them. He had initially assumed that these techniques would just gather dust in his mind. But now, maybe wood release, the strongest nature transformation in the Naruto world, could appear in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Imagine it. Susanoo plus true several thousand hands. How legendary would that be? Handling 3 missions at once. No problem. This was just a side quest while waiting for the main plot to progress. By the way, Junpei was a good kid. Why not bring him into Akatsuki? When reading Jujutsu Kaisen, Kazuma had initially thought that Junpei would be redeemed and would later join Jujutsu High as a sorcerer. But instead, he was manipulated by Mahito and ended up dying. His poor single mother also met a tragic fate, brutally being killed by a cursed spirit. But that will not happen this time. But this system is getting more and more sinister. It is telling him to use spit-enhanced water release. Genius. Why hadn't he thought of that before? From now on, his water release would have to be classified as an S-rank forbidden technique. After all, there is no defense against it. Kazuma smirked and silently started planning what to do next. Gojo asked, Kazuma-kun, why are you grinning? Kazuma said, ahem, nothing. Gojo was increasingly unable to guess what was going on in Kazuma's head. So he simply handed him a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Gojo said, were these when you go in to meet those old fogies? I bet after 3 songs, they'll be done, hee hee. Clearly, Gojo had been nagged by the higher-ups far too often. The atmosphere in the room was so tense that even a pin drop could be heard. Kazuma and Gojo stood in the center, while putting their hands in their pockets, exuding pure arrogance. Several large doors surrounded them, hiding the top executives, as if they couldn't bear to be seen. Seeing the utter lack of respect from the duo, a few cold snorts came from behind the doors. Clearly, the higher-ups were displeased. Even Principal Yaga had to bow respectfully and listen attentively when entering this room. But these two, chins raised, gazes indifferent, they clearly didn't take the higher-ups seriously at all. Gojo, is this the kind of student you've been raising? He doesn't even know the most basic etiquette. Perhaps because of the special formations in the room or the strange door setup, the voices echoed ominously, making it impossible to pinpoint their exact source. Kazuma sneered. These old guys love their little mind games. Every word they spoke echoed endlessly. Was this supposed to make them seem mysterious? Or just help them bluff? And his arrogant, rebellious attitude. Well, that was Gojo's idea. He had told Kazuma, if you can piss them off, do it. If you can piss them off to madness, even better. Classic Gojo. Facing the scolding, Gojo smirked and said, really? I think Kazuma is quite polite. With that, he pulled down his black blindfold, revealing his mesmerizing pale blue six eyes. Then, with a tone dripping in mockery, he continued, and he's quite capable. Thanks to him, Yuji's life was saved this time. He's much better than some old guys who talk a lot but can't even get the most basic information right. Kazuma raised an eyebrow. Wow, that was blunt. Gojo had just casually insulted them all. Now, how was Kazuma supposed to complete his mission? Was he supposed to complain about the slippery floors next? The bad air circulation? Who cares? He decided to ignore it. Are you questioning the top brass for deliberately providing false information? A majestic voice echoed through the room.